Hope was rolling high in every Southern heart as the summer of 1863 came in. Despite privation and hardships, despite food speculators and kindred scourges, despite death and sickness and suffering which had now left their mark on nearly every family, the South was again saying, "One more victory and the war is over," saying it with even more happy assurance than in the summer before. The Yankees were proving a hard nut to crack, but they were cracking at last. Christmas of 1862 had been a happy one for Atlanta, for the whole South. The Confederacy had scored a smashing victory at Fredericksburg, and the Yankee dead and wounded were counted in the thousands. There was universal rejoicing in that holiday season, rejoicing and thankfulness that the tide was turning. The army in Butternut were now seasoned fighters. Their generals had proven their mettle, and everyone knew that when the campaign reopened in the spring, the Yankees would be crushed for good and all. Spring came, and the fighting recommenced. May came, and the Confederacy won another great victory at Chancellorsville. The South roared with elation. Closer at home, a Union cavalry dash into Georgia had been turned into a Confederate triumph. Folks were still laughing and slapping each other on the back and saying, "Yes, sir. When old Nathan Bedford Forrest gets after them, they better git." Late in April, Colonel Streight and 1,800 Yankee cavalry had made a surprise raid into Georgia, aiming at Rome, only a little more than 60 miles north of Atlanta. They had ambitious plans to cut the vitally important railroad between Atlanta and Tennessee and then swing southward into Atlanta to destroy the factories and the war supplies concentrated there in that key city of the Confederacy. It was a bold stroke, and it would have cost the South dearly, except for Forrest. With only one-third as many men, but what men and what riders! He had started after them, engaged them before they even reached Rome, harassed them day and night, and finally captured the entire force. The news reached Atlanta almost simultaneously with the news of the victory at Chancellorsville, and the town fairly rocked with exultation and with laughter. Chancellorsville might be a more important victory, but the capture of Straight's raiders made the Yankees positively ridiculous. "No, sir, they better not fool with old Forrest," Atlanta said gleefully, as the story was told over and over. The tide of the Confederacy's fortune was running strong and full now, sweeping the people jubilantly along in its flood. True, the Yankees under Grant had been besieging Vicksburg since the middle of May. True, the South had suffered a sickening loss when Stonewall Jackson had been fatally wounded at Chancellorsville. True, Georgia had lost one of her bravest and most brilliant sons when General T.R.R. Cobb had been killed at Fredericksburg. But the Yankees just couldn't stand any more defeats like Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville. They'd have to give in, and then this cruel war would be over. The first days of July came, and with them the rumor, later confirmed by dispatches, that Lee was marching into Pennsylvania. Lee in the enemy's territory. Lee forcing battle. This was the last fight of the war. Atlanta was wild with excitement, pleasure, and a hot thirst for vengeance. Now the Yankees would know what it meant to have war carried into their own country. Now they'd know what it meant to have fertile fields stripped, horses and cattle stolen, houses burned, old men and boys dragged off to prison, and women and children turned out to starve. Everyone knew what the Yankees had done in Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia. Even small children could recite with hate and fear the horrors the Yankees had inflicted upon the conquered territory. Already, Atlanta was full of refugees from East Tennessee, and the town had heard first-hand stories from them of what suffering they had gone through. In that section, the Confederate sympathizers were in the minority, and the hand of war fell heavily upon them, as it did on all the border states. neighbor informing against neighbor and brother killing brother. These refugees cried out to see Pennsylvania one solid sheet of flame, and even the gentlest of old ladies wore expressions of grim pleasure. But when the news trickled back that Lee had issued orders that no private property in Pennsylvania should be touched, that looting would be punished by death, and that the army would pay for every article it requisitioned, then it needed all the reverence the general had earned to save his popularity. Not turn the men loose in the rich storehouses of that prosperous state? What was General Lee thinking of? And our boys so hungry and needing shoes and clothes and horses? A hasty note from Darcy Meade to the doctor, the only first-hand information Atlanta received during those first days of July, was passed from hand to hand with mounting indignation. "Pa, could you manage to get me a pair of boots? I've been barefooted for 2 weeks now, and I don't see any prospects of getting another pair. If I didn't have such big feet, I could get them off dead Yankees like the other boys, but I've never yet found a Yankee whose feet were near big as mine. If you can get me some, don't mail them. Somebody would steal them on the way, and I wouldn't blame them. Put Phil on the train and send him up with them. I'll write you soon where we'll be. Right now I don't know, except that we're marching north. We're in Maryland now, and everybody says we're going into Pennsylvania. Pa, I thought that we'd give the Yanks a taste of their own medicine, but the general says no, and personally I don't care to get shot just for the pleasure of burning some Yank's house. Pa, today we marched through the grandest cornfields you ever saw. We don't have corn like this down home. Well, I must admit we did a bit of private looting in that corn, for we were all pretty hungry, and what the general don't know won't hurt him. But that green corn didn't do us a bit of good. All the boys have got dysentery anyway, and that corn made it worse. It's easier to walk with a leg wound than with dysentery. Pa, do try to manage some boots for me. I'm a captain now, and a captain ought to have boots, even if he hasn't got a new uniform or epaulets. But the army was in Pennsylvania. That was all that mattered. One more victory and the war would be over, and then Darcy Meade could have all the boots he wanted. And the boys would come marching home, and everybody would be happy again. Mrs. Meade's eyes grew wet as she pictured her soldier son home at last, home to stay. On the 3rd of July, a sudden silence fell on the wires from the north. A silence that lasted till midday of the 4th, when fragmentary and garbled reports began to trickle into headquarters in Atlanta. There had been hard fighting in Pennsylvania, near a little town named Gettysburg. A great battle with all Lee's army massed. The news was uncertain, slow in coming, for the battle had been fought in the enemy's territory, and the reports came first through Maryland, were relayed to Richmond, and then to Atlanta. Suspense grew, and the beginnings of dread slowly crawled over the town. Nothing was so bad as not knowing what was happening. Families with sons at the front prayed fervently that their boys were not in Pennsylvania, but those who knew their relatives were in the same regiment with Darcy Meade clamped their teeth and said it was an honor for them to be in the big fight that would lick the Yankees for good and all. In Aunt Pitty's house, the three women looked into one another's eyes with fear they could not conceal. Ashley was in Darcy's regiment. On the 5th came evil tidings, not from the north but from the west. Vicksburg had fallen after a long and bitter siege, and practically all the Mississippi River from St. Louis to New Orleans was in the hands of the Yankees. The Confederacy had been cut in two. At any other time the news of this disaster would have brought fear and lamentation to Atlanta, but now they could give little thought to Vicksburg. They were thinking of Lee in Pennsylvania, forcing battle. Vicksburg's loss would be no catastrophe if Lee won in the east. There lay Philadelphia, New York, Washington. Their capture would paralyze the North and more than cancel off the defeat on the Mississippi. The hours dragged by, and the black shadow of calamity brooded over the town, obscuring the hot sun until people looked up startled into the sky as if incredulous that it was clear and blue, instead of murky and heavy, with scudding clouds. Everywhere, women gathered in knots, huddled in groups on front porches, on sidewalks, even in the middle of the streets, telling each other that no news is good news, trying to comfort each other, trying to present a brave appearance. But hideous rumors that Lee was killed, the battle lost, and enormous casualty lists coming in, fled up and down the quiet streets like darting bats. Though they tried not to believe, whole neighborhoods, swayed by panic, rushed to town, to the newspapers, to headquarters, pleading for news, any news, even bad news. Crowds formed at the depot, hoping for news from incoming trains, at the telegraph office, in front of the harried headquarters, before the locked doors of the newspapers. They were oddly still crowds that quietly grew larger and larger. There was no talking. Occasionally an old man's treble voice begged for news, and instead of inciting the crowd to babbling, it only intensified the hush, as they heard the oft-repeated, "Nothing on the wires yet from the north except that there's been fighting." The fringe of women on foot and in carriages grew greater and greater, and the heat of close-packed bodies and dust rising from restless feet were suffocating. The women did not speak, but their pale, set faces pleaded with a mute eloquence that was louder than wailing. There was hardly a house in the town that had not sent away a son, a brother, a father, a lover, a husband, to this battle. They all waited to hear the news that death had come to their homes. They expected death. They did not expect defeat. That thought they dismissed. Their men might be dying, even now, on the sun-parched grass of the Pennsylvania hills. Even now the Southern ranks might be falling like grain before a hailstorm. But the cause for which they fought could never fall. They might be dying in thousands, but, like the fruit of the dragon's teeth, thousands of fresh men in gray and butternut, with a rebel yell on their lips, would spring up from the earth to take their places. Where these men would come from, no one knew. They only knew, as surely as they knew there was a just and jealous God in heaven, that Lee was miraculous, and the Army of Virginia invincible. Scarlett, Melanie, and Miss Pittypat sat in front of the Daily Examiner office in the carriage with the top back, sheltered beneath their parasols. Scarlett's hands shook so that her parasol wobbled above her head. Pitty was so excited her nose quivered in her round face like a rabbit's. But Melanie sat as though carved of stone, her dark eyes growing larger and larger as time went by. She made only one remark in 2 hours, as she took a vial of smelling salts from her reticule and handed it to her aunt. The only time she had ever spoken to her, in her whole life, with anything but tenderest affection. "Take this, Auntie, and use it if you feel faint. I warn you, if you do faint, you'll just have to faint. And let Uncle Peter take you home, for I'm not going to leave this place till I hear. And I'm not going to let Scarlett leave me either." Scarlett had no intention of leaving. No intention of placing herself where she could not have the first news of Ashley. No, even if Miss Pitty died, she wouldn't leave this spot. Somewhere, Ashley was fighting, perhaps dying, and the newspaper office was the only place where she could learn the truth. She looked about the crowd, picking out friends and neighbors, Mrs. Meade with her bonnet askew, and her arm through that of 15-year-old Phil. The Mrs. McClure trying to make their trembling upper lips cover their buck teeth. Mrs. Elsing, erect as a Spartan mother, betraying her inner turmoil only by the straggling grey locks that hung from her chignon. And Fanny Elsing white as a ghost. Surely Fanny wouldn't be so worried about her brother Hugh. Had she a real beau at the front that no one suspected? Mrs. Merriweather sat in her carriage patting Maybelle's hand. Maybelle looked so very pregnant, it was a disgrace for her to be out in public, even if she did have her shawl carefully draped over her. Why should she be so worried? Nobody had heard that the Louisiana troops were in Pennsylvania. Probably her hairy little zouave was safe in Richmond this very minute. There was a movement on the outskirts of the crowd, and those on foot gave way as Rhett Butler carefully edged his horse toward Aunt Pitty's carriage. Scarlett thought, he's got courage coming here at this time when it wouldn't take anything to make this mob tear him to pieces because he isn't in uniform. As he came nearer, she thought she might be the first to rend him. How dared he sit there on that fine horse in shining boots and handsome white linen suit, so sleek and well-fed, smoking an expensive cigar, when Ashley and all the other boys were fighting the Yankees barefooted, sweltering in the heat, hungry, their bellies rotten with disease. Bitter looks were thrown at him as he came slowly through the press. Old men growled in their beards, and Mrs. Merriweather, who feared nothing, rose slightly in her carriage and said clearly, "Speculator?" in a tone that made the word the foulest and most venomous of epithets. He paid no heed to anyone, but raised his hat to Melly and Aunt Pitty, and riding to Scarlett's side, leaned down and whispered, "Don't you think this would be the time for Dr. Meade to give his familiar speech about victory perching like a screaming eagle on our banners?" Her nerves taut with suspense, she turned on him as swiftly as an angry cat, hot words bubbling to her lips, but he stopped them with a gesture. "I came to tell you, ladies," he said loudly, "that I have been to headquarters, and the first casualty lists are coming in." At these words, a hum rose among those near enough to hear his remark, and the crowd surged, ready to turn and run down Whitehall Street toward headquarters. "Don't go!" he called, rising in his saddle and holding up his hand. "The lists have been sent to both newspapers and are now being printed. Stay where you are." "Oh, Captain Butler," cried Melly, turning to him with tears in her eyes. "How kind of you to come and tell us. When will they be posted?" "They should be out any minute, madam. The reports have been in the offices for half an hour now. The major in charge didn't want to let that out until the printing was done, for fear the crowd would wreck the offices trying to get news. Ah! Look!" The side window of the newspaper office opened, and a hand was extended, bearing a sheaf of long, narrow galley proofs, smeared with fresh ink and thick with names, closely printed. The crowd fought for them, tearing the slips in half, those obtaining them trying to back out through the crowd to read, those behind pushing forward, crying, "Let me through!" "Hold the reins," said Rhett shortly, swinging to the ground and tossing the bridle to Uncle Peter. They saw his heavy shoulders towering above the crowd as he went through, brutally pushing and shoving. In a while he was back, with half a dozen in his hands. He tossed one to Melanie, and distributed the others to the ladies in the nearest carriages, the Mrs. McClure, Mrs. Meade, Mrs. Merriweather, Mrs. Elsing. "Quick, Milly!" cried Scarlett, her heart in her throat, exasperation sweeping her as she saw that Melly's hands were shaking so that it was impossible for her to read. "Take it," whispered Melly, and Scarlett snatched it from her. The W's. Where were the W's? Oh, there they were at the bottom, and all smeared up. "What?" she read, and her voice shook. "Wilkins, Wynne, Zebulon. Oh, Melly, he's not on it. He's not on it. Oh, for God's sake, Auntie. Melly, pick up the salts. Hold her up, Melly." Melly, weeping openly with happiness, steadied Miss Pitty's rolling head and held the smelling salts under her nose. Scarlet braced the fat old lady on the other side, her heart singing with joy. Ashley was alive. He wasn't even wounded. How good God was to pass him by. How... She heard a low moan, and, turning, saw Fanny Elsing lay her head on her mother's bosom, saw the casualty list flutter to the floor of the carriage, saw Mrs. Elsing's thin lips quiver as she gathered her daughter in her arms and said quietly to the coachman, "Home, quickly." Scarlet took a quick glance at the lists. Hugh Elsing was not listed. Fanny must have had a beau, and now he was dead. The crowd made way in sympathetic silence for the Elsings' carriage. And after them followed the little wicker pony cart of the McClure girls. Miss Faith was driving, her face like a rock, and for once her teeth were covered by her lips. Miss Hope, death in her face, sat erect beside her, holding her sister's skirt in a tight grasp. They looked like very old women. Their young brother Dallas was their darling, and the only relative the maiden ladies had in the world. Dallas was gone. "Melly! Melly!" cried Maybelle, joy in her voice. "Renee is safe! And Ashley, too! Oh, thank God!" The shawl had slipped from her shoulders, and her condition was most obvious, but for once neither she nor Mrs. Merriweather cared. "Oh, Mrs. Meade! Renee—" Her voice changed swiftly. "Melly, look. Mrs. Meade, please. Darcy isn't—" Mrs. Meade was looking down into her lap, and she did not raise her head when her name was called. But the face of little Phil beside her was an open book that all might read. There, Mother," he said helplessly. Mrs. Meade looked up, meeting Melanie's eyes. "You won't need those boots now," she said. "Oh, darling," cried Melly, beginning to sob, as she shoved Aunt Pitty onto Scarlet's shoulder and scrambled out of the carriage and toward that of the doctor's wife. "Mother, you've still got me," said Phil, in a forlorn effort at comforting the white-faced woman beside him. "And if you'll just let me, I'll go kill all the Mrs. Meade clutched his arm as if she would never let it go and said, "No," in a strangled voice, and seemed to choke. "Phil Meade, you hush your mouth," hissed Melanie, climbing in beside Mrs. Meade and taking her in her arms. "Do you think it'll help your mother to have you off getting shot, too? I never heard anything so silly. Drive us home, quick." She turned to Scarlet as Phil picked up the reins. "As soon as you take Auntie home, come over to Mrs. Meade's. Captain Butler, can you get word to the doctor? He's at the hospital." The carriage moved off through the dispersing crowd. Some of the women were weeping with joy, but most looked too stunned to realize the heavy blows that had fallen upon them. Scarlet bent her head over the blurred lists, reading rapidly, to find names of friends. Now that Ashley was safe, she could think of other people. Oh, how long the list was! How heavy the toll from Atlanta, from all of Georgia! Good heavens! Calvert, Rayford, Lieutenant. Rafe! Suddenly she remembered the day so long ago, when they had run away together but decided to come home at nightfall because they were hungry and afraid of the dark. Fontaine, Joseph K., Private. Little bad-tempered Joe. And Sally hardly over having her baby. Monroe, Lafayette, Captain. And Leif had been engaged to Kathleen Calvert. Poor Kathleen. Hers had been a double loss, a brother and a sweetheart. But Sally's loss was greater, a brother and a husband. Oh, this was too terrible. She was almost afraid to read further. Aunt Pitty was heaving and sighing on her shoulder, and with small ceremony, Scarlet pushed her over into a corner of the carriage and continued her reading. Surely, there couldn't be 3 Tarleton names on that list. Perhaps the hurried printer had repeated the name by error. But no, there they were. Tarleton, Brenton, Lieutenant. Tarleton, Stewart, Corporal. Tarleton, Thomas, Private. And Boyd, dead the first year of the war, was buried God knew where in Virginia. All the Tarleton boys gone. Tom and the lazy, long-legged twins with their love of gossip and their absurd practical jokes, and Boyd who had the grace of a dancing master and the tongue of a wasp. She could not read any more. She could not know if any other of those boys with whom she had grown up, danced, flirted, kissed, were on that list. She wished that she could cry, do something to ease the iron fingers that were digging into her throat. "I'm sorry, Scarlet," said Rhett. She looked up at him. She had forgotten he was still there. "Many of your friends?" She nodded and struggled to speak. "About every family in the county, and all 3 of the Tarleton boys." His face was quiet, almost somber, and there was no mockery in his eyes. "And the end is not yet," he said. "These are just the first lists, and they're incomplete. There'll be a longer list tomorrow." He lowered his voice so that those in the nearby carriages could not hear. "Scarlet, General Lee must have lost the battle. I heard at headquarters that he had retreated back into Maryland." She raised frightened eyes to his, but her fear did not spring from Lee's defeat. Longer casualty lists tomorrow. Tomorrow. She had not thought of tomorrow. So happy was she at first that Ashley's name was not on that list. Tomorrow. Why, right this minute he might be dead and she would not know it until tomorrow, or perhaps even a week from tomorrow. Oh, Rhett, why do there have to be wars? It would have been so much better for the Yankees to pay for the darkies, or even for us to give them the darkies free of charge, than to have this happen. It isn't the darkies, Scarlet. They're just the excuse. There'll always be wars because men love wars. Women don't. But men do. Yea, passing the love of women. His mouth twisted in his old smile, and the seriousness was gone from his face. He lifted his wide Panama hat. "Goodbye. I'm going to find Dr. Meade. I imagine the irony of me being the one to tell him of his son's death will be lost on him just now. But later, he'll probably hate to think that a speculator brought the news of a hero's death." Scarlet put Miss Pitty to bed with a toddy, left Prissy and Cookie in attendance, and went down the street to the Meade house. Mrs. Meade was upstairs with Phil, waiting her husband's return, and Melanie sat in the parlor, talking in a low voice to a group of sympathetic neighbors. She was busy with needle and scissors, altering a morning dress that Mrs. Elsing had lent to Mrs. Meade. Already the house was full of the acrid smell of clothes boiling in homemade black dye, for in the kitchen the sobbing cook was stirring all of Mrs. Meade's dresses in a huge wash-pot. "How is she?" questioned Scarlet softly. "Not a tear," said Melanie. "It's terrible when women can't cry. I don't know how men stand things without crying. I guess it's because they're stronger and braver than women. She says she's going to Pennsylvania by herself to bring him home. The doctor can't leave the hospital. It will be dreadful for her. Why can't Phil go? She's afraid he'll join the army if he gets out of her sight. You know, he's so big for his age, and they're taking them at 16 now. One by one, the neighbors slipped away, reluctant to be present when the doctor came home, and Scarlett and Melanie were left alone, sewing in the parlor. He looked sad but tranquil, though tears dropped down on the cloth she held in her hands. Evidently, she had not thought that the battle might still be going on, and Ashley perhaps dead at this very moment. With panic in her heart, Scarlett did not know whether to tell Melanie of Rhett's words and have the dubious comfort of her misery, or keep it to herself. Finally, she decided to remain quiet. It would never do for Melanie to think her too worried about Ashley. She thanked God that everyone, Mellie and Pitty included, had been too engrossed in her own worries that morning to notice her conduct. After an interval of silent sewing, they heard sounds outside, and peering through the curtains, they saw Dr. Meade alighting from his horse. His shoulders were sagging and his head bowed until his gray beard spread out fan-like on his chest. He came slowly into the house and, laying down his hat and bag, kissed both the girls silently. Then he went tiredly up the stairs. In a moment Phil came down, all long legs and arms and awkwardness. The two girls looked an invitation to join them. But he went onto the front porch and, seating himself on the top step, dropped his head on his cupped palm. Millie sighed. He's mad because they won't let him go fight the Yankees. 15 years old. Oh, Scarlett, it would be heaven to have a son like that. And have him get killed? Said Scarlett shortly, thinking of Darcy. It would be better to have a son, even if he did get killed, than to never have one, said Melanie, and gulped. You can't understand, Scarlett, because you've got little Wade, but Oh, Scarlett, I want a baby so bad. I know you think I'm horrid to say it right out, but it's true, and only what every woman wants, and you know it. Scarlett restrained herself from sniffing. If God should will that Ashley should be taken, I suppose I could bear it, though I'd rather die if he died. But God would give me strength to bear it. But I could not bear having him dead and not having a child of his to comfort me. Oh, Scarlett, how lucky you are. Though you lost Charlie, you have his son. And if Ashley goes, I'll have nothing. Scarlett, forgive me. But sometimes I've been so jealous of you. Jealous? Of me? Cried Scarlett, stricken with guilt. Because you have a son and I haven't. I've even pretended sometimes that Wade was mine because it's so awful not to have a child. Fiddle-dee-dee, said Scarlett in relief. She cast a quick glance at the slight figure with blushing face bent over the sewing. Melanie might want children, but she certainly did not have the figure for bearing them. She was hardly taller than a 12-year-old child. Her hips were as narrow as a child's, and her breasts were very flat. The very thought of Melanie having a child was repellent to Scarlett. It brought up too many thoughts she couldn't bear thinking. If Melanie should have a child of Ashley's, it would be as though something were taken from Scarlett that was her own. Do forgive me for saying that about Wade. You know I love him so. You aren't mad at me, are you? Don't be silly, said Scarlett shortly. And go out on the porch and do something for Phil. Chapter 15. The army, driven back into Virginia, went into winter quarters on the Rapidan, a tired, depleted army since the defeat at Gettysburg. And as the Christmas season approached, Ashley came home on furlough. Scarlett, seeing him for the first time in more than 2 years, was frightened by the violence of her feelings. When she had stood in the parlor at 12 Oaks and seen him married to Melanie, She had thought she could never love him with a more heart-breaking intensity than she did at that moment. But now, she knew her feelings of that long-past night were those of a spoiled child thwarted of a toy. Now, her emotions were sharpened by her long dreams of him, heightened by the repression she had been forced to put on her tongue. This Ashley Wilkes, in his faded, patched uniform, his blonde hair bleached tow by summer suns, was a different man from the easygoing, drowsy-eyed boy she had loved to desperation before the war. And he was 1,000 times more thrilling. He was bronzed and lean now, where he had once been fair and slender, and the long golden mustache drooping about his mouth, cavalry style, was the last touch needed to make him the perfect picture of a soldier. He stood with military straightness in his old uniform, his pistol in its worn holster, his battered scabbard smartly slapping his high boots, his tarnished spurs dully gleaming. Major Ashley Wilkes, C.S.A. The habit of command sat upon him now, a quiet air of self-reliance and authority, and grim lines were beginning to emerge about his mouth. There was something new and strange about the square set of his shoulders, and the cool, bright gleam of his eyes. Where he had once been lounging and indolent, he was now as alert as a prowling cat, with the tense alertness of one whose nerves are perpetually drawn as tight as the strings of a violin. In his eyes there was a fagged, haunted look, and the sunburned skin was tight across the fine bones of his face. Her same handsome Ashley, yet so very different. Scarlett had made her plans to spend Christmas at Tara, but after Ashley's telegram came, no power on earth, not even a direct command from the disappointed Ellen, could drag her away from Atlanta. Had Ashley intended going to 12 Oaks, she would have hastened to Tara to be near him. But he had written his family to join him in Atlanta, and Mr. Wilkes and Honey and India were already in town. Go home to Tara and miss seeing him after 2 long years? Miss the heart-quickening sound of his voice? Miss reading in his eyes that he had not forgotten her? Never. Not for all the mothers in the world. Ashley came home 4 days before Christmas, with a group of the county boys also on furlough, a sadly diminished group since Gettysburg. Cade Calvert was among them, a thin, gaunt Cade who coughed continually, 2 of the Monroe boys, bubbling with the excitement of their first leave since 1861, and Alex and Tony Fontaine, splendidly drunk, boisterous, and quarrelsome. The group had 2 hours to wait between trains, and as it was taxing the diplomacy of the sober members of the party to keep the Fontaines from fighting each other and perfect strangers in the depot, Ashley brought them all home to Aunt Pittypat's. "You'd think they had enough fighting in Virginia," said Cade bitterly, as he watched the 2 bristle like gamecocks over who should be the first to kiss the fluttering and flattered Aunt Pitty. "But no, they've been drunk and picking fights ever since we got to Richmond. The Provost Guard took them up there, and if it hadn't been for Ashley's slick tongue, they'd have spent Christmas in jail." But Scarlett hardly heard a word he said, so enraptured was she at being in the same room with Ashley again. How could she have thought during these 2 years that other men were nice or handsome or exciting? How could she have even endured hearing them make love to her when Ashley was in the world? He was home again, separated from her only by the width of the parlor rug, and it took all her strength not to dissolve in happy tears every time she looked at him sitting there on the sofa, with Melly on one side and India on the other, and Honey hanging over his shoulder. If only she had the right to sit there beside him, her arm through his. If only she could pat his sleeve every few minutes to make sure he was really there, hold his hand, and use his handkerchief to wipe away her tears of joy. For Melanie was doing all these things unashamedly. Too happy to be shy and reserved, she hung on her husband's arm and adored him openly with her eyes, with her smiles, her tears. And Scarlett was too happy to resent this, too glad to be jealous. Ashley was home at last. Now and then she put her hand up to her cheek where he had kissed her, and felt again the thrill of his lips and smiled at him. He had not kissed her first, of course, had hurled herself into his arms, crying incoherently, holding him as though she would never let him go. And then India and Honey had hugged him, fairly tearing him from Melanie's arms. Then he had kissed his father, with a dignified, affectionate embrace that showed the strong, quiet feeling that lay between them. And then Aunt Pitty, who was jumping up and down on her inadequate little feet with excitement. Finally, he turned to her, surrounded by all the boys who were claiming their kisses, and said, "Oh, Scarlet, you pretty, pretty thing," and kissed her on the cheek. With that kiss, everything she had intended to say in welcome took wings. Not until hours later did she recall that he had not kissed her on the lips. Then she wondered feverishly if he would have done it had she met him alone, bending his tall body over hers, pulling her up on tiptoe, holding her for a long, long time. And because it made her happy to think so, she believed that he would. But there would be time for all things. A whole week. Surely she could maneuver to get him alone and say, "Do you remember those rides we used to take down our secret bridle paths? Do you remember how the moon looked that night when we sat on the steps at Tara and you quoted that poem? Good heavens, what was the name of that poem anyway? Do you remember that afternoon when I sprained my ankle and you carried me home in your arms in the twilight?" Oh, there were so many things she would preface with, "Do you remember?" So many dear memories that would bring back to him those lovely days when they roamed the county like carefree children, so many things that would call to mind the days before Melanie Hamilton entered on the scene. And while they talked, she could perhaps read in his eyes some quickening of emotion, some hint that behind the barrier of husbandly affection for Melanie, he still cared as passionately as on that day of the barbecue when he burst forth with the truth. It didn't occur to her to plan just what they would do if Ashley should declare his love for her in unmistakable words. It would be enough to know that he did care. Yes, she could wait. Could let Melanie have her happy hour of squeezing his arm and crying. Her time would come. After all, what did a girl like Melanie know of love? "Darling, you look like a ragamuffin," said Melanie when the first excitement of homecoming was over. "Who did mend your uniform, and why did they use blue patches?" "I thought I looked perfectly dashing," said Ashley, considering his appearance. "Just compare me with those ragtags over there, and you'll appreciate me more. Mose mended the uniform, and I thought he did very well, considering that he'd never had a needle in his hand before the war. About the blue cloth, when it comes to a choice between having holes in your breeches or patching them with pieces of a captured Yankee uniform, well, there just isn't any choice. And as for looking like a ragamuffin, you should thank your stars your husband didn't come home barefooted. Last week my old boots wore completely out, and I would have come home with sacks tied on my feet if we hadn't had the good luck to shoot 2 Yankee scouts. The boots of one of them fitted me perfectly." He stretched out his long legs in their scarred high boots for them to admire. "And the boots of the other scout didn't fit me," said Cade. "They're 2 sizes too small, and they're killing me this minute. But I'm going home in style just the same." "And the selfish swine won't give them to either of us," said Tony. "And they'd fit our small, aristocratic Fontaine feet perfectly. Hells of fire, I'm ashamed to face Mother in these brogans. Before the war, she wouldn't have let one of our darkies wear them." "Don't worry," said Alex, eyeing Cade's boots. "We'll take them off of him on the train going home. I don't mind facing Mother, but I don't intend for Dimity Monroe to see my toes sticking out." "Why, they're my boots. I claimed them first," said Tony, beginning to scowl at his brother. And Melanie, fluttering with fear at the possibility of one of the famous Fontaine quarrels, interposed and made peace. "I had a full beard to show you girls," said Ashley, ruefully rubbing his face where half-healed razor nicks still showed. It was a beautiful beard, and if I do say it myself, neither Jeb Stuart nor Nathan Bedford Forrest had a handsomer one. But when we got to Richmond, those two scoundrels, indicating the Fontaines, decided that as they were shaving their beards, mine should come off too. They got me down and shaved me, and it's a wonder my hair didn't come off along with the beard. It was only by the intervention of Evan and Cade that my mustache was saved. Snakes, Mrs. Wilkes, you ought to thank me. You'd never have recognized him and wouldn't have let him in the door, said Alex. We did it to show our appreciation of his talking the provost guard out of putting us in jail. If you say the word, we'll take the mustache off for you, right now. Oh, no, thank you, said Melanie hastily, clutching Ashley in a frightened way, for the two swarthy little men looked capable of any violence. I think it's perfectly lovely. That's love, said the Fontaines, nodding gravely at each other. When Ashley went into the cold to see the boys off to the depot in Aunt Pitty's carriage, Melanie caught Scarlett's arm. Isn't his uniform dreadful? Won't my coat be a surprise? Oh, if I only had enough cloth for breeches, too. The coat for Ashley was a sore subject with Scarlett, for she wished so ardently that she and not Melanie were bestowing it as a Christmas gift. Gray wool for uniforms was now almost literally more priceless than rubies, and Ashley was wearing the familiar homespun. Even butternut was now none too plentiful, and many of the soldiers were dressed in captured Yankee uniforms which had been turned to dark brown color with walnut shell dye. But Melanie, by rare luck, had come into possession of enough gray broadcloth to make a coat. A rather short coat, but a coat just the same. She had nursed a Charleston boy in the hospital, and when he died, had clipped a lock of his hair and sent it to his mother, along with the scant contents of his pockets, and a comforting account of his last hours which made no mention of the torment in which he died. A correspondence had sprung up between them, and learning that Melanie had a husband at the front, the mother had sent her the length of gray cloth and brass buttons which she had bought for her dead son. It was a beautiful piece of material, thick and warm with a dull sheen to it, undoubtedly blockade goods, and undoubtedly very expensive. It was now in the hands of the tailor, and Melanie was hurrying him to have it ready by Christmas morning. Scarlett would have given anything to be able to provide the rest of the uniform, but the necessary materials were simply not to be had in Atlanta. She had a Christmas present for Ashley, but it paled in insignificance beside the glory of Melanie's gray coat. It was a small housewife made of flannel, containing the whole precious pack of needles Rhett had brought her from Nassau, 3 of her linen handkerchiefs, obtained from the same source, 2 spools of thread, and a small pair of scissors. But she wanted to give him something more personal, something a wife could give a husband, a shirt, a pair of gauntlets, a hat. Oh, yes, a hat by all means. That little flat-topped forage cap Ashley was wearing looked ridiculous. Scarlett had always hated them. What if Stonewall Jackson had worn one in preference to a slouch felt? That didn't make them any more dignified-looking. But the only hats obtainable in Atlanta were crudely made wool hats, and they were tackier than the monkey hat forage caps. When she thought of hats, she thought of Rhett Butler. He had so many hats, wide Panamas for summer, tall beavers for formal occasions, hunting hats, slouch hats of tan and black and blue. What need had he for so many when her darling Ashley rode in the rain with moisture dripping down his collar from the back of his cap? I'll make Rhett give me that new black felt of his, she decided. And I'll put a gray ribbon around the brim, and sew Ashley's wreath on it, and it will look lovely. She paused, and thought it might be difficult to get the hat without some explanation. She simply couldn't tell Rhett she wanted it for Ashley. He would raise his brows in that nasty way he always had when she even mentioned Ashley's name, and like as not, would refuse to give her the hat. Well, she'd make up some pitiful story about a soldier in the hospital who needed it, and Rhett need never know the truth. All that afternoon, she maneuvered to be alone with Ashley, even for a few minutes. But Melanie was beside him constantly, and India and Honey, their pale, lashless eyes glowing, followed him about the house. Even John Wilkes, visibly proud of his son, had no opportunity for quiet conversation with him. It was the same at supper, where they all plied him with questions about the war. The war! Who cared about the war? Scarlett didn't think Ashley cared very much for that subject either. He talked at length, laughed frequently, and dominated the conversation more completely than she had ever seen him do before. But he seemed to say very little. He told them jokes and funny stories about friends, talked gaily about makeshifts, making light of hunger and long marches in the rain, and described in detail how General Lee had looked when he rode by on the retreat from Gettysburg and questioned, "Gentlemen, are you Georgia troops? Well, we can't get along without you Georgians." It seemed to Scarlett that he was talking feverishly to keep them from asking questions he didn't want to answer. When she saw his eyes falter and drop before the long, troubled gaze of his father, a faint worry and bewilderment rose in her as to what was hidden in Ashley's heart. But it soon passed, for there was no room in her mind for anything except a radiant happiness and a driving desire to be alone with him. That radiance lasted until everyone in the circle about the open fire began to yawn, and Mr. Wilkes and the girls took their departure for the hotel. Then, as Ashley and Melanie and Pitty-Pat and Scarlett mounted the stairs, lighted by Uncle Peter, a chill fell on her spirit. Until that moment when they stood in the upstairs hall, Ashley had been hers, only hers, even if she had not had a private word with him that whole afternoon. But now, as she said good night, she saw that Melanie's cheeks were suddenly crimson, and she was trembling. Her eyes were on the carpet, and, though she seemed overcome with some frightening emotion, she seemed shyly happy. Melanie didn't even look up when Ashley opened the bedroom door, but sped inside. Ashley said good night abruptly, and he didn't meet Scarlett's eyes either. The door closed behind them, leaving Scarlett open-mouthed and suddenly desolate. Ashley was no longer hers. He was Melanie's. And as long as Melanie lived, she could go into rooms with Ashley and close the door, and close out the rest of the world. Now Ashley was going away, back to Virginia, back to the long marches in the sleet, to hungry bivouacs in the snow, to pain and hardship, and to the risk of all the bright beauty of his golden head and proud slender body being blotted out in an instant, like an ant beneath a careless heel. The past week, with its shimmering, dream-like beauty, its crowded hours of happiness, was gone. The week had passed swiftly, like a dream fragrant with the smell of pine boughs and Christmas trees, bright with little candles and homemade tinsel, a dream where minutes flew as rapidly as heartbeats. Such a breathless week when something within her drove Scarlett, with mingled pain and pleasure, to pack and cram every minute with incidents to remember after he was gone. Happenings which she could examine at leisure in the long months ahead, extracting every morsel of comfort from them. Dance, sing, laugh, fetch and carry for Ashley, anticipate his wants, smile when he smiles, be silent when he talks, follow him with your eyes so that each line of his erect body, each lift of his eyebrows, each quirk of his mouth will be indelibly printed on your mind. For a week goes by so fast, and the war goes on forever. She sat on the divan in the parlor, holding her going-away gift for him in her lap, waiting while he said goodbye to Melanie, praying that when he did come down the stairs he would be alone and she might be granted by heaven a few moments alone with him. Her ears strained for sounds from upstairs, but the house was oddly still, so still that even the sound of her breathing seemed loud. Aunt Pittypat was crying into her pillows in her room, for Ashley had told her goodbye half an hour before. No sounds of murmuring voices or of tears came from behind the closed door of Melanie's bedroom. It seemed to Scarlett that he had been in that room for hours, and she resented bitterly each moment that he stayed, saying goodbye to his wife, for the moments were slipping by so fast, and his time was so short. She thought of all the things she had intended to say to him during this week, but there had been no opportunity to say them, and she knew now that perhaps she would never have the chance to say them. Such foolish little things, some of them. Ashley, you will be careful, won't you? Please don't get your feet wet. You take cold so easily. Don't forget to put a newspaper across your chest under your shirt. It keeps out the wind so well. But there were other things, more important things, she had wanted to say. Much more important things she had wanted to hear him say. Things she had wanted to read in his eyes, even if he didn't speak them. So many things to say, and now there was no time. Even the few minutes that remained might be snatched away from her if Melanie followed him to the door, to the carriage block. Why hadn't she made the opportunity during this last week? But always, Melanie was at his side, her eyes caressing him adoringly. Always friends and neighbors and relatives were in the house, and from morning till night, Ashley was never alone. Then at night the door of the bedroom closed, and he was alone with Melanie. Never once during these last days had he betrayed to Scarlett by one look, one word, anything but the affection a brother might show a sister, or a friend, a lifelong friend. She could not let him go away, perhaps forever, without knowing whether he still loved her. Then, even if he died, she could nurse the warm comfort of his secret love to the end of her days. After what seemed an eternity of waiting, she heard the sound of his boots in the bedroom above, and the door opening and closing. She heard him coming down the steps. Alone! Thank God for that. Melanie must be too overcome by the grief of parting to leave her room. Now she would have him for herself for a few precious minutes. He came down the steps slowly, his spurs clinking, and she could hear the faint slap-slap of his saber against his high boots. When he came into the parlor, his eyes were somber. He was trying to smile, but his face was as white and drawn as a man bleeding from an internal wound. She rose as he entered, thinking with proprietary pride that he was the handsomest soldier she had ever seen. His long holster and belt glistened, and his silver spurs and scabbard gleamed from the industrious polishing Uncle Peter had given them. His new coat did not fit very well, for the tailor had been hurried, and some of the seams were awry. The bright new sheen of the gray coat was sadly at variance with the worn and patched butternut trousers and the scarred boots. But if he had been clothed in silver armor, he could not have looked more the shining knight to her. "Ashley," she begged abruptly, "may I go to the train with you?" "Please don't. Father and the girls will be there. And anyway, I'd rather remember you saying goodbye to me here than shivering at the depot. There's so much to memories." Instantly she abandoned her plan. If India and Honey, who disliked her so much, were to be present at the leave-taking, she would have no chance for a private word. "Then I won't go," she said. "See, Ashley, I've another present for you." A little shy, now that the time had come to give it to him, she unrolled the package. It was a long yellow sash made of thick China silk and edged with heavy fringe. Rhett Butler had brought her a yellow shawl from Havana several months before, a shawl gaudily embroidered with birds and flowers in magenta and blue. During this last week, she had patiently picked out all the embroidery and cut up the square of silk and stitched it into a sash length. "Scarlett, it's beautiful. Did you make it yourself? Then I'll value it all the more. Put it on me, my dear. The boys will be green with envy when they see me in the glory of my new coat and sash." She wrapped the bright lengths about his slender waist, above his belt, and tied the ends in a lover's knot. Melanie might have given him his new coat, but this sash was her gift, her own secret guerdon for him to wear into battle, something that would make him remember her every time he looked at it. She stood back and viewed him with pride, thinking that even Jeb Stuart, with his flaunting sash and plume, could not look so dashing as her cavalier. "It's beautiful," he repeated, fingering the fringe. "But I know you've cut up a dress or a shawl to make it. You shouldn't have done it, Scarlett. Pretty things are too hard to get these days." "Oh, Ashley, She had started to say, "I'd cut up my heart for you to wear if you wanted it." But she finished, "I'd do anything for you." "Would you?" he questioned, and some of the somberness lifted from his face. "Then there's something you can do for me, Scarlett. Something that will make my mind easier when I'm away." "What is it?" she asked joyfully, ready to promise prodigies. "Scarlett, will you look after Melanie for me?" "Look after Mellie?" Her heart sank with bitter disappointment. So this was his last request of her, when she so yearned to promise something beautiful, something spectacular. And then anger flared. This moment was her moment with Ashley, hers alone. And yet, though Melanie was absent, her pale shadow lay between them. How could he bring up her name in their moment of farewell? How could he ask such a thing of her? He didn't notice the disappointment on her face. As of old, his eyes were looking through her and beyond her at something else, not seeing her at all. Yes, keep an eye on her. Take care of her. She's so frail and she doesn't realize it. She'll wear herself out nursing and sewing, and she's so gentle and timid. Except for Aunt Pittypat and Uncle Henry and you, she hasn't a close relative in the world, except the Burrs in Macon, and they're third cousins. And Aunt Pitty, Scarlett, you know she's like a child, and Uncle Henry is an old man. Mellie loves you so much, not just because you were Charlie's wife, but because you're you, and she loves you like a sister. Scarlett, I have nightmares when I think what might happen to her if I were killed, and she had no one to turn to. Will you promise?" She did not even hear his last request, so terrified was she by those ill-omened words, "if I were killed." Every day she had read the casualty lists, read them with her heart in her throat, knowing that the world would end if anything should happen to him. But always she had an inner feeling that even if the Confederate army were entirely wiped out, Ashley would be spared. And now he had spoken the frightful words. Goosebumps came out all over her, and fear swamped her. A superstitious fear she could not combat with reason. She was Irish enough to believe in second sight, especially where death premonitions were concerned. And in his wide gray eyes she saw some deep sadness, which she could only interpret as that of a man who has felt the cold finger on his shoulder, has heard the wail of the banshee. "You mustn't say it. You mustn't even think it. It's bad luck to speak of death. Oh, say a prayer, quickly!" "You say it for me, and light some candles, too," he said, smiling at the frightened urgency in her voice. But she could not answer. So stricken was she by the pictures her mind was drawing. Ashley lying dead in the snows of Virginia, so far away from her. He went on speaking, and there was a quality in his voice, a sadness, a resignation, that increased her fear until every vestige of anger and disappointment was blotted out. "I am asking you for this reason, Scarlett. I cannot tell what will happen to me, or what will happen to any of us. But when the end comes, I shall be far away from here, even if I am alive, Too far away to look out for Melanie. The end? The end of the war. And the end of the world. But Ashley, surely you can't think the Yankees will beat us. All this week you've talked about how strong General Lee... All this week I've talked lies. Like all men talk when they're on furlough. Why should I frighten Melanie and Aunt Pitty before there's any need for them to be frightened? Yes, Scarlett, I think the Yankees have us. Gettysburg was the beginning of the end. The people back home don't know it yet. They can't realize how things stand with us, but... Scarlett, some of my men are barefooted now, and the snow is deep in Virginia. And when I see their poor frozen feet, wrapped in rags and old sacks, and see the blood prints they leave in the snow, and I know that I've got a whole pair of boots, well, I feel like I should give mine away and be barefooted too. Oh, Ashley, promise me you won't give them away. When I see things like that and then look at the Yankees, then I see the end of everything. Why, Scarlett, the Yankees are buying soldiers from Europe by the thousands. Most of the prisoners we've taken recently can't even speak English. They're Germans and Poles and wild Irishmen who talk Gaelic. But when we lose a man, he can't be replaced. When our shoes wear out, there are no more shoes. We're bottled up, Scarlett, and we can't fight the whole world. She thought wildly. Let the whole Confederacy crumble in the dust. Let the world end, but you must not die. I couldn't live if you were dead. I hope you will not repeat what I have said, Scarlett. I do not want to alarm the others. And, my dear, I would not have alarmed you by saying these things were it not that I had to explain why I asked you to look after Melanie. She's so frail and weak, and you're so strong, Scarlett. It will be a comfort to me to know that you two are together if anything happens to me. You will promise, won't you? Oh, yes, she cried. For at that moment, seeing death at his elbow, she would have promised anything. Ashley, Ashley, I can't let you go away. I simply can't be brave about it. You must be brave, he said. And his voice changed subtly. It was resonant, deeper, and his words fell swiftly as though hurried with some inner urgency. You must be brave, for how else can I stand it? Her eyes sought his face quickly and with joy, wondering if he meant that leaving her was breaking his heart, even as it was breaking hers. His face was as drawn as when he came down from bidding Melanie goodbye, but she could read nothing in his eyes. He leaned down, took her face in his hands, and kissed her lightly on the forehead. Scarlett, Scarlett, you are so fine and strong and good, so beautiful. Not just your sweet face, my dear, but all of you, your body and your mind and your soul. Oh, Ashley, she whispered happily, thrilling at his words and his touch on her face. Nobody else but you ever. I like to think that perhaps I know you better than most people, and that I can see beautiful things buried deep in you that others are too careless and too hurried to notice. He stopped speaking, and his hands dropped from her face, but his eyes still clung to her eyes. She waited a moment, breathless for him to continue, a tiptoe to hear him say the magic 3 words. But they did not come. She searched his face frantically, her lips quivering, for she saw he had finished speaking. This second blighting of her hopes was more than heart could bear, and she cried, "Oh!" in a childish whisper, and sat down, tears stinging her eyes. Then she heard an ominous sound in the driveway, outside the window, a sound that brought home to her even more sharply the imminence of Ashley's departure. A pagan, hearing the lapping of the waters around Karen's boat, could not have felt more desolate. Uncle Peter, muffled in a quilt, was bringing out the carriage to take Ashley to the train. Ashley said, "Goodbye," very softly. Caught up from the table the wide felt hat she had inveigled from Rhett, and walked into the dark front hall, his hand on the doorknob. He turned and looked at her, a long, desperate look, as if he wanted to carry away with him every detail of her face and figure. Through a blinding mist of tears she saw his face, and with a strangling pain in her throat she knew that he was going away, away from her care, away from the safe haven of this house, out of her life, perhaps forever, without having spoken the words she so yearned to hear. Time was going by like a mill race, and now it was too late. She ran, stumbling across the parlor and into the hall, and clutched the ends of his sash. "Kiss me," she whispered. "Kiss me goodbye." His arms went around her gently, and he bent his head to her face. At the first touch of his lips on hers, her arms were about his neck in a strangling grip. For a fleeting, immeasurable instant, he pressed her body close to his. Then she felt a sudden tensing of all his muscles. Swiftly, he dropped the hat to the floor and, reaching up, detached her arms from his neck. "No, Scarlett, no," he said in a low voice, holding her crossed wrists in a grip that hurt. "I love you," she said, choking. "I've always loved you. I've never loved anybody else. I just married Charlie to try to hurt you. Oh, Ashley, I love you so much. I'd walk every step of the way to Virginia just to be near you. And I'd cook for you and polish your boots and groom your horse. Ashley, say you love me. I'll live on it for the rest of my life." He bent suddenly to retrieve his hat, and she had one glimpse of his face. It was the unhappiest face she was ever to see. A face from which all aloofness had fled. Written on it were his love for her, and joy that she loved him. But battling them both were shame and despair. "Goodbye," he said hoarsely. The door clicked open, and a gust of cold wind swept the house, fluttering the curtains. Scarlett shivered as she watched him run down the walk to the carriage, his saber glinting in the feeble winter sunlight, the fringe of his sash dancing jauntily. Chapter 16. January and February of 1864 passed, full of cold rains and wild winds, clouded by pervasive gloom and depression. In addition to the defeats at Gettysburg and Vicksburg, the center of the Southern line had caved. After hard fighting, nearly all of Tennessee was now held by the Union troops. But even with this loss on top of the others, the South's spirit was not broken. True, grim determination had taken the place of high-hearted hopes, but people could still find a silver lining in the cloud. For one thing, the Yankees had been stoutly repulsed in September when they had tried to follow up their victories in Tennessee by an advance into Georgia. Here in the northwesternmost corner of the state, at Chickamauga, serious fighting had occurred on Georgia soil for the first time since the war began. The Yankees had taken Chattanooga and then had marched through the mountain passes into Georgia. But they had been driven back with heavy losses. Atlanta and its railroads had played a big part in making Chickamauga a great victory for the South. Over the railroads that led down from Virginia to Atlanta and then northward to Tennessee, General Longstreet's corps had been rushed to the scene of the battle. Along the entire route of several hundred miles, the tracks had been cleared and all the available rolling stock in the southeast had been assembled for the movement. Atlanta had watched while train after train rolled through the town, hour after hour, passenger coaches, box cars, flat cars filled with shouting men. They had come home without food or sleep, without their horses, ambulances, or supply trains, and without waiting for the rest, they had leaped from the trains and into the battle. and the Yankees had been driven out of Georgia back into Tennessee. It was the greatest feat of the war, and Atlanta took pride and personal satisfaction in the thought that its railroads had made the victory possible. But the South had needed the cheering news from Chickamauga to strengthen its morale through the winter. No one denied now that the Yankees were good fighters, and at last they had good generals. Grant was a butcher who didn't care how many men he slaughtered for a victory, but victory he would have. Sheridan was a name to bring dread to Southern hearts. And then, there was a man named Sherman who was being mentioned more and more often. He had risen to prominence in the campaigns in Tennessee and the West, and his reputation as a determined and ruthless fighter was growing. None of them, of course, compared with General Lee. Faith in the general and the army was still strong. Confidence in ultimate victory never wavered. But the war was dragging out so long. There were so many dead, so many wounded and maimed for life, so many widowed, so many orphaned. And there was still a long, hard struggle ahead, which meant more dead, more wounded, more widows, and orphans. To make matters worse, a vague distrust of those in high places had begun to creep over the civilian population. Many newspapers were outspoken in their denunciation of President Davis himself and the manner in which he prosecuted the war. There were dissensions within the Confederate cabinet, disagreements between President Davis and his generals. The currency was falling rapidly. Shoes and clothing for the army were scarce. Ordnance supplies and drugs were scarcer. The railroads needed new cars to take the place of the old ones, and new iron rails to replace those torn up by the Yankees. The generals in the field were crying out for fresh troops, and there were fewer and fewer fresh troops to be had. Worst of all, some of the state governors, Governor Brown of Georgia among them, were refusing to send state militia troops and arms out of their borders. There were thousands of able-bodied men in the state troops for whom the army was frantic, but the government pleaded for them in vain. With the new fall of currency, prices soared again. Beef, pork, and butter cost $35 a pound. Flour, $1,400 a barrel. Soda, $100 a pound. Tea, $500 a pound. Warm clothing, when it was obtainable at all, had risen to such prohibitive prices that Atlanta ladies were lining their old dresses with rags and reinforcing them with newspapers to keep out the wind. Shoes cost from $200 to $800 a pair, depending on whether they were made of cardboard or real leather. Ladies now wore gaiters made. The truth was that the North was holding the South in a virtual state of siege, though many did not yet realize it. The Yankee gunboats had tightened the mesh at the ports, and very few ships were now able to slip past the blockade. The South had always lived by selling cotton and buying the things it didn't produce. But now it could neither sell nor buy. Gerald O'Hara had 3 years' crops of cotton stored under the shed near the gin house at Tara, but little good it did him. In Liverpool it would bring $150,000, but there was no hope of getting it to Liverpool. Gerald had changed from a wealthy man to a man who was wondering how he would feed his family and his Negroes through the winter. Throughout the South, most of the cotton planters were in the same fix. With the blockade closing tighter and tighter, there was no way to get the South's money crop to its market in England. No way to bring in the necessaries which cotton money had brought in years gone by. And the agricultural South, waging war with the industrial North, was needing so many things now, things it had never thought of buying in times of peace. It was a situation made to order for speculators and profiteers, and men were not lacking to take advantage of it. As food and clothing grew scarcer and prices rose higher and higher, the public outcry against the speculators grew louder and more venomous. In those early days of 1864, no newspaper could be opened that didn't carry scathing editorials denouncing the speculators as vultures and blood-sucking leeches, and calling upon the government to put them down with a hard hand. The government did its best, but the efforts came to nothing, for the government was harried by many things. Against no one was feeling more bitter than against Rhett Butler. He had sold his boats when blockading grew too hazardous, and he was now openly engaged in food speculation. The stories about him that came back to Atlanta from Richmond and Wilmington made those who had received him in other days writhe with shame. In spite of all these trials and tribulations, Atlanta's 10,000 population had grown to double that number during the war. Even the blockade had added to Atlanta's prestige. From time immemorial, the coast cities had dominated the South, commercially and otherwise. But now, with the ports closed and so many of the port cities captured or besieged, the South's salvation depended upon itself. The interior section was what counted if the South was going to win the war, and Atlanta was now the center of things. The people of the town were suffering hardship, privation, sickness, and death as severely as the rest of the Confederacy. But Atlanta, the city, had gained rather than lost as a result of the war. Atlanta, the heart of the Confederacy, was still beating full and strong, the railroads that were its arteries throbbing with a never-ending flow of men, munitions, and supplies. In other days, Scarlett would have been bitter about her shabby dresses and patched shoes, but now she didn't care, for the one person who mattered was not there to see her. She was happy those 2 months, happier than she had been in years. Had she not felt the start of Ashley's heart when her arms went round his neck, seen that despairing look on his face, which was more open an avowal than any words could be? He loved her. She was sure of that now, and this conviction was so pleasant. She could even be kinder to Melanie. She could be sorry for Melanie now, sorry with a faint contempt for her blindness, her stupidity. When the war is over, she thought. When it's over, then... Sometimes she thought with a small dart of fear, what then? But she put the thought from her mind. When the war was over, everything would be settled somehow. If Ashley loved her, he simply couldn't go on living with Melanie. But then divorce was unthinkable. And Ellen and Gerald, staunch Catholics that they were, would never permit her to marry a divorced man. It would mean leaving the church. Scarlett thought it over and decided that in a choice between the church and Ashley, she would choose Ashley. But, oh, it would make such a scandal. Divorced people were under the ban not only of the church but of society. No divorced person was received. However, she would dare even that for Ashley. She would sacrifice anything for Ashley. Somehow it would come out all right when the war was over. If Ashley loved her so much, he'd find a way. She'd make him find a way. And with every day that passed, she became more sure in her own mind of his devotion, more certain he would arrange matters satisfactorily when the Yankees were finally beaten. Of course, he had said the Yankees had them. Scarlett thought that was just foolishness. He had been tired and upset when he said it. But she hardly cared whether the Yankees won or not. The thing that mattered was for the war to finish quickly and for Ashley to come home. Then, when the sleets of March were keeping everyone indoors, the hideous blow fell. Melanie, her eyes shining with joy, her head ducked with embarrassed pride, told her she was going to have a baby. "Dr. Meade says it will be here in late August or September," she said. "I've thought, but I wasn't sure till today. Oh, Scarlett, isn't it wonderful? I've so envied you and Wade and so wanted a baby. And I was so afraid that maybe I wasn't ever going to have one, and, darling, I want a dozen." Scarlett had been combing her hair preparing for bed when Melanie spoke, and she stopped, the comb in mid-air. God, she said, and for a moment realization did not come. Then there suddenly leaped to her mind the closed door of Melanie's bedroom, and a knife-like pain went through her, a pain as fierce as though Ashley had been her own husband and he had been unfaithful to her. A baby, Ashley's baby. Oh, how could he, when he loved her and not Melanie? "I know you're surprised," Melanie rattled on breathlessly. "And isn't it too wonderful? Oh, Scarlett, I don't know how I shall ever write Ashley. It wouldn't be so embarrassing if I could tell him well, not say anything and just let him notice gradually, you know." "Dear God," said Scarlett, almost sobbing, as she dropped the comb and caught at the marble top of the dresser for support. "Darling, don't look like that. You know having a baby isn't so bad. You said so yourself. And you mustn't worry about me, though you are sweet to be so upset. Of course, Dr. Meade said I was... Melanie blushed. Quite narrow, but that perhaps I shouldn't have any trouble, and... Scarlett, did you write Charlie and tell him when you found out about Wade? Or did your mother do it, or maybe Mr. O'Hara? Oh, dear, if I only had a mother to do it. I just don't see how... Hush, said Scarlett violently. Hush! Oh, Scarlett, I'm so stupid. I'm so sorry. I guess all happy people are selfish. I forgot about Charlie just for the moment. Hush! Said Scarlett again, fighting to control her face and make her emotions quiet. Never, never must Melanie see or suspect how she felt. Melanie, the most tactful of women, had tears in her eyes at her own cruelty. How could she have brought back to Scarlett the terrible memories of Wade being born months after poor Charlie was dead? How could she have been so thoughtless? "Let me help you undress, dearest," she said humbly, "and I'll rub your head for you." "You leave me alone," said Scarlett, her face like a stone. And Melanie, bursting into tears of self-condemnation, fled from the room, leaving Scarlett to a tearless bed, with wounded pride, disillusionment, and jealousy for bedfellows. She thought that she couldn't live any longer in the same house with the woman who was carrying Ashley's child. Thought that she would go home to Tara, home, where she belonged. She didn't see how she could ever look at Melanie again and not have her secret read in her face. And she arose the next morning with a fixed intention of packing her trunk immediately after breakfast. But as they sat at the table, Scarlett silent and gloomy, Pitty bewildered, and Melanie miserable, a telegram came. It was to Melanie from Ashley's body servant, Mose. "I have looked everywhere, and I can't find him. Must I come home?" No one knew what it meant, but the eyes of the three women went to one another, wide with terror, and Scarlett forgot all thoughts of going home. Without finishing their breakfasts, they drove to town to telegraph Ashley's colonel. But even as they entered the office, there was a telegram from him. "Regret to inform you, Major Wilkes missing since scouting expedition 3 days ago. Will keep you informed." It was a ghastly trip home, with Aunt Pitty crying into a handkerchief, Melanie sitting erect and white, and Scarlett slumped, stunned, in the corner of the carriage. Once in the house, Scarlett stumbled up the stairs to her bedroom and, clutching her rosary from the table, dropped to her knees and tried to pray. But prayers would not come. There only fell on her an abysmal fear, a certain knowledge that God had turned his face from her for her sin. She had loved a married man and tried to take him from his wife, and God had punished her by killing him. She wanted to pray, but she couldn't raise her eyes to heaven. She wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. They seemed to flood her chest, and they were hot tears that burned under her bosom, but they wouldn't flow. Her door opened, and Melanie entered. Her face was like a heart cut from white paper, framed against black hair, and her eyes were wide like those of a frightened child lost in the dark. "Scarlet," she said, putting out her hands, "you must forgive me for what I said yesterday, for you're all I've got now. Oh, Scarlet, I know my darling is dead." Somehow, she was in Scarlet's arms, her small breasts heaving with sobs, and somehow they were lying on the bed, holding each other close. And Scarlet was crying too, crying with her face pressed close against Melanie's, the tears of one wetting the cheeks of the other. It hurt so terribly to cry, but not so much as not being able to cry. "Ashley's dead, dead," she thought, "and I have killed him by loving him." Fresh sobs broke from her, and Melanie, somehow feeling comfort in her tears, tightened her arms about her neck. "At least," she whispered, "at least, I've got his baby." "And I," thought Scarlet, too stricken now for anything so petty as jealousy. "I've got nothing. Nothing. Nothing except the look on his face when he told me goodbye." The first reports were missing, believed killed, and so they appeared on the casualty list. Melanie telegraphed Colonel Sloane a dozen times, and finally a letter arrived, full of sympathy, explaining that Ashley and a squad had ridden out on a scouting expedition and had not returned. There had been reports of a slight skirmish within the Yankee lines, and Mose, frantic with grief, had risked his own life to search for Ashley's body, but had found nothing. Melanie, strangely calm now, telegraphed him money and instructions to come home. When missing, believed captured, appeared on the casualty lists, joy and hope reanimated the sad household. Melanie could hardly be dragged away from the telegraph office, and she met every train hoping for letters. She was sick now, her pregnancy making itself felt in many unpleasant ways, but she refused to obey Dr. Meade's commands and stay in bed. A feverish energy possessed her, and would not let her be still. And at night, long after Scarlet had gone to bed, she could hear her walking the floor in the next room. One afternoon, she came home from town, driven by the frightened Uncle Peter and supported by Rhett Butler. She had fainted at the telegraph office, and Rhett, passing by and observing the excitement, had escorted her home. He carried her up the stairs to her bedroom, and while the alarmed household fled hither and yon for hot bricks, blankets, and whiskey, he propped her on the pillows of her bed. "Mrs. Wilkes," he questioned abruptly, "you are going to have a baby, are you not?" Had Melanie not been so faint, so sick, so heart-sore, she would have collapsed at his question. Even with women friends, she was embarrassed by any mention of her condition, while visits to Dr. Meade were agonizing experiences. And for a man, especially Rhett Butler, to ask such a question was unthinkable. But lying weak and forlorn in the bed, she could only nod. After she had nodded, it didn't seem so dreadful, for he looked so kind and so concerned. "Then you must take better care of yourself. All this running about in worry won't help you, and may harm the baby. If you will permit me, Mrs. Wilkes, I will use what influence I have in Washington to learn about Mr. Wilkes' fate. If he is a prisoner, he will be on the federal lists, and if he isn't, well, there's nothing worse than uncertainty. But I must have your promise. Take care of yourself, or before God, I won't turn a hand." "Oh, you are so kind," cried Melanie. "How can people say such dreadful things about you?" Then, overcome with the knowledge of her tactlessness, and also with a horror at having discussed her condition with a man, she began to cry weakly. And Scarlet, flying up the stairs with a hot brick wrapped in flannel, found Rhett patting her hand. He was as good as his word. They never knew what wires he pulled, They feared to ask, knowing it might involve an admission of his too close affiliations with the Yankees. It was a month before he had news that raised them to the heights when they first heard it, but later created a gnawing anxiety in their hearts. Ashley was not dead. He had been wounded and taken prisoner, and the record showed that he was at Rock Island, a prison camp in Illinois. In their first joy, they could think of nothing except that he was alive. But when calmness began to return, they looked at one another and said, "Rock Island?" In the same voice they would have said, "In hell." For even as Andersonville was a name that stank in the North, so was Rock Island one to bring terror to the heart of any Southerner who had relatives imprisoned there. When Lincoln refused to exchange prisoners, believing it would hasten the end of the war to burden the Confederacy with the feeding and guarding of Union prisoners, there were thousands of bluecoats at Andersonville, Georgia. The Confederates were on scant rations and practically without drugs or bandages for their own sick and wounded. They had little to share with the prisoners. They fed their prisoners on what the soldiers in the field were eating, fat pork and dried peas, and on this diet the Yankees died like flies, sometimes 100 a day. Inflamed by the reports, the North resorted to harsher treatment of Confederate prisoners, and at no place were conditions worse than at Rock Island. Food was scanty. One blanket did for 3 men. And the ravages of smallpox, pneumonia, and typhoid gave the place the name of a pest house. 3/4 of all the men sent there never came out alive. And Ashley was in that horrible place. Ashley was alive, but he was wounded and at Rock Island, and the snow must have been deep in Illinois when he was taken there. Had he died of his wound since Rhett had learned his news? Had he fallen victim to smallpox? Was he delirious with pneumonia and no blanket to cover him? "Oh, Captain Butler, isn't there some way? Can't you use your influence and have him exchanged?" cried Melanie. Mr. Lincoln, the merciful and just, who cries large tears over Mrs. Bixby's 5 boys, hasn't any tears to shed about the thousands of Yankees dying at Andersonville, said Rhett, his mouth twisting. He doesn't care if they all die. The order is out. No exchanges. I hadn't told you before, Mrs. Wilkes, but your husband had a chance to get out and refused it. "Oh, no!" cried Melanie in disbelief. "Yes, indeed. The Yankees are recruiting men for frontier service to fight the Indians, recruiting them from among Confederate prisoners. Any prisoner who will take the oath of allegiance and enlist for Indian service for 2 years will be released and sent west. Mr. Wilkes refused." "Oh, how could he?" cried Scarlett. "Why didn't he take the oath and then desert and come home as soon as he got out of jail?" Melanie turned on her like a small fury. "How can you even suggest that he would do such a thing? Betray his own Confederacy by taking that vile oath, and then betray his word to the Yankees? I would rather know he was dead at Rock Island than hear he had taken that oath. I'd be proud of him if he died in prison. But if he did that, I would never look on his face again. Never. Of course he refused." When Scarlett was seeing Rhett to the door, she asked indignantly, "If it were you, wouldn't you enlist with the Yankees to keep from dying in that place and then desert?" "Of course," said Rhett, his teeth showing beneath his mustache. "Then why didn't Ashley do it?" "He's a gentleman," said Rhett. And Scarlett wondered how it was possible to convey such cynicism and contempt in that one honorable word. Part 3. Chapter 17. May of 1864 came, a hot, dry May that wilted the flowers in the buds. And the Yankees under General Sherman were in Georgia again, above Dalton, 100 miles northwest of Atlanta. Rumor had it that there would be heavy fighting up there near the boundary between Georgia and Tennessee. The Yankees were massing for an attack on the Western and Atlantic Railroad, the line which connected Atlanta with Tennessee and the West. The same line over which the Southern troops had been rushed last fall to win the victory at Chickamauga. But for the most part, Atlanta wasn't disturbed by the prospect of fighting near Dalton. The place where the Yankees were concentrating was only a few miles southeast of the battlefield of Chickamauga. They had been driven back once when they had tried to break through the mountain passes of that region, and they would be driven back again. Atlanta, and all of Georgia, knew that the state was far too important to the Confederacy for General Joe Johnston to let the Yankees remain inside the state's borders for long. Old Joe and his army would not let even one Yankee get south of Dalton, for too much depended on the undisturbed functioning of Georgia. The unravaged state was a vast granary, machine shop, and storehouse for the Confederacy. It manufactured much of the powder and arms used by the army, and most of the cotton and woolen goods. Lying between Atlanta and Dalton was the city of Rome, with its cannon foundry and its other industries, and Etowah and Allatoona, with the largest ironworks south of Richmond. And in Atlanta were not only the factories for making pistols and saddles, tents and ammunition, but also the most extensive rolling mills in the South, the shops of the principal railroads, and the enormous hospitals. And in Atlanta was the junction of the 4 railroads on which the very life of the Confederacy depended. So no one worried particularly. After all, Dalton was a long way off, up near the Tennessee line. There had been fighting in Tennessee for 3 years, and people were accustomed to the thought of that state as a faraway battlefield, almost as far away as Virginia or the Mississippi River. Moreover, Old Joe and his men were between the Yankees and Atlanta, and everyone knew that, next to General Lee himself, there was no greater general than Johnston, now that Stonewall Jackson was dead. Dr. Meade summed up the civilian point of view on the matter one warm May evening on the veranda of Aunt Pitty's house, when he said that Atlanta had nothing to fear, for General Johnston was standing in the mountains like an iron rampart. His audience heard him with varying emotions, for all who sat there rocking quietly in the fading twilight, watching the first fireflies of the season move magically through the dusk, had weighty matters on their minds. Mrs. Meade, her hand upon Phil's arm, was hoping that the doctor was right. If the war came closer, she knew that Phil would have to go. He was 16 now and in the Home Guard. Fanny Elsing, pale and hollow-eyed since Gettysburg, was trying to keep her mind from the torturing picture which had worn a groove in her tired mind these past several months. Lieutenant Dallas McClure, dying in a jolting ox cart in the rain, on the long, terrible retreat into Maryland. Captain Carrie Ashburn's useless arm was hurting him again, and moreover he was depressed by the thought that his courtship of Scarlett was at a standstill. That had been the situation ever since the news of Ashley Wilkes' capture, though the connection between the two events did not occur to him. Scarlett and Melanie both were thinking of Ashley, as they always did when urgent tasks or the necessity of carrying on a conversation didn't divert them. Scarlett was thinking bitterly, sorrowfully. He must be dead, or else we would have heard. Melanie, stemming the tide of fear again and again through endless hours, was telling herself, "He can't be dead. I'd know it. I'd feel it if he were dead." Rhett Butler lounged in the shadows, his long legs in their elegant boots crossed negligently, his dark face an unreadable blank. In his arms Wade slept contentedly, a cleanly picked wishbone in his small hand. Scarlett always permitted Wade to sit up late when Rhett called, because the shy child was fond of him, and Rhett, oddly enough, seemed to be fond of Wade. Generally, Scarlett was annoyed by the child's presence, but he always behaved nicely in Rhett's arms. As for Aunt Pitty, she was nervously trying to stifle a belch, for the rooster they had had for supper was a tough old bird. That morning, Aunt Pitty had reached the regretful decision that she had better kill the patriarch before he died of old age, and pining for his harem, which had long since been eaten. For days he had drooped about the empty chicken run, too dispirited to crow. After Uncle Peter had wrung his neck, Aunt Pitty had been beset by conscience at the thought of enjoying him en famille, when so many of her friends had not tasted chicken for weeks. So she suggested company for dinner. Melanie, who was now in her 5th month, had not been out in public or received guests for weeks, and she was appalled at the idea. But Aunt Pitty, for once, was firm. It would be selfish to eat the rooster alone, and if Melanie would only move her top hoop a little higher, no one would notice anything. And she was so flat in the bust, anyway. "Oh, but, Auntie, I don't want to see people when Ashley—" "It isn't as if Ashley had passed away," said Aunt Pitty, her voice quavering, for in her heart she was certain Ashley was dead. "He's just as much alive as you are, and it will do you good to have company. And I'm going to ask Fanny Elsing, too. Mrs. Elsing's begged me to try to do something to arouse her and make her see people." "Oh, but, Auntie, it's cruel to force her when poor Dallas has only been dead. Now, Melly, I shall cry with vexation if you argue with me. I guess I'm your auntie and I know what's what. And I want a party." So Aunt Pitty had her party, and at the last minute, a guest she didn't expect or desire arrived. Just when the smell of roast rooster was filling the house, Rhett Butler, back from one of his mysterious trips, knocked at the door with a large box of bonbons packed in paper lace under his arm, and a mouthful of two-edged compliments for her. There was nothing to do but invite him to stay, although Aunt Pitty knew how the doctor and Mrs. Meade felt about him, and how bitter Fanny was against any man not in uniform. Neither the Meads nor the Elsings would have spoken to him on the street, but in a friend's home they would, of course, have to be polite to him. Besides, he was now more firmly than ever under the protection of the fragile Melanie. After he had intervened for her to get the news about Ashley, she had announced publicly that her home was open to him as long as he lived, and no matter what other people might say about him. Aunt Pitty's apprehensions quieted when she saw that Rhett was on his best behavior. He devoted himself to Fanny with such sympathetic deference, she even smiled at him, and the meal went well. It was a princely feast. Carrie Ashburn had brought a little tea, which he had found in the tobacco pouch of a captured Yankee en route to Andersonville, and everyone had a cup, faintly flavored with tobacco. There was a nibble of the tough old bird for each, an adequate amount of dressing made of cornmeal and seasoned with onions, a bowl of dried peas, and plenty of rice and gravy, the latter somewhat watery, for there was no flour with which to thicken it. For dessert, there was a sweet potato pie followed by Rhett's bonbons. And when Rhett produced real Havana cigars for the gentlemen to enjoy over their glass of blackberry wine, everyone agreed it was indeed a Lucullan banquet. When the gentlemen joined the ladies on the front porch, the talk turned to war. Talk always turned to war now. All conversations on any topic led from war or back to war. Sometimes sad, often gay, but always war. War romances, war weddings, deaths in hospitals and on the field, incidents of camp and battle and march, gallantry, cowardice, humor, sadness, deprivation, and hope. Always, always hope. Hope firm, unshaken despite the defeats of the summer before. When Captain Ashburn announced he had applied for and been granted transfer from Atlanta to the Army at Dalton, The ladies kissed his stiffened arm with their eyes and covered their emotions of pride by declaring he couldn't go. For then who would beau them about? Young Carey looked confused, and pleased at hearing such statements from settled matrons and spinsters like Mrs. Meade and Melanie and Aunt Pitty and Fanny, and tried to hope that Scarlett really meant it. "Why, he'll be back in no time," said the doctor, throwing an arm over Carey's shoulder. "There'll be just one brief skirmish, and the Yankees will skedaddle back into Tennessee. And when they get there, General Forrest will take care of them. You ladies need have no alarm about the proximity of the Yankees, for General Johnston and his army stands there in the mountains like an iron rampart. Yes, an iron rampart," he repeated, relishing his phrase. "Sherman will never pass. He'll never dislodge old Joe." The lady smiled approvingly, for his lightest utterance was regarded as incontrovertible truth. After all, men understood these matters much better than women. And if he said General Johnston was an iron rampart, he must be one. Only Rhett spoke. He had been silent since supper, and had sat in the twilight listening to the war talk with a down-twisted mouth, holding the sleeping child against his shoulder. "I believe that rumor has it that Sherman has over 100,000 men, now that his reinforcements have come up." The doctor answered him shortly. He had been under considerable strain ever since he first arrived, and found that one of his fellow diners was this man whom he disliked so heartily. Only the respect due Miss Pittypat and his presence under her roof as a guest had restrained him from showing his feelings more obviously. "Well, sir?" the doctor barked in reply. "I believe Captain Ashburn said just a while ago that General Johnston had only about 40,000, counting the deserters who were encouraged to come back to the colors by the last victory." "Sir," said Mrs. Meade indignantly, "there are no deserters in the Confederate army." "I beg your pardon," said Rhett with mock humility. "I meant those thousands on furlough, who forgot to rejoin their regiments, and those who have been over their wounds for 6 months but who remain at home, going about their usual business or doing the spring plowing." His eyes gleamed, and Mrs. Meade bit her lip in a huff. Scarlett wanted to giggle at her discomfiture, for Rhett had caught her fairly. There were hundreds of men skulking in the swamps and the mountains, defying the Provost Guard to drag them back to the army. There were the ones who declared it was a rich man's war and a poor man's fight, and they had had enough of it. But outnumbering these by far were men who, though carried on company rolls as deserters, had no intention of deserting permanently. They were the ones who had waited 3 years in vain for furloughs, and while they waited received ill-spelled letters from home. "We air hungry. There won't be no crop this year. There ain't nobody to plow. We're hungry. The commissary took the shoats, and we ain't had no money from you in months. We are living on dried peas." Always the rising chorus swelled. "We are hungry. Your wife, your babies, your parents. When will it be over? When will you come home? We are hungry, hungry." When furloughs from the rapidly thinning army were denied, these soldiers went home without them, to plow their land and plant their crops, repair their houses and build up their fences. When regimental officers, understanding the situation, saw a hard fight ahead, they wrote these men, telling them to rejoin their companies and no questions would be asked. Usually the men returned when they saw that hunger at home would be held at bay for a few months longer. Plow furloughs were not looked upon in the same light as desertion in the face of the enemy, but they weakened the army just the same. Dr. Meade hastily bridged over the uncomfortable pause, his voice cold. "Captain Butler, the numerical difference between our troops and those of the Yankees has never mattered. 1 Confederate is worth a dozen Yankees." The ladies nodded. Everyone knew that. "That was true at the first of the war," said Rhett. "Perhaps it's still true. Provided the Confederate soldier has bullets for his gun and shoes on his feet and food in his stomach. Eh, Captain Ashburn?" His voice was still soft and filled with specious humility. Carrie Ashburn looked unhappy, for it was obvious that he, too, disliked Rhett intensely. He would gladly have sided with the doctor, but he could not lie. The reason he had applied for transfer to the front, despite his useless arm, was that he realized, as the civilian population didn't, the seriousness of the situation. There were many other men, stumping on wooden pegs, blind in one eye, fingers blown away, one arm gone, who were quietly transferring from the commissariat, hospital duties, mail and railroad service back to their old fighting units. They knew old Joe needed every man. He did not speak, and Dr. Meade thundered, losing his temper. "Our men have fought without shoes before and without food and won victories, and they will fight again and win. I tell you, General Johnston cannot be dislodged. The mountain fastnesses have always been the refuge and the strong forts of invaded peoples from ancient times. Think of Thermopylae." Scarlett thought hard, but Thermopylae meant nothing to her. "They died to the last man at Thermopylae, didn't they, Doctor?" Rhett asked, and his lips twitched with suppressed laughter. "Are you being insulting, young man?" "Doctor, I beg of you. You misunderstand me. I merely asked for information. My memory of ancient history is poor. If need be, our army will die to the last man before they permit the Yankees to advance farther into Georgia," snapped the doctor. "But it will not be. They will drive them out of Georgia in one skirmish." Aunt Pittypat rose hastily and asked Scarlett to favor them with a piano selection and a song. She saw that the conversation was rapidly getting into deep and stormy water. She had known very well there would be trouble if she invited Rhett to supper. There was always trouble when he was present. Just how he started it she never exactly understood. Dear, dear! What did Scarlett see in the man? And how could dear Melly defend him? As Scarlett went obediently into the parlor, a silence fell on the porch, a silence that pulsed with resentment toward Rhett. How could anyone not believe with heart and soul in the invincibility of General Johnston and his men? Believing was a sacred duty. And those who were so traitorous as not to believe should at least have the decency to keep their mouths shut. Scarlett struck a few chords, and her voice floated out to them from the parlor, sweetly, sadly, in the words of a popular song. Into a ward of whitewashed walls, where the dead and dying lay, wounded with bayonets, shells, and balls, somebody's darling was born one day. Somebody's darling, so young and so brave, wearing still on his pale, sweet face, soon to be hid by the dust of the grave, the lingering light of his boyhood's grace. Matted and damp are the curls of gold, mourned Scarlett's faulty soprano, and Fanny half rose and said in a faint, strangled voice, "Sing something else?" The piano was suddenly silent, as Scarlett was overtaken with surprise and embarrassment. Then she hastily blundered into the opening bars of Jacket of Grey, and stopped with a discord as she remembered how heart-rending that selection was, too. The piano was silent again, for she was utterly at a loss. All the songs had to do with death and parting and sorrow. Rhett rose swiftly, deposited Wade in Fanny's lap, and went into the parlor. "Play my old Kentucky Home," he suggested smoothly, and Scarlett gratefully plunged into it. Her voice was joined by Rhett's excellent bass, and as they went into the second verse, those on the porch breathed more easily, though heaven knew it was none too cheery a song either. Just a few more days for to tote the weary load, no matter, 'twill never be light. Just a few more days till we totter in the road, then my old Kentucky home. Good. Dr. Meade's prediction was right, as far as it went. Johnston did stand like an iron rampart in the mountains above Dalton, 100 miles away. So firmly did he stand, and so bitterly did he contest Sherman's desire to pass down the valley toward Atlanta, that finally the Yankees drew back and took counsel with themselves. They could not break the gray lines by direct assault, and so, under the cover of night, they marched through the mountain passes in a semicircle, hoping to come upon Johnston's rear and cut the railroad behind him at Resaca, 15 miles below Dalton. With those precious twin lines of iron in danger, the Confederates left their desperately defended rifle pits, and under the starlight made a forced march to Resaca by the short direct road. When the Yankees, swarming out of the hills, came upon them, the Southern troops were waiting for them, entrenched behind breastworks, batteries planted, bayonets gleaming, even as they had been at Dalton. When the wounded from Dalton brought in garbled accounts of Old Joe's retreat to Resaca, Atlanta was surprised and a little disturbed. It was as though a small dark cloud had appeared in the northwest, the first cloud of a summer storm. What was the general thinking about, letting the Yankees penetrate 18 miles farther into Georgia? The mountains were natural fortresses, even as Dr. Meade had said. Why hadn't Old Joe held the Yankees there? Johnston fought desperately at Resaca and repulsed the Yankees again. But Sherman, employing the same flanking movement, swung his vast army in another semicircle, crossed the Oostenola River, and again struck at the railroad in the Confederate rear. Again the gray lines were summoned swiftly from their red ditches to defend the railroad, and weary for sleep, exhausted from marching and fighting, and hungry, always hungry, they made another rapid march down the valley. They reached the little town of Calhoun, 6 miles below Resaca, ahead of the Yankees, entrenched, and were again ready for the attack when the Yankees came up. The attack came. There was fierce skirmishing, and the Yankees were beaten back. Wearily, the Confederates lay on their arms and prayed for respite and rest. But there was no rest. Sherman inexorably advanced, step by step, swinging his army about them in a wide curve, forcing another retreat to defend the railroad at their back. The Confederates marched in their sleep, too tired to think for the most part. But when they did think, they trusted Old Joe. They knew they were retreating, but they knew they had not been beaten. They just didn't have enough men to hold their entrenchments and defeat Sherman's flanking movements, too. They could and did lick the Yankees every time the Yankees would stand and fight. What would be the end of this retreat, they did not know. But Old Joe knew what he was doing, and that was enough for them. He had conducted the retreat in masterly fashion, for they had lost few men, and the Yankees, killed and captured, ran high. They hadn't lost a single wagon and only 4 guns. And they hadn't lost the railroad at their back either. Sherman hadn't laid a finger on it for all his frontal attacks, cavalry dashes, and flank movements. The railroad. It was still theirs. That slender iron line winding through the sunny valley toward Atlanta. Men lay down to sleep where they could see the rails gleaming faintly in the starlight. Men lay down to die, and the last sight that met their puzzled eyes was the rails shining in the merciless sun, heat shimmering along them. As they fell back down the valley, an army of refugees fell back before them. Planters and crackers, rich and poor, black and white, women and children, the old, the dying, the crippled, the wounded, the women far gone in pregnancy, crowded the road to Atlanta on trains, afoot, on horseback, in carriages and wagons piled high with trunks and household goods. 5 miles ahead of the retreating army went the refugees, halting at Resaca, at Calhoun, at Kingston, hoping at each stop to hear that the Yankees had been driven back so they could return to their homes. But there was no retracing that sunny road. The gray troops passed by empty mansions, deserted farms, lonely cabins with doors ajar. Here and there some lone woman remained with a few frightened slaves, and they came to the road to cheer the soldiers, to bring buckets of well water for the thirsty men, to bind up the wounds and bury the dead in their own family burying grounds. But for the most part, the sunny valley was abandoned and desolate, and the untended crops stood in parching fields. Flanked again at Calhoun, Johnston fell back to Adairsville, where there was sharp skirmishing, then to Cassville, then south of Cartersville, and the enemy had now advanced 55 miles from Dalton. At New Hope Church, 15 miles farther along the hotly fought way, the gray ranks dug in for a determined stand. On came the blue lines relentlessly, like a monster serpent coiling, striking venomously, drawing its injured lengths back, but always striking again. There was desperate fighting at New Hope Church, 11 days of continuous fighting, with every Yankee assault bloodily repulsed. Then Johnston, flanked again, withdrew his thinning lines a few miles farther. The Confederate dead and wounded at New Hope Church ran high. The wounded flooded Atlanta in trainloads, and the town was appalled. Never, even after the Battle of Chickamauga, had the town seen so many wounded. The hospitals overflowed, and wounded lay on the floors of empty stores and upon cotton bales in the warehouses. Every hotel, boarding house, and private residence was crowded with sufferers. And Pity had her share, although she protested that it was most unbecoming to have strange men in the house when Melanie was in a delicate condition, and when gruesome sights might bring on premature birth. But Melanie reefed up her top hoop a little higher to hide her thickening figure, and the wounded invaded the brick house. There was endless cooking and lifting and turning and fanning, endless hours of washing and re-rolling bandages and picking lint, and endless warm nights made sleepless by the babbling delirium of men in the next room. Finally, the choked town could take care of no more, and the overflow of wounded was sent on to the hospitals at Macon and Augusta. With this backwash of wounded bearing conflicting reports, and the increase of frightened refugees crowding into the already crowded town, Atlanta was in an uproar. The small cloud on the horizon had blown up swiftly into a large, sullen storm cloud, and it was as though a faint, chilling wind blew from it. No one had lost faith in the invincibility of the troops, but everyone, the civilians at least, had lost faith in the general. New Hope Church was only 35 miles from Atlanta. The general had let the Yankees push him back 65 miles in 3 weeks. Why didn't he hold the Yankees instead of everlastingly retreating? He was a fool, and worse than a fool. Graybeards in the Home Guard and members of the state militia, safe in Atlanta, insisted they could have managed the campaign better, and drew maps on tablecloths to prove their contentions. As his lines grew thinner and he was forced back farther, the general called desperately on Governor Brown for these very men, but the state troops felt reasonably safe. After all, the governor had defied Jeff Davis's demand for them. Why should he accede to General Johnston? Fight and fall back. Fight and fall back. For 70 miles and 25 days, the Confederates had fought almost daily. New Hope Church was behind the gray troops now, a memory in a mad haze of like memories: heat, dust, hunger, weariness, tramp, tramp on the red rutted roads, slop, slop through the red mud, retreat and trench, fight, retreat and trench, fight. New Hope Church was a nightmare of another life, and so was Big Shanty, where they turned and fought the Yankees like demons. But fight the Yankees till the fields were blue with dead. There were always more Yankees, fresh Yankees. There was always that sinister southeast curving of the blue lines toward the Confederate rear, toward the railroad, and toward Atlanta. From Big Shanty, the weary, sleepless lines retreated down the road to Kennesaw Mountain, near the little town of Marietta, and here they spread their lines in a 10-mile curve. On the steep sides of the mountain, they dug their rifle pits, and on the towering heights they planted their batteries. Swearing, sweating men hauled the heavy guns up the precipitous slopes, for mules could not climb the hillsides. Couriers and wounded coming into Atlanta gave reassuring reports to the frightened townspeople. The heights of Kennesaw were impregnable. So were Pine Mountain and Lost Mountain nearby, which were also fortified. The Yankees couldn't dislodge Old Joe's men, and they could hardly flank them now, for the batteries on the mountaintops commanded all the roads for miles. Atlanta breathed more easily, but Kennesaw Mountain was only 22 miles away. On the day when the first wounded from Kennesaw Mountain were coming in, Mrs. Merriweather's carriage was at Aunt Pitty's house at the unheard-of hour of 7 in the morning, and black Uncle Levi sent up word that Scarlett must dress immediately and come to the hospital. Fanny Elsing and the Bunnell girls, roused early from slumber, were yawning on the back seat, and the Elsings' mammy sat grumpily on the box, a basket of freshly laundered bandages on her lap. Off Scarlett went, unwillingly, for she had danced till dawn the night before at the Home Guards party, and her feet were tired. She silently cursed the efficient and indefatigable Mrs. Merriweather, the wounded, and the whole Southern Confederacy, as Prissy buttoned her in her oldest and raggedest calico frock, which she used for hospital work. Gulping down the bitter brew of parched corn and dried sweet potatoes that passed for coffee, she went out to join the girls. She was sick of all this nursing. This very day she would tell Mrs. Merriweather that Ellen had written her to come home for a visit. Much good this did her, for that worthy matron, her sleeves rolled up, her stout figure swathed in a large apron, gave her one sharp look and said, "Don't let me hear any more such foolishness, Scarlett Hamilton. I'll write your mother today and tell her how much we need you, and I'm sure she'll understand and let you stay. Now put on your apron and trot over to Dr. Meade. He needs someone to help with the dressings." "Oh, God," thought Scarlett drearily. "That's just the trouble. Mother will make me stay here, and I shall die if I have to smell these stinks any longer. I wish I was an old lady so I could bully young ones instead of getting bullied, and tell old cats like Mrs. Merriweather to go to Halifax." Yes, she was sick of the hospital, the foul smells, the lice, the aching, unwashed bodies. If there had ever been any novelty in romance about nursing, that had worn off a year ago. Besides, these men wounded in the retreat were not so attractive as the earlier ones had been. They didn't show the slightest interest in her, and they had very little to say beyond, "How's the fighting going? What's old Joe doing now? Mighty clever fella, old Joe." She didn't think old Joe a mighty clever fellow. All he had done was let the Yankees penetrate 88 miles into Georgia. No, they were not an attractive lot. Moreover, many of them were dying swiftly, silently, having little strength left to combat the blood poisoning, gangrene, typhoid, and pneumonia which had set in before they could reach Atlanta and a doctor. The day was hot, and the flies came in the open windows in swarms, fat, lazy flies that broke the spirits of the men as pain could not. The tide of smells and pain rose and rose about her. Perspiration soaked through her freshly starched dress as she followed Dr. Meade about, a basin in her hand. Oh, the nausea of standing by the doctor, trying not to vomit when his bright knife cut into mortifying flesh. And oh, the horror of hearing the screams from the operating ward where amputations were going on, and the sick, helpless sense of pity at the sight of tense, white faces of mangled men waiting for the doctor to get to them, men whose ears were filled with screams, men waiting for the dreadful words, "I'm sorry, my boy, but that hand will have to come off. Yes, yes, I know. But look, see those red streaks? It'll have to come off." Chloroform was so scarce now, it was used only for the worst amputations, and opium was a precious thing, used only to ease the dying out of life, not the living out of pain. There was no quinine, and no iodine at all. Yes, Scarlett was sick of it all, and that morning she wished that she, like Melanie, had the excuse of pregnancy to offer. That was about the only excuse that was socially acceptable for not nursing these days. When noon came, she put off her apron and sneaked away from the hospital while Mrs. Merriweather was busy writing a letter for a gangling, illiterate mountaineer. Scarlett felt that she could stand it no longer. It was an imposition on her, and she knew that when the wounded came in on the noon train there would be enough work to keep her busy until nightfall, and probably without anything to eat. She went hastily up the 2 short blocks to Peachtree Street, breathing the unfouled air in as deep gulps as her tightly laced corset would permit. She was standing on the corner, uncertain as to what she would do next, ashamed to go home to Aunt Pitty's, but determined not to go back to the hospital, when Rhett Butler drove by. "You look like the rag-picker's child," he observed, his eyes taking in the mended lavender calico, streaked with perspiration and splotched here and there with water which had slopped from the basin. Scarlett was furious with embarrassment and indignation. Why did he always notice women's clothing? And why was he so rude as to remark upon her present untidiness? "I don't want to hear a word out of you. You get out and help me in and drive me somewhere where nobody'll see me. I won't go back to the hospital if they hang me. My goodness, I didn't start this war, and I don't see any reason why I should be worked to death and a traitor to our glorious cause. The pot's calling the kettle black. You help me in. I don't care where you were going. You're going to take me riding now." He swung himself out of the carriage to the ground, and she suddenly thought how nice it was to see a man who was whole, who was not minus eyes or limbs, or white with pain or yellow with malaria, and who looked well-fed and healthy. He was so well-dressed, too. His coat and trousers were actually of the same material, and they fitted him instead of hanging in folds or being almost too tight for movement. And they were new, not ragged, with dirty bare flesh and hairy legs showing through. He looked as if he had not a care in the world, and that in itself was startling these days, when other men wore such worried, preoccupied, grim looks. His brown face was bland, and his mouth, red-lipped, clear-cut as a woman's, frankly sensual, smiled carelessly as he lifted her into the carriage. The muscles of his big body rippled against his well-tailored clothes as he got in beside her, and, as always, the sense of his great physical power struck her like a blow. She watched the swell of his powerful shoulders against the cloth with a fascination that was disturbing, a little frightening. His body seemed so tough and hard, as tough and hard as his keen mind. His was such an easy, graceful strength, lazy as a panther stretching in the sun, alert as a panther to spring and strike. "You little fraud," he said, clucking to the horse. "You dance all night with the soldiers and give them roses and ribbons and tell them how you'd die for the cause. And when it comes to bandaging a few wounds and picking off a few lice, you decamp hastily." "Can't you talk about something else and drive faster?" "It would be just my luck for Grandpa Merriweather to come out of his store and see me and tell old lady— I mean, Mrs. Merriweather." He touched up the mare with a whip, and she trotted briskly across 5 Points and across the railroad tracks that cut the town in two. The train bearing the wounded had already come in, and the litter-bearers were working swiftly in the hot sun, transferring wounded into ambulances and covered ordnance wagons. Scarlet had no qualm of conscience as she watched them, but only a feeling of vast relief that she had made her escape. "I'm just sick and tired of that old hospital," she said, settling her billowing skirts and tying her bonnet bow more firmly under her chin. "And every day more and more wounded come in. It's all General Johnston's fault. If he'd just stood up to the Yankees at Dalton, they'd have—" "But he did stand up to the Yankees, you ignorant child. And if he kept on standing there, Sherman would have flanked him and crushed him between the two wings of his army. And he'd have lost the railroad, and the railroad is what Johnston is fighting for." "Oh, well," said Scarlet, on whom military strategy was utterly lost. "It's his fault anyway. He ought to have done something about it, and I think he ought to be removed. Why doesn't he stand and fight instead of retreating?" "You're like everyone else, screaming off with his head because he can't do the impossible. He was Jesus the Savior at Dalton, and now he's Judas the Betrayer at Kennesaw Mountain, all in 6 weeks. Yet just let him drive the Yankees back 20 miles, and he'll be Jesus again. My child, Sherman has twice as many men as Johnston, and he can afford to lose 2 men for every one of our gallant laddies, and Johnston can't afford to lose a single man. He needs reinforcements badly, and what is he getting? Joe Brown's pets. What a help they'll be." "Is the militia really going to be called out? The Home Guard, too? I hadn't heard. How do you know?" "There's a rumor floating about to that effect. The rumor arrived on the train from Milledgeville this morning. Both the militia and the Home Guards are going to be sent to reinforce General Johnston. Yes, Governor Brown's darlings are likely to smell powder at last, and I imagine most of them will be much surprised. Certainly they never expected to see action. The governor as good as promised them they wouldn't. Well, that's a good joke on them. They thought they had bomb proofs because the governor stood up even to Jeff Davis and refused to send them to Virginia, said they were needed for the defense of their state. Who'd have ever thought the war would come to their own backyard, and they'd really have to defend their state?" "Oh, how can you laugh, you cruel thing? Think of the old gentleman and the little boys in the Home Guard. Why, little Phil Meade will have to go, and Grandpa Merriweather, and Uncle Henry Hamilton." "I'm not talking about the little boys and the Mexican War veterans. I'm talking about brave young men like Willie Guinan, who like to wear pretty uniforms and wave swords." "And yourself?" "My dear, that didn't hurt a bit. I wear no uniform and wave no sword, and the fortunes of the Confederacy mean nothing at all to me. Moreover, I wouldn't be caught dead in the Home Guard, or in any army for that matter. I had enough of things military at West Point to do me the rest of my life. Well, I wish old Joe luck.
General Lee can't send him any help because the Yankees are keeping him busy in Virginia. So the Georgia State troops are the only reinforcements Johnston can get. He deserves better, for he's a great strategist. He always manages to get places before the Yankees do. But he'll have to keep falling back if he wants to protect the railroad, and mark my words, when they push him out of the mountains and onto the flatter land around here, he's going to be butchered.
"Around here?" cried Scarlet. "You know mighty well the Yankees will never get this far."
"Kennesaw is only 22 miles away, and I'll wager you—"
"Rhett, look down the street. That crowd of men. They aren't soldiers. What on earth? Why, they're darkies."
There was a great cloud of red dust coming up the street, and from the cloud came the sound of the tramping of many feet, and 100 or more Negro voices, deep-throated, careless, singing a hymn. Rhett pulled the carriage over to the curb, and Scarlet looked curiously at the sweating black men, picks and shovels over their shoulders, shepherded along by an officer and a squad of men wearing the insignia of the Engineering Corps. "What on earth?" she began again. Then her eyes lighted on a singing black buck in the front rank. He stood nearly 6.5 feet tall, a giant of a man, ebony black, stepping along with the lithe grace of a powerful animal, his white teeth flashing as he led the gang in Go Down Moses. Surely there wasn't a Negro on earth as tall and loud-voiced as this one, except Big Sam, the foreman of Tara. But what was Big Sam doing here, so far away from home, especially now that there was no overseer on the plantation and he was Gerald's right-hand man? As she half rose from her seat to look closer, the giant caught sight of her, and his black face split in a grin of delighted recognition. He halted, dropped his shovel, and started toward her, calling to the Negroes nearest him, "God Almighty, it's Miss Scarlet. You, Liege, Parcel, Prophet, there's Miss Scarlet." There was confusion in the ranks. The crowd halted uncertainly, grinning, and Big Sam, followed by 3 other large Negroes, ran across the road to the carriage, closely followed by the harried, shouting officer. "Get back in line, you fellas! Get back, I tell you, or I'll—" "Why, it's Mrs. Hamilton." "Good morning, ma'am, and you too, sir. What are you up to, inciting mutiny and insubordination?" "God knows, I've had trouble enough with these boys this morning."
"Oh, Captain Randall, don't scold them. They're our people. This is Big Sam, our foreman, and Elijah, and Apostle, and Prophet from Tara. Of course they had to speak to me. How are you, boys?" She shook hands all around, her small white hand disappearing into their huge black paws, and the 4 capered with delight at the meeting and with pride at displaying before their comrades what a pretty young miss they had. "What are you boys doing so far from Tara? You've run away, I'll be bound. Don't you know the Paterolas will get you, sure?" They bellowed pleasedly at the badinage.
"Runned away," answered Big Sam. "No'm, us ain't runned away. They done sent and took us, 'cause us was the 4 biggest and strongest hands at Tara." His white teeth showed proudly. "They specially sent for me, 'cause I could sing so good. Yes'm, Mr. Frank Kennedy, he come by and took us."
"But why, Big Sam?"
"Lord, Miss Scarlet, ain't you heard? Us is to dig the ditches for the white gentlemans to hide in when the Yankees comes." Captain Randall and the occupants of the carriage smothered smiles at this naive explanation of rifle pits. "'Course Miss Jell might not have had a fit when they took me, and he say he can't run the place without me. But Miss Ellen, she say, 'Take him, Mr. Kennedy. The Confederacy need Big Sam more than us do,' and she give me $1 and tell me to do just what the white gentlemans tell me. So here us is."
"What does it all mean, Captain Randall?"
Oh, it's quite simple. We have to strengthen the fortifications of Atlanta with more miles of rifle pits. And the general can't spare any men from the front to do it. So we've been impressing the strongest bucks in the countryside for the work. But a cold little fear was beginning to throb in Scarlett's breast. More miles of rifle pits. Why should they need more? Within the last year, a series of huge earth redoubts with battery emplacements had been built all around Atlanta, 1 mile from the center of town. These great earthworks were connected with rifle pits, and they ran mile after mile, completely encircling the city. More rifle pits. But why should we be fortified any more than we are already fortified? We won't need what we've got. Surely the general won't let— Our present fortifications are only 1 mile from town, said Captain Randall shortly. And that's too close for comfort or safety. These new ones are going to be farther away. You see, another retreat may bring our men into Atlanta. Immediately, he regretted his last remark, as her eyes widened with fear. But, of course, there won't be another retreat, he added hastily. The lands around Kennesaw Mountain are impregnable. The batteries are planted all up the mountainsides, and they command the roads, and the Yankees can't possibly get by. But Scarlett saw him drop his eyes before the lazy, penetrating look Rhett gave him, and she was frightened. She remembered Rhett's remarks. When the Yankees push him out of the mountains and onto the flatter land, he'll be butchered. Oh, Captain, do you think— Why, of course not. Don't fret your mind 1 minute. Old Joe just believes in taking precautions. That's the only reason we're digging more entrenchments. But I must be going now. It's been pleasant talking to you. Say goodbye to your mistress, boys, and let's get going. Goodbye, boys. Now, if you get sick or hurt or in trouble, let me know. I live right down Peachtree Street, down there in almost the last house at the end of town. Wait a minute. She fumbled in her reticule. Oh, dear. I haven't a cent. Rhett, give me a few shin plasters. Here, Big Sam, buy some tobacco for yourself and the boys. And be good and do what Captain Randall tells you. The straggling line reformed. The dust arose again in a red cloud as they moved off, and Big Sam started up the singing again. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land, and tell old Pharaoh to let my people go. Rhett, Captain Randall was lying to me, just like all the men do, trying to keep the truth from us women for fear we'll faint. Or was he lying? Oh, Rhett, if there's no danger, why are they digging these new breastworks? Is the army so short of men they've got to use darkies? Rhett clucked to the mare. The army is damn short of men. Why else would the home guard be called out? And as for the entrenchments, well, fortifications are supposed to be of some value in case of a siege. The general is preparing to make his final stand here. A siege? Oh, turn the horse around. I'm going home, back to Tara, right away. What ails you? A siege? Name of God, a siege. I've heard about sieges. Pa was in one, or maybe it was his pa, and Pa told me— What siege? The siege at Drogheda, when Cromwell had the Irish, and they didn't have anything to eat, and Pa said they starved and died in the streets, and finally they ate all the cats and rats and even things like cockroaches. And he said they ate each other, too, before they surrendered, though I never did know whether to believe that or not. And when Cromwell took the town, all the women were— A siege! Mother of God! You are the most barbarously ignorant young person I ever saw. Drogheda was in 1600 and something, and Mr. O'Hara couldn't possibly have been alive then. Besides, Sherman isn't Cromwell.
No, but he's worse. They say...
And as for the exotic viands the Irish ate at the siege, personally, I'd as soon eat a nice juicy rat as some of the victuals they've been serving me recently at the hotel. I think I shall have to go back to Richmond. They have good food there, if you have the money to pay for it. His eyes mocked the fear in her face. Annoyed that she had shown her trepidation, she cried,
I don't see why you stayed here this long. All you think about is being comfortable and eating and things like that.
I know no more pleasant way to pass the time than in eating and, things like that, he said. And as for why I stay here, well, I've read a good deal about sieges, beleaguered cities, and the like, but I've never seen one. So I think I'll stay here and watch. I won't get hurt because I'm a non-combatant, and besides, I want the experience. Never pass up new experiences, Scarlett. They enrich the mind. My mind's rich enough. Perhaps you know best about that, but I should say... But that would be ungallant. And perhaps I'm staying here to rescue you when the siege does come. I've never rescued a maiden in distress. That would be a new experience, too. She knew he was teasing her, but she sensed a seriousness behind his words. She tossed her head.
I won't need you to rescue me. I can take care of myself, thank you.
Don't say that, Scarlett. Think of it, if you like. But never, never say it to a man. That's the trouble with Yankee girls. They'd be most charming if they weren't always telling you that they can take care of themselves, thank you. Generally, they're telling the truth, God help them. And so men let them take care of themselves.
How you do run on, she said coldly. For there was no insult worse than being likened to a Yankee girl. I believe you're lying about a siege. You know the Yankees will never get to Atlanta.
I bet you they will be here within the month. I'll bet you a box of bonbons against... His dark eyes wandered to her lips. Against a kiss. For the last brief moment, fear of a Yankee invasion clutched her heart. But at the word kiss, she forgot all about it. This was familiar ground, and far more interesting than military operations. With difficulty she restrained a smile of glee. Since the day when he gave her the green bonnet, Red had made no advances which could in any way be construed as those of a lover. He could never be inveigled into personal conversations, try though she might. But now, with no angling on her part, he was talking about kissing.
I don't care for such personal conversation, she said coolly, and managed to frown. Besides, I'd just as soon kiss a pig.
There's no accounting for tastes. And I've always heard the Irish were partial to pigs. Kept them under their beds, in fact. But, Scarlett, you need kissing badly. That's what's wrong with you. All your beaux have respected you too much, though God knows why. Or they've been too afraid of you to really do right by you. The result is that you are unendurably uppity. You should be kissed, and by someone who knows how.
The conversation was not going the way she wanted it. It never did when she was with him. Always it was a duel in which she was worsted. "And I suppose you think you are the proper person?" she asked with sarcasm, holding her temper in check with difficulty.
"Oh, yes, if I cared to take the trouble," he said carelessly. "They say I kiss very well."
"Oh," she began, indignant at the slight to her charms. "Why, you—" But her eyes fell in sudden confusion. He was smiling,
But in the dark depths of his eyes a tiny light flickered for a brief moment, like a small, raw flame. Of course, you've probably wondered why I never tried to follow up that chaste peck I gave you the day I brought you that bonnet.
I have never.
Then you aren't a nice girl, Scarlet, and I'm sorry to hear it. All really nice girls wonder when men don't try to kiss them. They know they shouldn't want them to, and they know they must act insulted if they do, but just the same, they wish the men would try. Well, my dear, take heart. Some day I will kiss you, and you will like it, but not now. So I beg you not to be too impatient.
She knew he was teasing, but, as always, his teasing maddened her. There was always too much truth in the things he said. Well, this finished him. If ever he should be so ill-bred as to try to take any liberties with her, she would show him. Will you kindly turn the horse around, Captain Butler? I wish to go back to the hospital.
Do you indeed, my ministering angel? Then lice and slops are preferable to my conversation? Well, far be it from me to keep a pair of willing hands from laboring for our glorious cause. He turned the horse's head, and they started back toward 5 Points. As to why I have made no further advances, he pursued blandly, as though she had not signified that the conversation was at an end. I'm waiting for you to grow up a little more. You see, it wouldn't be much fun for me to kiss you now, and I'm quite selfish about my pleasures. I never fancied kissing children. He smothered a grin, as from the corner of his eye he saw her bosom heave with silent wrath. And then, too, he continued softly, I was waiting for the memory of the estimable Ashley Wilkes to fade.
At the mention of Ashley's name, sudden pain went through her. Sudden hot tears stung her lids. Fade? The memory of Ashley would never fade. Not if he were dead 1,000 years. She thought of Ashley wounded, dying in a far-off Yankee prison, with no blankets over him, with no one who loved him to hold his hand, and she was filled with hate for the well-fed man who sat beside her, jeers just beneath the surface of his drawling voice. She was too angry to speak, and they rode along in silence for some while.
I understand practically everything about you and Ashley now, Rhett resumed. I began with your inelegant scene at 12 Oaks, and since then I've picked up many things by keeping my eyes open. What things? Oh, that you still cherish a romantic schoolgirl passion for him, which he reciprocates as well as his honorable nature will permit him. And that Mrs. Wilkes knows nothing, and that between the two of you you've done her a pretty trick. I understand practically everything except one thing that piques my curiosity. Did the Honorable Ashley ever jeopardize his immortal soul by kissing you? A stony silence and an averted head were his answers. Ah, well, so he did kiss you. I suppose it was when he was here on furlough. And now that he's probably dead, you are cherishing it to your heart. But I'm sure you'll get over it. And when you've forgotten his kiss, I'll... She turned in fury.
You go to Halifax, she said tensely, her green eyes slits of rage. And let me out of this carriage before I jump over the wheels. And I don't ever want to speak to you again. He stopped the carriage, but before he could alight and assist her, she sprang down. Her hoop caught on the wheel, and for a moment the crowd at 5 Points had a flashing view of petticoats and pantalettes. Then Rhett leaned over and swiftly released it. She flounced off without a word, without even a backward look. Chapter 18. For the first time since the war began, Atlanta could hear the sound of battle.
In the early morning hours before the noises of the town awoke, the cannon at Kennesaw Mountain could be heard faintly, far away, a low, dim booming that might have passed for summer thunder. Occasionally it was loud enough to be heard even above the rattle of traffic at noon. People tried not to listen to it, tried to talk, to laugh, to carry on their business, just as though the Yankees were not there 22 miles away, but always ears were strained for the sound. The town wore a preoccupied look, for no matter what occupied their hands, all were listening to their hearts leaping suddenly 100 times a day. Was the booming louder? Or did they only think it was louder? Would General Johnston hold them this time? Would he? Panic lay just beneath the surface. Nerves which had been stretched tighter and tighter each day of the retreat began to reach the breaking point. No one spoke of fears. That subject was taboo. But strained nerves found expression in loud criticism of the general. Public feeling was at fever heat. Sherman was at the very doors of Atlanta. Another retreat might bring the Confederates into the town. Give us a general who won't retreat. Give us a man who will stand and fight. With the far-off rumbling of cannon in their ears, the state militia, Joe Brown's pets, and the Home Guard marched out of Atlanta to defend the bridges and ferries of the Chattahoochee River at Johnston's back. It was a gray, overcast day, and as they marched through Five Points and out the Marietta Road, a fine rain began to fall. The whole town had turned out to see them off, and they stood close-packed under the wooden awnings of the stores on Peachtree Street and tried to cheer. Scarlett and Maybelle Merriweather Picard had been given permission to leave the hospital and watch the men go out, because Uncle Henry Hamilton and Grandpa Merriweather were in the Home Guard, and they stood with Mrs. Meade pressed in the crowd, tiptoeing to get a better view. Scarlett, though filled with a universal Southern desire to believe only the pleasantest and most reassuring things about the progress of the fighting, felt cold as she watched the motley ranks go by. Surely things must be in a desperate pass if this rabble of bomb-proofers, old men and little boys, were being called out. To be sure, there were young and able-bodied men in the passing lines, tricked out in the bright uniforms of socially select militia units, plumes waving, sashes dancing. But there were so many old men and young boys, and the sight of them made her heart contract with pity and with fear. There were grayed beards older than her father trying to step jauntily along in the needle-fine rain to the rhythm of the fife and drum corps. Grandpa Merriweather, with Mrs. Merriweather's best plaid shawl laid across his shoulders to keep out the rain, was in the first rank, and he saluted the girls with a grin. They waved their handkerchiefs and cried gay goodbyes to him, but Maybelle, gripping Scarlett's arm, whispered, "Oh, the poor old darling. A real good rainstorm will just about finish him. His lumbago." Uncle Henry Hamilton marched in the rank behind Grandpa Merriweather, the collar of his long black coat turned up about his ears, 2 Mexican war pistols in his belt, and a small carpet-bag in his hand. Beside him marched his black valet, who was nearly as old as Uncle Henry, with an open umbrella held over them both. Shoulder to shoulder with their elders came the young boys, none of them looking over 16. Many of them had run away from school to join the army, and here and there were clumps of them in the cadet uniforms of military academies, the black cock feathers on their tight gray caps wet with rain, the clean white canvas straps crossing their chests sodden. Phil Meade was among them, proudly wearing his dead brother's saber and horse pistols, his hat bravely pinned up on one side. Mrs. Meade managed to smile and wave until he had passed, and then she leaned her head on the back of Scarlett's shoulder for a moment, as though her strength had suddenly left her. Many of the men were totally unarmed, for the Confederacy had neither rifles nor ammunition to issue to them. These men hoped to equip themselves from killed and captured Yankees. Many carried bowie knives in their boots, and bore in their hands long, thick poles with iron-pointed tips known as Joe Brown pikes. The lucky ones had old flintlock muskets slung over their shoulders and powder horns at their belts. Johnston had lost around 10,000 men in his retreat. He needed 10,000 more fresh troops. And this, thought Scarlett, frightened, is what he's getting. As the artillery rumbled by, splashing mud into the watching crowds, a Negro on a mule riding close to a cannon caught her eye. He was a young, saddle-colored Negro with a serious face, and when Scarlett saw him, she cried, "It's Mose! Ashley's Mose! Whatever is he doing here?" She fought her way through the crowd to the curb and called, "Mose! Stop!" The boy, seeing her, drew rein, smiled delightedly, and started to dismount. A soaking sergeant riding behind him called, "Stay on that mule, boy, or I'll light a fire under you. We got to get to the mountains sometime." Uncertainly, Mose looked from the sergeant to Scarlett, and she, splashing through the mud, close to the passing wheels, caught at Mose's stirrup straps. "Oh, just a minute, Sergeant. Don't get down, Mose. What on earth are you doing here?" "I's off to the war again, Miss Scarlett. This time with old Mr. John instead old Mr. Ashley." "Mr. Wilkes?" Scarlett was stunned. Mr. Wilkes was nearly 70. "Where is he?" "Back with the last cannon, Miss Scarlett, back there." "Sorry, lady. Move on, boy." Scarlett stood for a moment, ankle-deep in mud, as the guns lurched by. "Oh, no," she thought. "It can't be. He's too old. And he doesn't like war any more than Ashley did." She retreated back a few paces toward the curb and scanned each face that passed. Then, as the last cannon and limbered chest came groaning and splashing up, she saw him, slender, erect, his long silver hair wet upon his neck, riding easily upon a little strawberry mare that picked her way as daintily through the mud holes as a lady in a satin dress. Why, that mare was Nellie, Mrs. Tarleton's Nellie, Beatrice Tarleton's treasured darling. When he saw her standing in the mud, Mr. Wilkes drew rein with a smile of pleasure and, dismounting, came toward her. "I had hoped to see you, Scarlett. I was charged with so many messages from your people, but there was no time. We just got in this morning, and they are rushing us out immediately, as you see." "Oh, Mr. Wilkes," she cried desperately, holding his hand, "don't go. Why must you go?" "Ah, so you think I'm too old?" He smiled. And it was Ashley's smile in an older face. "Perhaps I am too old to march, but not to ride and to shoot. And Mrs. Tarleton so kindly lent me Nellie, so I am well mounted. I hope nothing happens to Nellie, for if something should happen to her, I could never go home and face Mrs. Tarleton. Nellie was the last horse she had left." He was laughing now, turning away her fears. "Your mother and father and the girls are well, and they sent you their love. Your father nearly came up with us today." "Oh, not Pa!" cried Scarlett in terror. "Not Pa? He isn't going to the war, is he?" "No, but he was. Of course, he can't walk far with his stiff knee, but he was all for riding away with us. Your mother agreed, providing he was able to jump the pasture fence, for she said there would be a lot of rough riding to be done in the army. Your father thought that easy, but would you believe it? When his horse came to the fence, he stopped dead, and over his head went your father. It's a wonder he didn't break his neck. You know how obstinate he is. He got right up and tried it again. Well, Scarlett, he came off 3 times before Mrs. O'Hara and Pork assisted him to bed. He was in a taking about it, swearing that your mother had spoken a wee word in the beast's ears. He just isn't up to active service, Scarlett. You need have no shame about it. After all, someone must stay home and raise crops for the army." Scarlett had no shame at all, only an active feeling of relief. "I've sent India and Honey to Macon to stay with the Burrs, and Mr. O'Hara is looking after 12 Oaks as well as Tara. I must go, my dear. Let me kiss your pretty face." Scarlett turned up her lips and there was a choking pain in her throat. She was so fond of Mr. Wilkes. Once, long ago, she had hoped to be his daughter-in-law. "And you must deliver this kiss to Pittypat, and this to Melanie," he said, kissing her lightly 2 more times. "And how is Melanie?" "She is well." "Ah." His eyes looked at her, but through her, past her, as Ashley's had done, remote grey eyes looking on another world. "I should have liked to see my first grandchild. Goodbye, my dear." He swung on to Nellie and cantered off, his hat in his hand, his silver hair bare to the rain. Scarlett had rejoined Maybelle and Mrs. Meade before the import of his last words broke upon her. Then, in superstitious terror, she crossed herself and tried to say a prayer. He had spoken of death, just as Ashley had done, and now Ashley... No one should ever speak of death. It was tempting Providence to mention death. As the 3 women started silently back to the hospital in the rain, Scarlett was praying, "Not him too, God. Not him and Ashley too." The retreat from Dalton to Kennesaw Mountain had taken from early May to mid-June, and as the hot, rainy days of June passed, and Sherman failed to dislodge the Confederates from the steep, slippery slopes, hope again raised its head. Everyone grew more cheerful and spoke more kindly of General Johnston. As wet June days passed into a wetter July, and the Confederates, fighting desperately around the entrenched heights, still held Sherman at bay, a wild gaiety took hold of Atlanta. Hope went to their heads like champagne. Hurrah! Hurrah! We're holding them! An epidemic of parties and dances broke out. Whenever groups of men from the fighting were in town for the night, dinners were given for them, and afterwards there was dancing, and the girls, outnumbering the men 10 to 1, made much of them and fought to dance with them. Atlanta was crowded with visitors, refugees, families of wounded men in the hospitals, wives and mothers of soldiers fighting at the mountain who wished to be near them in case of wounds. In addition, bevies of belles from the country districts, where all remaining men were under 16 or over 60, descended upon the town. Aunt Pitty disapproved highly of these last, for she felt they had come to Atlanta for no reason at all except to catch husbands, and the shamelessness of it made her wonder what the world was coming to. Scarlett disapproved, too. She didn't care for the eager competition furnished by the 16-year-olds, whose fresh cheeks and bright smiles made one forget their twice-turned frocks and patched shoes. Her own clothes were prettier and newer than most, thanks to the material Rhett Butler had brought her on the last boat he ran in, but after all, she was 19 and getting along, and men had a way of chasing silly young things. A widow with a child was at a disadvantage with these pretty minxes, she thought. But in these exciting days, her widowhood and her motherhood weighed less heavily upon her than ever before, between hospital duties in the daytime and parties at night. She hardly ever saw Wade. Sometimes she actually forgot, for long stretches, that she had a child. In the warm, wet summer nights, Atlanta's home stood open to the soldiers, the town's defenders. The big houses from Washington Street to Peachtree Street blazed with lights as the muddy fighters in from the rifle pits were entertained, and the sound of banjo and fiddle and the scrape of dancing feet and lighter laughter carried far on the night air. Groups hung over pianos, and voices sang lustily the sad words of "Your letter came, but came too late," while ragged gallants looked meaningly at girls, who laughed from behind turkey-tail fans, begging them not to wait until it was too late. None of the girls waited, if they could help it. With a tide of hysterical gaiety and excitement flooding the city, they rushed into matrimony. There were so many marriages that month while Johnston was holding the enemy at Kennesaw Mountain, marriages with the bride turned out in blushing happiness, and the hastily borrowed finery of a dozen friends, and the groom with saber banging at patched knees. So much excitement, so many parties,
So many thrills. Hurrah! Johnston is holding the Yanks 22 miles away. Yes, the lines around Kennesaw Mountain were impregnable. After 25 days of fighting, even General Sherman was convinced of this, for his losses were enormous. Instead of continuing the direct assault, he swung his army in a wide circle again and tried to come between the Confederates and Atlanta. Again, the strategy worked. Johnston was forced to abandon the heights he had held so well in order to protect his rear. He had lost a third of his men in that fight, and the remainder slogged tiredly through the rain across the country toward the Chattahoochee River. The Confederates would expect no more reinforcements, whereas the railroad, which the Yankees now held from Tennessee south to the battle line, brought Sherman fresh troops and supplies daily. So the gray lines went back through the muddy fields, back toward Atlanta. With the loss of the supposedly unconquerable position, a fresh wave of terror swept the town. For 25 wild, happy days, everyone had assured everyone else that this could not possibly happen. And now it had happened. But surely the general would hold the Yankees on the opposite bank of the river. Though God knows the river was close enough, only 7 miles away. But Sherman flanked them again. Crossing the stream above them, and the weary gray files were forced to hurry across the yellow water and throw themselves again between the invaders and Atlanta. They dug in hastily in shallow pits to the north of the town, in the valley of Peachtree Creek. Atlanta was in agony and panic. Fight and fall back. Fight and fall back. And every retreat was bringing the Yankees closer to the town. Peachtree Creek was only 5 miles away. What was the general thinking about? The cries of "Give us a man who will stand and fight" penetrated even to Richmond. Richmond knew that if Atlanta was lost, the war was lost, and after the army had crossed the Chattahoochee, General Johnston was removed from command. General Hood, one of his corps commanders, took over the army, and the town breathed a little easier. Hood wouldn't retreat. Not that tall Kentuckian with his flowing beard and flashing eye. He had the reputation of a bulldog. He'd drive the Yankees back from the creek, yes, back across the river, and on up the road every step of the way back to Dalton. But the army cried, "Give us back Old Joe." For they had been with Old Joe all the weary miles from Dalton, and they knew, as the civilians could not know, the odds that had opposed them. Sherman did not wait for Hood to get himself in readiness to attack. On the day after the change in command, the Yankee general struck swiftly at the little town of Decatur, 6 miles beyond Atlanta, captured it, and cut the railroad there. This was the railroad connecting Atlanta with Augusta, with Charleston, with Wilmington, and with Virginia. Sherman had dealt the Confederacy a crippling blow. The time had come for action. Atlanta screamed for action. Then, on a July afternoon of steaming heat, Atlanta had its wish. General Hood did more than stand and fight. He assaulted the Yankees fiercely at Peachtree Creek, hurling his men from their rifle pits against the blue lines, where Sherman's men outnumbered him more than 2 to 1. Frightened, praying that Hood's attack would drive the Yankees back, everyone listened to the sound of booming cannon and the crackling of thousands of rifles which, though 5 miles away from the center of town, were so loud as to seem almost in the next block. They could hear the rumblings of the batteries, see the smoke which rolled like low-hanging clouds above the trees. But for hours no one knew how the battle was going. By late afternoon the first news came, but it was uncertain, contradictory, frightening, brought as it was by men wounded in the early hours of the battle. These men began straggling in, singly and in groups, the less seriously wounded supporting those who limped and staggered. Soon a steady stream of them was established,
making their painful way into town toward the hospitals, their faces black as Negroes from powder stains, dust and sweat, their wounds unbandaged, blood drying, flies swarming about them. Aunt Pitty's was one of the first houses which the wounded reached as they struggled in from the north of the town, and one after another they tottered to the gate, sank down on the green lawn, and croaked, "Water!" All that burning afternoon, Aunt Pitty and her family, black and white, stood in the sun with buckets of water and bandages, ladling drinks, binding wounds until the bandages gave out, and even the torn sheets and towels were exhausted. Aunt Pitty completely forgot the sight of blood always made her faint, and she worked until her little feet in their too small shoes swelled and would no longer support her. Even Melanie, now great with child, forgot her modesty and worked feverishly side by side with Prissy, Cookie, and Scarlet, her face as tense as any of the wounded. When at last she fainted, there was no place to lay her, except on the kitchen table, as every bed, chair, and sofa in the house was filled with wounded. Forgotten in the tumult, little Wade crouched behind the banisters on the front porch, peering out onto the lawn like a caged, frightened rabbit, his eyes wide with terror, sucking his thumb and hiccuping. Once Scarlet saw him and cried sharply, "Go play in the backyard, Wade Hampton." But he was too terrified, too fascinated by the mad scene before him to obey. The lawn was covered with prostrate men, too tired to walk farther, too weak from wounds to move. These Uncle Peter loaded into the carriage and drove to the hospital, making trip after trip until the old horse was lathered. Mrs. Meade and Mrs. Merriweather sent their carriages, and they too drove off, springs sagging beneath the weight of the wounded. Later, in the long, hot summer twilight, the ambulances came rumbling down the road from the battlefield in commissary wagons covered with muddy canvas. Then farm wagons, ox carts, and even private carriages commandeered by the medical corps. They passed Aunt Pitty's house, jolting over the bumpy road, packed with wounded and dying men dripping blood into the red dust. At the sight of the women with buckets and dippers, the conveyances halted and the chorus went up in cries, in whispers. "Water!" Scarlet held wobbling heads that parched lips might drink, poured buckets of water over dusty, feverish bodies, and into open wounds that the men might enjoy a brief moment's relief. She tiptoed to hand dippers to ambulance drivers, and of each she questioned, her heart in her throat. "What news? What news?" From all came back the answer, "Don't know for certain, lady. It's too soon to tell." Night came, and it was sultry. No air moved, and the flaring pine knots the Negroes held made the air hotter. Dust clogged Scarlet's nostrils and dried her lips. Her lavender calico dress, so freshly clean and starched that morning, was streaked with blood, dirt, and sweat. This, then, was what Ashley had meant when he wrote that war was not glory, but dirt and misery. Fatigue gave an unreal, nightmarish cast to the whole scene. It couldn't be real. Or if it was real, then the world had gone mad. If not, why should she be standing here in Aunt Pitty's peaceful front yard, amid wavering lights, pouring water over dying beaux? For so many of them were her beaux, and they tried to smile when they saw her. There were so many men jolting down this dark, dusty road whom she knew so well, so many men dying here before her eyes, mosquitoes and gnats swarming their bloody faces, men with whom she had danced and laughed, for whom she had played music and sung songs, teased, comforted, and loved. A little. She found Carrie Ashburn on the bottom layer of wounded in an ox cart, barely alive from a bullet wound in his head. But she could not extricate him without disturbing 6 other wounded men. So she let him go on to the hospital. Later she heard he had died before a doctor ever saw him and was buried somewhere. No one knew exactly. So many men had been buried that month, in shallow, hastily dug graves at Oakland Cemetery. Melanie felt it keenly that they had not been able to get a lock of Carrie's hair to send to his mother in Alabama. As the hot night wore on and their backs were aching and their knees buckling from weariness, Scarlet and Pity cried to man after man, "What news? What news?" And as the long hours dragged past, they had their answer, an answer that made them look whitely into each other's eyes. "We're falling back. They outnumber us by thousands. The Yankees have got Wheeler's cavalry cut off near Decatur. We've got to reinforce them. Our boys will all be in town soon." Scarlet and Pity clutched each other's arms for support. Are the Yankees coming?" "Yes'm. They're coming all right. But they ain't going to get far, lady." "Don't fret, miss. They can't take Atlanta." "No, ma'am. We got 1,000,000 miles of breastworks round this town. I heard old Joe say it myself. I can hold Atlanta forever." "But we ain't got old Joe. We got—" "Shut up, you fool. Do you want to scare the ladies? The Yankees will never take this place, ma'am. Why don't you ladies go to Macon and somewheres that's safer? Ain't you got no kinfolks there? The Yankees ain't going to take Atlanta, but still, it ain't going to be so healthy for ladies whilst they're trying it. There's going to be a powerful lot of shelling." In a warm, steaming rain the next day, the defeated army poured through Atlanta by thousands, exhausted by hunger and weariness, depleted by 76 days of battle and retreat, their horses starved scarecrows, their cannon and caissons harnessed with odds and ends of rope and strips of rawhide. But they did not come in as a disorderly rabble in full rout. They marched in good order, jaunty for all their rags, their torn red battle flags flying in the rain. They had learned retreating under old Joe, who had made it as great a feat of strategy as advancing. The bearded, shabby files swung down Peachtree Street to the tune of "Maryland, my Maryland," and all the town turned out to cheer them. In victory or defeat, they were their boys. The state militia, who had gone out so short a time before, resplendent in new uniforms, could hardly be distinguished from the seasoned troops, so dirty and unkempt were they. There was a new look in their eyes. 3 years of apologizing, of explaining why they were not at the front, was behind them now. They had traded security behind the lines for the hardships of battle. Many of their number had traded easy living for hard death. They were veterans now. Veterans of brief service, but veterans just the same. And they had acquitted themselves well. They searched out the faces of friends in the crowd and stared at them proudly, defiantly. They could hold up their heads now. The old men and the boys of the Home Guard marched by, the graybeards almost too weary to lift their feet, the boys wearing the faces of tired children confronted too early with adult problems. Scarlet caught sight of Phil Meade and hardly recognized him, so black was his face with powder and grime, so taut with strain and weariness. Uncle Henry went limping by, hatless in the rain, his head stuck through a hole in a piece of old oilcloth. Grandpa Merriweather rode in on a gun carriage, his bare feet tied in quilt scraps. But search though she might, she saw no sign of John Wilkes. Johnston's veterans, however, went by with the tireless, careless step which had carried them for 3 years, and they still had the energy to grin and wave at pretty girls, and to call rude jibes to men not in uniform. They were on their way to the entrenchments that ringed the town. No shallow, hastily dug trenches these, but earthworks, breast high, reinforced with sandbags and tipped with sharpened staves of wood. For mile after mile the trenches encircled the town, red gashes surmounted by red mounds, waiting for the men who would fill them. The crowd cheered the troops as they would have cheered them in victory. There was fear in every heart, but now that they knew the truth, now that the worst had happened, now that the war was in their front yard, A change came over the town. There was no panic now, no hysteria. Whatever lay in hearts did not show on faces. Everyone looked cheerful, even if the cheer was strained. Everyone tried to show brave, confident faces to the troops. Everyone repeated what old Joe had said just before he was relieved of command. "I can hold Atlanta forever." Now that Hood had had to retreat, quite a number wished, with the soldiers, that they had old Joe back, but they forbore saying it, and took courage from old Joe's remark. "I can hold Atlanta forever." Not for Hood the cautious tactics of General Johnston. He assaulted the Yankees on the east. He assaulted them on the west. Sherman was circling the town like a wrestler seeking a fresh hold on an opponent's body, and Hood did not remain behind his rifle pits waiting for the Yankees to attack. He went out boldly to meet them and savagely fell upon them. Within the space of a few days, the battles of Atlanta and of Ezra Church were fought, and both of them were major engagements which made Peachtree Creek seem like a skirmish. But the Yankees kept coming back for more. They had suffered heavy losses, but they could afford to lose. And all the while their batteries poured shells into Atlanta, killing people in their homes, ripping roofs off buildings, tearing huge craters in the streets. The townsfolk sheltered as best they could in cellars, in holes in the ground, and in shallow tunnels dug in railroad cuts. Atlanta was under siege. Within 11 days, after he had taken command, General Hood had lost almost as many men as Johnston had lost in 74 days of battle and retreat, and Atlanta was hemmed in on 3 sides. The railroad from Atlanta to Tennessee was now in Sherman's hands for its full length. His army was across the railroad to the east, and he had cut the railroad running southwest to Alabama. Only the one railroad to the south, to Macon and Savannah, was still open. The town was crowded with soldiers, swamped with wounded, jammed with refugees, and this one line was inadequate for the crying needs of the stricken city. But as long as this railroad could be held, Atlanta could still stand. Scarlett was terrified when she realized how important this line had become, how fiercely Sherman would fight to take it, how desperately Hood would fight to defend it. For this was the railroad which ran through the county, through Jonesboro. And Tara was only 5 miles from Jonesboro. Tara seemed like a haven of refuge by comparison with the screaming hell of Atlanta. But Tara was only 5 miles from Jonesboro. Scarlett and many other ladies sat on the flat roofs of stores, shaded by their tiny parasols, and watched the fighting on the day of the Battle of Atlanta. But when shells began falling in the streets for the first time, they fled to the cellars. And that night, the exodus of women, children, and old people from the city began. Macon was their destination, and many of those who took the train that night had already refugeed 5 and 6 times before, as Johnston fell back from Dalton. They were traveling lighter now than when they arrived in Atlanta. Most of them carried only a carpet bag and a scanty lunch done up in a bandana handkerchief. Here and there, frightened servants carried silver pitchers, knives and forks, and a family portrait or 2 which had been salvaged in the first flight. Mrs. Merriweather and Mrs. Elsing refused to leave. They were needed at the hospital, and furthermore, they said proudly, they weren't afraid, and no Yankees were going to run them out of their homes. But Maybelle and her baby, and Fanny Elsing went to Macon. Mrs. Meade was disobedient for the first time in her married life, and flatly refused to yield to the doctor's command that she take the train to safety. The doctor needed her, she said. Moreover, Phil was somewhere in the trenches, and she wanted to be nearby in case... But Mrs. Whiting went, and many other ladies of Scarlett's circle. Aunt Pitty, who had been the first to denounce old Joe for his policy of retreat, was among the first to pack her trunks, Her nerves, she said, were delicate, and she could not endure noises. She feared she might faint at an explosion and not be able to reach the cellar. No, she was not afraid. Her baby mouth tried to set in martial lines, but failed. She'd go to Macon and stay with her cousin, old Mrs. Burr, and the girl should come with her. Scarlett did not want to go to Macon. Frightened as she was of the shells, she'd rather stay in Atlanta than go to Macon, for she hated old Mrs. Burr cordially. Years ago, Mrs. Burr had said she was fast after catching her kissing her son Willie at one of the Wilkes' house parties. "No," she told Aunt Pitty, "I'll go home to Tara, and Melly can go to Macon with you." At this, Melanie began to cry in a frightened, heartbroken way. When Aunt Pitty fled to get Dr. Meade, Melanie caught Scarlett's hand in hers, pleading, "Dear, don't go to Tara and leave me. I'll be so lonely without you. Oh, Scarlett, I'd just die if you weren't with me when the baby came." Yes, I know I've got Aunt Pitty, and she is sweet. But after all, she's never had a baby, and sometimes she makes me so nervous I could scream. Don't desert me, darling. You've been just like a sister to me, and besides—" She smiled wanly. "You promised Ashley you'd take care of me. He told me he was going to ask you." Scarlett stared down at her in wonderment. With her own dislike of this woman so strong she could barely conceal it, how could Melly love her so? How could Melly be so stupid as to not guess the secret of her love of Ashley? She had given herself away 100 times during these months of torment, waiting for news of him. But Melanie saw nothing. Melanie, who could see nothing but good in anyone she loved. Yes, she had promised Ashley she would look out for Melanie. Oh, Ashley, Ashley, you must be dead. Dead these many months. And now your promise reaches out and clutches me. "Well," she said shortly, "I did promise him that, and I don't go back on my promises. But I won't go to Macon and stay with that old Burr cat. I'd claw her eyes out in 5 minutes. I'm going home to Tara, and you can come with me. Mother would love to have you." "Oh, I'd like that. Your mother is so sweet. But you know Auntie would just die if she wasn't with me when the baby came, and I know she won't go to Tara. It's too close to the fighting, and Auntie wants to be safe." Dr. Meade, who had arrived out of breath, expecting to find Melanie in premature labor at least, judging by Aunt Pitty's alarmed summoning, was indignant and said as much. And upon learning the cause of the upset, he settled the matter with words that left no room for argument. "It's out of the question for you to go to Macon, Miss Melly. I won't answer for you if you move. The trains are crowded and uncertain, and the passengers are liable to be put off in the woods at any time. If the trains are needed for wounded or troops and supplies. In your condition—" "But if I went to Tara with Scarlett—" "I tell you, I won't have you moved. The train to Tara is the train to Macon, and the same conditions prevail. Moreover, no one knows just where the Yankees are now. But they are all over everywhere. Your train might even be captured. And even if you reached Jonesboro safely, there'd be a 5-mile ride over the rough road before you ever reached Tara. It's no trip for a woman in a delicate condition. Besides, there's not a doctor in the county since old Dr. Fontaine joined the army." "But there are midwives." "I said a doctor," he answered brusquely, and his eyes unconsciously went over her tiny frame. "I won't have you moved. It might be dangerous. You don't want to have the baby on the train or in a buggy, do you?" This medical frankness reduced the ladies to embarrassed blushes and silence. "You've got to stay right here where I can watch you. And you must stay in bed. No running up and down stairs to cellars. No, not even if shells come right in the window. After all, there's not so much danger here. We'll have the Yankees beaten back in no time. Now, Miss Pitty, you go right on to Macon and leave the young ladies here. "Unchaperoned?" she cried, aghast. "They are matrons," said the doctor testily. "And Mrs. Meade is just 2 houses away. They won't be receiving any male company anyway with Miss Melly in her condition. Good heavens, Miss Pitty! This is wartime. We can't think of the proprieties now. We must think of Miss Melly." He stamped out of the room and waited on the front porch until Scarlett joined him. "I shall talk frankly to you, Miss Scarlett," he began, jerking at his gray beard. "You seem to be a young woman of common sense, so spare me your blushes. I do not want to hear any further talk about Miss Melly being moved. I doubt if she could stand the trip. She's going to have a difficult time, even in the best of circumstances. Very narrow in the hips, as you know. And probably will need forceps for her delivery, so I don't want any ignorant darky midwife meddling with her. Women like her should never have children, but... Anyway, you pack Miss Pitty's trunk and send her to Macon. She's so scared she'll upset Miss Melly, and that won't do any good. And now, miss," he fixed her with a piercing glance, "I don't want to hear about you going home either. You stay with Miss Melly till the baby comes. Not afraid, are you?" "Oh, no," lied Scarlett, stoutly. "That's a brave girl. Mrs. Meade will give you whatever chaperonage you need, and I'll send over old Betsy to cook for you, if Miss Pitty wants to take her servants with her. It won't be for long. The baby ought to be here in another 5 weeks. But you can never tell with first babies, and all this shelling going on. It may come any day." So Aunt Pitty-Pat went to Macon, in floods of tears, taking Uncle Peter and Cookie with her. The carriage and horse she donated to the hospital in a burst of patriotism, which she immediately regretted, and that brought on more tears. And Scarlett and Melanie were left alone, with Wade and Prissy, in a house that was much quieter. Chapter 19. In those first days of the siege, when the Yankees crashed here and there against the defenses of the city, Scarlett was so frightened by the bursting shells she could only cower helplessly, her hands over her ears, expecting every moment to be blown into eternity. When she heard the whistling screams that heralded their approach, she rushed to Melanie's room and flung herself on the bed beside her, and the two clutched each other, screaming, "Oh, oh!" as they buried their heads in the pillows. Prissy and Wade scurried for the cellar, and crouched in the cobwebbed darkness, Prissy squalling at the top of her voice, and Wade sobbing and hiccuping. Suffocating under feather pillows while death screamed overhead, Scarlett silently cursed Melanie for keeping her from the safer regions below stairs. But the doctor had forbidden Melanie to walk, and Scarlett had to stay with her. Added to her terror of being blown to pieces was her equally active terror that Melanie's baby might arrive at any moment. Sweat broke out on Scarlett with clammy dampness whenever this thought entered her mind. What would she do if the baby started coming? She knew she'd rather let Melanie die than go out on the streets to hunt for the doctor when the shells were falling like April rain. And she knew Prissy could be beaten to death before she would venture forth. What would she do if the baby came? These matters she discussed with Prissy in whispers one evening as they prepared Melanie's supper tray, and Prissy, surprisingly enough, calmed her fears. "Miss Scarlett, if we can't get the doctor when Miss Melly's time come, don't you bother. I can manage. I knows all about birthing. Ain't my ma a midwife? Ain't she raised me to be a midwife, too? Just you leave it to me." Scarlett breathed more easily, knowing that experienced hands were near, but she nevertheless yearned to have the ordeal over and done with. Mad to be away from exploding shells, desperate to get home to the quiet of Tara, she prayed every night that the baby would arrive the next day, so she would be released from her promise and could leave Atlanta.
Tara seemed so safe, so far away from all this misery. Scarlett longed for home and her mother as she had never longed for anything in all her life. If she were just near Ellen, she wouldn't be afraid, no matter what happened. Every night after a day of screeching, ear-splitting shells, she went to bed determined to tell Melanie the next morning that she could not stand Atlanta another day, that she would have to go home, and Melanie would have to go to Mrs. Meade's. But as she lay on her pillow, there always rose the memory of Ashley's face, as it had looked when she last saw him, drawn as with an inner pain, with a little smile on his lips. "You'll take care of Melanie, won't you? You're so strong. Promise me." And she had promised. Somewhere, Ashley lay dead. Wherever he was watching her, holding her to that promise. Living or dead, she could not fail him, no matter what the cost. So she remained, day after day. In response to Ellen's letters, pleading with her to come home, she wrote minimizing the dangers of the siege, explaining Melanie's predicament and promising to come as soon as the baby was born. Ellen, sensitive to the bonds of kin, be they blood or marriage, wrote back reluctantly agreeing that she must stay, but demanding that Wade and Prissy be sent home immediately. This suggestion met with the complete approval of Prissy, who was now reduced to teeth-chattering idiocy at every unexpected sound. She spent so much time crouching in the cellar that the girls would have fared badly but for Mrs. Meade's stolid old Betsy. Scarlett was as anxious as her mother to have Wade out of Atlanta, not only for the child's safety, but because his constant fear irritated her. Wade was terrified to speechlessness by the shelling, and even when lulls came, he clung to Scarlett's skirts, too terrified to cry. He was afraid to go to bed at night, afraid of the dark, afraid to sleep, lest the Yankees should come and get him. And the sound of his soft, nervous whimpering in the night grated unendurably on her nerves. Secretly, she was just as frightened as he was, but it angered her to be reminded of it every minute by his tense, drawn face. Yes, Tara was the place for Wade. Prissy should take him there, and return immediately to be present when the baby came. But before Scarlett could start the two on their homeward journey, news came that the Yankees had swung to the south and were skirmishing along the railroad between Atlanta and Jonesboro. Suppose the Yankees should capture the train on which Wade and Prissy were riding. Scarlett and Melanie turned pale at the thought, for everyone knew that Yankee atrocities on helpless children were even more dreadful than on women. So she feared to send him home, and he remained in Atlanta, a frightened, silent little ghost, pattering about desperately after his mother, fearing to have her skirt out of his hand for even a minute. The siege went on through the hot days of July, thundering days following nights of sullen, ominous stillness, and the town began to adjust itself. It was as though, the worst having happened, they had nothing more to fear. They had feared a siege, and now they had a siege, and after all, it wasn't so bad. Life could and did go on almost as usual. They knew they were sitting on a volcano, but until that volcano erupted, there was nothing they could do. So why worry now? And probably it wouldn't erupt anyway. Just look how General Hood is holding the Yankees out of the city. And see how the cavalry is holding the railroad to Macon. Sherman will never take it. But for all their apparent insouciance in the face of falling shells and shorter rations, for all their ignoring the Yankees barely half a mile away, and for all their boundless confidence in the ragged line of gray men in the rifle pits, there pulsed, just below the skin of Atlanta, a wild uncertainty over what the next day would bring. Suspense, worry, sorrow, hunger, and the torment of rising, falling, rising hope was wearing that skin thin. Gradually, Scarlett drew courage from the brave faces of her friends, and from the merciful adjustment which nature makes when what cannot be cured must be endured. To be sure,
She still jumped at the sound of explosions, but now she didn't run screaming to burrow her head under Melanie's pillow. She could now gulp and say weakly, "That one was close, wasn't it?" She was less frightened also because life had taken on the quality of a dream too terrible to be real. It wasn't possible that she, Scarlett O'Hara, should be in such a predicament, with the danger of death about her every hour, every minute. It wasn't possible that the quiet tenor of life could have changed so completely in so short a time. It was unreal, grotesquely unreal. That morning skies which dawned so tenderly blue could be so profaned with cannon smoke that hung over the town like low thunderclouds. That warm noontides filled with the piercing sweetness of massed honeysuckle and climbing roses could be so fearful. As shells screamed into the streets, bursting like the crack of doom, throwing iron splinters hundreds of yards, blowing people and animals to bits. Quiet, drowsy afternoon siestas had ceased to be, for though the clamor of battle might lull from time to time, Peachtree Street was alive and noisy at all hours. Cannon and ambulances rumbling by, wounded stumbling in from the rifle pits, regiments hurrying past at double quick, ordered from the ditches on one side of town to the defense of some hard-pressed earthworks on the other, and couriers dashing headlong down the street toward headquarters as though the fate of the Confederacy hung on them. The hot nights brought a measure of quiet, but it was a sinister quiet. When the night was still, it was too still, as though the tree frogs, katydids, and sleepy mockingbirds were too frightened to raise their voices in the usual summer night chorus. Now and again, the quiet was broken sharply by the cracking of musket fire in the last line of defenses. Often in the late night hours, when the lamps were out and Melanie asleep and deathly silence pressed over the town, Scarlett, lying awake, heard the latch of the front gate click and soft, urgent tappings on the front door. Always, faceless soldiers stood on the dark porch, and from the darkness many different voices spoke to her. Sometimes a cultured voice came from the shadows. "Madam, my abject apologies for disturbing you, but could I have water for myself and my horse?" Sometimes it was the hard burring of a mountain voice. Sometimes the odd nasals of the flat wiregrass country to the far south. Occasionally the lulling drawl of the coast that caught at her heart, reminding her of Ellen's voice. "Missy, I got a partner here who I was aiming to get to the hospital, but looks like he ain't going to last that far. Can you take him in?" "Lady, I sure could do with some victuals. I sure relish a corn pone if it didn't deprive you none." "Madam, forgive my intrusion, but could I spend the night on your porch? I saw the roses and smelled the honeysuckle, and it was so much like home that I was emboldened." No, these nights were not real. They were a nightmare, and the men were part of that nightmare, men without bodies or faces, only tired voices speaking to her from the warm dark. Draw water, serve food, lay pillows on the front porch, bind wounds, hold the dirty heads of the dying. No, this could not be happening to her. Once, late in July, it was Uncle Henry Hamilton who came tapping in the night. Uncle Henry was minus his umbrella and carpetbag now, and his fat stomach as well. The skin of his pink fat face hung down in loose folds, like the dewlaps of a bulldog, and his long white hair was indescribably dirty. He was almost barefoot, crawling with lice, and he was hungry. But his irascible spirit was unimpaired. Despite his remark, "It's a foolish war when old fools like me are out toting guns," the girls received the impression that Uncle Henry was enjoying himself. He was needed, like the young men, and he was doing a young man's work. Moreover, he could keep up with the young men, which was more than Grandpa Merriweather could do, he told them gleefully. Grandpa's lumbago was troubling him greatly, and the captain wanted to discharge him. But Grandpa wouldn't go home. He said frankly that he preferred the captain's swearing and bullying to his daughter-in-law's coddling and her incessant demands that he give up chewing tobacco and launder his beard every day. Uncle Henry's visit was brief, for he had only a 4-hour furlough, and he needed half of it for the long walk in from the breastworks and back. "Girls, I'm not going to see you all for a while," he announced as he sat in Melanie's bedroom, luxuriously wriggling his blistered feet in a tub of cold water Scarlett had set before him. "Our company is going out in the morning." "Where?" questioned Melanie, frightened, clutching his arm. "Don't put your hand on me," said Uncle Henry irritably. "I'm crawling with lice. War would be a picnic if it wasn't for lice and dysentery. Where am I going? Well, I haven't been told, but I've got a good idea. We're marching south toward Jonesboro in the morning, unless I'm greatly in error." "Oh, why toward Jonesboro?" "Because there's going to be big fighting there, Missy. The Yankees are going to take that railroad if they possibly can, and if they do take it, it's goodbye Atlanta." "Oh, Uncle Henry, do you think they will?" "Shucks, girls, no. How can they when I'm there?" Uncle Henry grinned at their frightened faces, and then, becoming serious again, "It's going to be a hard fight, girls. We've got to win it. You know, of course, that Yankees have got all the railroads except the one to Macon, but that isn't all they've got. Maybe you girls didn't know it, but they've got every road, too, every wagon lane and bridle path, except the McDonough Road. Atlanta's in a bag, and the strings of the bag are at Jonesboro. And if the Yankees can take the railroad there, they can pull up the strings and have us just like a possum in a poke. So we don't aim to let them get that railroad. I may be gone a while, girls. I just came to tell you all goodbye and to make sure Scarlett was still with you, Mellie." "Of course she's with me," said Melanie fondly. "Don't you worry about us, Uncle Henry, and do take care of yourself." Uncle Henry wiped his wet feet on the rag rug and groaned as he drew on his tattered shoes. "I got to be going," he said. "I've got 5 miles to walk. Scarlett, you fix me up some kind of lunch to take. Anything you've got." After he had kissed Melanie goodbye, he went down to the kitchen where Scarlett was wrapping a corn pone and some apples in a napkin. "Uncle Henry, is it really so serious?" "Serious? God almighty, yes. Don't be a goose. We're in the last ditch." "Do you think they'll get to Tara?" "Why," began Uncle Henry, irritated at the feminine mind which thought only of personal things when broad issues were involved. Then, seeing her frightened, woe-begone face, he softened. "Of course they won't. Tara's 5 miles from the railroad, and it's the railroad the Yankees want. You've got no more sense than a June bug, Missy." He broke off abruptly. "I didn't walk all this way here tonight just to tell you all goodbye. I came to bring Millie some bad news, but when I got up to it, I just couldn't tell her. So I'm going to leave it to you to do." "Ashley isn't... You haven't heard anything that he's dead?" "Now, how would I be hearing about Ashley when I've been standing in rifle pits up to the seat of my pants in mud?" the old gentleman asked testily. "No. It's about his father. John Wilkes is dead." Scarlett sat down suddenly, the half-wrapped lunch in her hand. "I came to tell Mellie, but I couldn't. You must do it. And give her these." He hauled from his pocket a heavy gold watch with dangling seals, a small miniature of the long-dead Mrs. Wilkes, and a pair of massive cuff buttons. At the sight of the watch, which she had seen in John Wilkes' hands 1,000 times, The full realization came over Scarlett that Ashley's father was really dead, and she was too stunned to cry or to speak. Uncle Henry fidgeted, coughed, and didn't look at her, lest he catch sight of a tear that would upset him. He was a brave man, Scarlett. Tell Melly that. Tell her to write it to his girls. And a good soldier for all his years. A shell got him. Came right down on him and his horse. Tore the horses. I shot the horse myself, poor creature. A fine little mare she was. You'd better write Mrs. Tarleton about that, too. She set a store on that mare. Wrap up my lunch, child. I must be going. There, dear. Don't take it so hard. What better way can an old man die than doing a young man's work? Oh, he shouldn't have died. He shouldn't have ever gone to the war. He should have lived and seen his grandchild grow up and die peacefully in bed. Oh, why did he go? He didn't believe in secession, and he hated the war, and... Plenty of us think that way, but what of it? Uncle Henry blew his nose grumpily. Do you think I enjoy letting Yankee riflemen use me for a target at my age? But there's no other choice for a gentleman these days. Kiss me goodbye, child. And don't worry about me. I'll come through this war safely.
Scarlett kissed him and heard him go down the steps into the dark, heard the latch click on the front gate. She stood for a minute looking at the keepsakes in her hand. And then she went up the stairs to tell Melanie. At the end of July came the unwelcome news, predicted by Uncle Henry, that the Yankees had swung around again toward Jonesboro. They had cut the railroad 4 miles below the town, but they had been beaten off by the Confederate cavalry, and the engineering corps, sweating in the broiling sun, had repaired the line. Scarlett was frantic with anxiety. For 3 days she waited, fear growing in her heart. Then a reassuring letter came from Gerald. The enemy had not reached Tara. They had heard the sound of the fight, but they had seen no Yankees. Gerald's letter was so full of brag and bluster as to how the Yankees had been driven from the railroad that one would have thought he personally had accomplished the feat single-handed. He wrote for 3 pages about the gallantry of the troops, and then, at the end of his letter, mentioned briefly that Corinne was ill. The typhoid, Mrs. O'Hara said it was. She was not very ill, and Scarlett was not to worry about her, but on no condition must she come home now, even if the railroad should become safe. Mrs. O'Hara was very glad now that Scarlett and Wade had not come home when the siege began. Mrs. O'Hara said Scarlett must go to church and say some rosaries for Corinne's recovery. Scarlett's conscience smote her at this last, for it had been months since she had been to church. Once she would have thought this omission a mortal sin, but somehow staying away from church did not seem so sinful now as it formerly had. But she obeyed her mother, and going to her room, gabbled a hasty rosary. When she rose from her knees, she didn't feel as comforted as she had formerly felt after prayer. For some time she had felt that God wasn't watching out for her, the Confederates or the South, in spite of the millions of prayers ascending to him daily. That night she sat on the front porch with Gerald's letter in her bosom, where she could touch it occasionally and bring Tara and Ellen closer to her. The lamp in the parlor window threw odd golden shadows onto the dark vine-shrouded porch, and the matted tangle of yellow climbing roses and honeysuckle made a wall of mingled fragrance about her. The night was utterly still. Not even the crack of a rifle had sounded since sunset, and the world seemed far away. Scarlett rocked back and forth, lonely, miserable since reading the news from Tara, wishing that someone, anyone, even Mrs. Merriweather, were with her. But Mrs. Merriweather was on night duty at the hospital.
Mrs. Meade was home making a feast for Phil, who was in from the front lines, and Melanie was asleep. There was not even the hope of a chance caller. Visitors had fallen off to nothing this last week, for every man who could walk was in the rifle pits or chasing the Yankees about the countryside near Jonesboro. It was not often that she was alone like this, and she didn't like it. When she was alone, she had to think, and these days, thoughts were not so pleasant. Like everyone else, she had fallen into the habit of thinking of the past, the dead. Tonight, when Atlanta was so quiet, she could close her eyes and imagine she was back in the rural stillness of Tara, and that life was unchanged, unchanging. But she knew that life in the county would never be the same again. She thought of the 4 Tarletons, the red-haired twins, and Tom and Boyd, and a passionate sadness caught at her throat. Why, either Stu or Brent might have been her husband. But now, when the war was over and she went back to Tara to live, she would never again hear their wild halloos as they dashed up the avenue of cedars. And Rayford Calvert, who danced so divinely, would never again choose her to be his partner. And the Monroe boys and little Joe Fontaine and... "Oh, Ashley," she sobbed, dropping her head into her hands. "I'll never get used to you being gone." She heard the front gate click, and she hastily raised her head and dashed her hand across her wet eyes. She rose and saw it was Rhett Butler coming up the walk, carrying his wide Panama hat in his hand. She hadn't seen him since the day when she had alighted from his carriage so precipitously at 5 Points. On that occasion, she had expressed the desire never to lay eyes on him again. But she was so glad now to have someone to talk to, someone to divert her thoughts from Ashley, that she hastily put the memory from her mind. Evidently he had forgotten the contretemps, or pretended to have forgotten it, for he settled himself on the top step at her feet without mention of their late difference. "So you didn't refugee to Macon? I heard that Miss Pitty had retreated, and of course I thought you had gone too. So when I saw your light, I came here to investigate. Why did you stay?" "To keep Melanie company. You see, she can't refugee just now." "Thunderation!" he said, and in the lamplight she saw that he was frowning. "You don't mean to tell me that Mrs. Wilkes is still here? I never heard of such idiocy. It's quite dangerous for her in her condition." Scarlett was silent, embarrassed, for Melanie's condition was not a subject she could discuss with a man. She was embarrassed, too, that Rhett should know it was dangerous for Melanie. Such knowledge sat ill upon a bachelor. "It's quite ungallant of you not to think that I might get hurt, too," she said tartly. His eyes flickered with amusement. "I'd back you against the Yankees any day." "I'm not sure that that's a compliment," she said uncertainly. "It isn't," he answered. "When will you stop looking for compliments in men's latticed utterances?" "When I'm on my deathbed," she replied and smiled, thinking that there would always be men to compliment her, even if Rhett never did. "Vanity, vanity," he said. "At least you're frank about it." He opened his cigar case, extracted a black cigar, and held it to his nose for a moment. A match flared. He leaned back against a post and, clasping his hands about his knees, smoked a while in silence. Scarlett resumed her rocking, and the still darkness of the warm night closed about them. The mockingbird, which nested in the tangle of roses and honeysuckle, roused from slumber and gave one timid liquid note. Then, as if thinking better of the matter, it was silent again. From the shadow of the porch, Rhett suddenly laughed, a low, soft laugh. "So you stayed with Mrs. Wilkes. This is the strangest situation I ever encountered." "I see nothing strange about it," she answered uncomfortably, immediately on the alert. No. But then you lack the impersonal viewpoint. My impression has been for some time past that you could hardly endure Mrs. Wilkes. You think her silly and stupid, and her patriotic notions bore you. You seldom pass by the opportunity to slip in some belittling remark about her, so naturally it seems strange to me that you should elect to do the unselfish thing and stay here with her during this shelling. Now, just why did you do it? Because she's Charlie's sister, and a sister to me, answered Scarlett, with as much dignity as possible, though her cheeks were growing hot. You mean because she's Ashley Wilkes' widow? Scarlett rose quickly, struggling with her anger. I was almost on the point of forgiving you for your former boorish conduct, but now I shan't do it. I wouldn't have ever let you come upon this porch at all, if I hadn't been feeling so blue, and— Sit down and smooth your ruffled fur, he said, and his voice changed. He reached up, and taking her hand, pulled her back into her chair. Why are you blue? Oh, I had a letter from Tara today. The Yankees are close to home, and my little sister is ill with typhoid, and so now, even if I could go home like I want to, Mother wouldn't let me for fear I'd catch it too. Oh, dear. And I do so want to go home. Well, don't cry about it, he said, but his voice was kinder. You are much safer here in Atlanta, even if the Yankees do come, than you'd be at Tara. The Yankees won't hurt you, and typhoid would. The Yankees wouldn't hurt me? How can you say such a lie? My dear girl, the Yankees aren't fiends. They haven't horns and hooves, as you seem to think. They're pretty much like Southerners, except with worse manners, of course, and terrible accents. Why, the Yankees would— Rape you? I think not, though, of course, they'd want to. If you are going to talk vilely, I shall go into the house, she cried, grateful that the shadows hid her crimson face. Be frank. Wasn't that what you were thinking? Oh, certainly not. Oh, but it was. No use getting mad at me for reading your thoughts. That's what all our delicately nurtured and pure-minded Southern ladies think. They have it on their minds constantly. I'll wager even dowagers like Mrs. Merriweather— Scarlett gulped in silence, remembering that whenever two or more matrons were gathered together in these trying days, they whispered of such happenings, always in Virginia or Tennessee or Louisiana, never very close to home. The Yankees raped women and ran bayonets through children's stomachs and burned houses over the heads of old people. Everyone knew these things were true, even if they didn't shout them on the street corners. And if Rhett had any decency, he would realize they were true and not talk about them. And it wasn't any laughing matter either. She could hear him chuckling softly. Sometimes he was odious. In fact, most of the time he was odious. It was awful for a man to know what women really thought about and talked about. It made a girl feel positively undressed. And no man ever learned such things from good women either. She was indignant that he had read her mind. She liked to believe herself a thing of mystery to men, but she knew Rhett thought her as transparent as glass. Speaking of such matters, he continued, have you a protector or a chaperone in the house? The Admirable Mrs. Merriweather or Mrs. Meade? They always look at me as if they knew I was here for no good purpose. Mrs. Meade usually comes over at night, answered Scarlett, glad to change the subject. But she couldn't tonight. Phil, her boy, is home. What luck, he said softly, to find you alone. Something in his voice made her heart beat pleasantly faster, and she felt her face flush. She had heard that note in men's voices often enough to know that it presaged a declaration of love, Oh, what fun! If he would just say he loved her, how she would torment him and get even with him for all the sarcastic remarks he had flung at her these past 3 years. She would lead him in a chase that would make up for even that awful humiliation of the day he witnessed her slapping Ashley. And then she'd tell him sweetly she could only be a sister to him and retire with the full honors of war. She laughed nervously in pleasant anticipation. "Don't giggle," he said, and taking her hand, he turned it over and pressed his lips into the palm. Something vital, electric, leaped from him to her at the touch of his warm mouth, something that caressed her whole body thrillingly. His lips traveled to her wrist, and she knew he must feel the leap of her pulse as her heart quickened, and she tried to draw back her hand. She hadn't bargained on this treacherous warm tide of feeling that made her want to run her hands through his hair, to feel his lips upon her mouth. She wasn't in love with him, she told herself confusedly. She was in love with Ashley. But how to explain this feeling that made her hands shake and the pit of her stomach grow cold? He laughed softly. "Don't pull away. I won't hurt you." "Hurt me? I'm not afraid of you, Rhett Butler, or of any man in shoe leather," she cried, furious that her voice shook as well as her hands. "An admirable sentiment. But do lower your voice. Mrs. Wilkes might hear you, and pray compose yourself." He sounded as though delighted at her flurry. "Scarlett, you do like me, don't you?" That was more like what she was expecting. "Well, sometimes," she answered cautiously. "When you aren't acting like a varmint." He laughed again, and held the palm of her hand against his hard cheek. "I think you like me because I am a varmint. You've known so few dyed-in-the-wool varmints in your sheltered life that my very difference holds a quaint charm for you." This was not the turn she had anticipated, and she tried again without success to pull her hand free. "That's not true. I like nice men you can depend on to always be gentlemanly." "You mean men you can always bully. It's merely a matter of definition, but no matter." He kissed her palm again, and again the skin on the back of her neck crawled excitedly. "But you do like me. Could you ever love me, Scarlett?" "Ah," she thought, triumphantly. "Now I've got him." And she answered with studied coolness, "Indeed, no. That is, not unless you mended your manners considerably." "And I have no intention of mending them. So you could not love me. That is as I hoped. For while I like you immensely, I do not love you. And it would be tragic indeed for you to suffer twice from unrequited love, wouldn't it, dear? May I call you dear, Mrs. Hamilton?" "I shall call you dear whether you like it or not, so no matter, but the proprieties must be observed." "You don't love me?" "No, indeed. Did you hope that I did?" "Don't be so presumptuous." "You hoped. Alas, to blight your hopes. I should love you, for you are charming and talented at many useless accomplishments. But many ladies have charm and accomplishments and are just as useless as you are. No, I don't love you. But I do like you tremendously, for the elasticity of your conscience, for the selfishness which you seldom trouble to hide, and for the shrewd practicality in you which I fear you get from some not too remote Irish peasant ancestor." Peasant? Why, he was insulting her. She began to splutter wordlessly. "Don't interrupt," he begged, squeezing her hand. "I like you because I have those same qualities in me, and like begets liking. I realize you still cherish the memory of the godlike and wooden-headed Mr. Wilkes, who's probably been in his grave these 6 months. But there must be room in your heart for me, too. Scarlet, do stop wriggling. I am making you a declaration. I have wanted you since the first time I laid eyes on you, in the hall at 12 Oaks, when you were bewitching poor Charlie Hamilton. I want you more than I have ever wanted any woman, and I've waited longer for you than I've ever waited for any woman. She was breathless with surprise at his last words. In spite of all his insults, he did love her, and he was just so contrary he didn't want to come out frankly and put it into words, for fear she'd laugh. Well, she'd show him, and right quickly. Are you asking me to marry you? He dropped her hand and laughed so loudly she shrank back in her chair. Good Lord, no! Didn't I tell you I wasn't a marrying man? But, what... He rose to his feet and, hand on heart, made her a burlesque bow. Dear, he said quietly, I am complimenting your intelligence by asking you to be my mistress without having first seduced you. Mistress? Her mind shouted the word, shouted that she had been vilely insulted. But in that first startled moment she did not feel insulted. She only felt a furious surge of indignation that he should think her such a fool. He must think her a fool if he offered her a proposition like that, instead of the proposal of matrimony she had been expecting. Rage, punctured vanity, and disappointment threw her mind into a turmoil, and before she even thought of the high moral grounds on which she should upbraid him, she blurted out the first words which came to her lips. Mistress? What would I get out of that except a passel of brats? And then her jaw dropped in horror as she realized what she had said. He laughed until he choked, peering at her in the shadows as she sat, stricken dumb, pressing her handkerchief to her mouth. That's why I like you. You are the only frank woman I know, the only woman who looks on the practical side of matters without beclouding the issue with mouthings about sin and morality. Any other woman would have swooned first, and then shown me the door. Scarlet leaped to her feet, her face red with shame. How could she have said such a thing? How could she, Ellen's daughter, with her upbringing, have sat there and listened to such debasing words and then made such a shameless reply? She should have screamed. She should have fainted. She should have turned coldly away in silence and swept from the porch. Too late now. I will show you the door, she shouted, not caring if Melanie or the Meads down the street did hear her. Get out. How dare you say such things to me? What have I ever done to encourage you, to make you suppose... Get out, and don't ever come back here. I mean it this time. Don't you ever come back here with any of your piddling papers of pins and ribbons thinking I'll forgive you. I'll tell my father, and he'll kill you. He picked up his hat and bowed. And she saw in the light of the lamp that his teeth were showing in a smile beneath his mustache. He was not ashamed. He was amused at what she had said, and he was watching her with alert interest. Oh, he was detestable! She swung round on her heel and marched into the house. She grabbed hold of the door to shut it with a bang, but the hook, which held it open, was too heavy for her. She struggled with it, panting. "May I help you?" he asked. Feeling that she would burst a blood vessel if she stayed another minute, she stormed up the stairs. And as she reached the upper floor... Chapter 20. As the hot, noisy days of August were drawing to a close, the bombardment abruptly ceased. The quiet that fell on the town was startling. Neighbors met on the streets and stared at one another, uncertain. uneasy as to what might be impending. The stillness, after the screaming days, brought no surcease to strained nerves, but if possible, made the strain even worse. No one knew why the Yankee batteries were silent. There was no news of the troops, except that they had been withdrawn in large numbers from the breastworks about the town, and had marched off toward the south to defend the railroad. No one knew where the fighting was, if indeed there was any fighting, or how the battle was going, if there was a battle. Nowadays, the only news was that which passed from mouth to mouth. Short of paper, short of ink, short of men, the newspapers had suspended publication after the siege began, and the wildest rumors appeared from nowhere and swept through the town. Now, in the anxious quiet, crowds stormed General Hood's headquarters, demanding information. Crowds massed about the telegraph office and the depot, hoping for tidings, good tidings. For everyone hoped that the silence of Sherman's cannon meant that the Yankees were in full retreat, and the Confederates chasing them back up the road to Dalton. But no news came. The telegraph wires were still. No trains came in on the one remaining railroad from the south, and the mail service was broken. Autumn, with its dusty, breathless heat, was slipping in to choke the suddenly quiet town, adding its dry, panting weight to tired, anxious hearts. To Scarlett, mad to hear from Tara, yet trying to keep up a brave face, it seemed an eternity since the siege began. Seemed as though she had always lived with the sound of cannon in her ears until this sinister quiet had fallen. And yet it was only 30 days since the siege began. 30 days of siege. The city ringed with red clay rifle pits, the monotonous booming of cannon that never rested, the long lines of ambulances and ox carts dripping blood down the dusty streets toward the hospitals, the overworked burial squads dragging out men when they were hardly cold, and dumping them like so many logs in endless rows of shallow ditches. Only 30 days. And it was only 4 months since the Yankees moved south from Dalton. Only 4 months. Scarlett thought, looking back on that far day, that it had occurred in another life. Oh, no. Surely not just 4 months. It had been a lifetime. 4 months ago. Why, 4 months ago, Dalton, Resaca, Kennesaw Mountain had been to her only names of places on the railroad. Now they were battles. Battles desperately, vainly fought as Johnston fell back toward Atlanta. And now, Peachtree Creek, Decatur, Ezra Church, and Utoy Creek were no longer pleasant names of pleasant places. Never again could she think of them as quiet villages full of welcoming friends, as green places where she picnicked with handsome officers on the soft banks of slow-moving streams. These names meant battles, too, and the soft green grasses where she had sat were cut to bits by heavy cannon wheels, trampled by desperate feet when bayonet met bayonet, and flattened where bodies threshed in agonies. And the lazy streams were redder now than ever Georgia clay could make them. Peachtree Creek was crimson, so they said, after the Yankees crossed it. Peachtree Creek, Decatur, Ezra Church, Utoy Creek. Never names of places any more. Names of graves where friends lay buried. Names of tangled underbrush and thick woods where bodies rotted unburied. Names of the 4 sides of Atlanta where Sherman had tried to force his army in, and Hood's men had doggedly beaten him back. At last, news came from the south to the strange town, and it was alarming news, especially to Scarlett. General Sherman was trying the 4th side of the town again, striking again at the railroad at Jonesboro. Yankees in large numbers were on that 4th side of the town now. No skirmishing units or cavalry detachments, but the massed Yankee forces. And thousands of Confederate troops had been withdrawn from the lines close about the city to hurl themselves against them. and that explained the sudden silence. "Why Jonesboro?" thought Scarlet, terror striking at her heart at the thought of Tara's nearness. "Why must they always hit Jonesboro? Why can't they find some other place to attack the railroad?" For a week she hadn't heard from Tara, and the last brief note from Gerald had added to her fears. Corinne had taken a turn for the worse and was very, very sick. Now it might be days before the mails came through. Days before she heard whether Corinne was alive or dead. Oh, if she had only gone home at the beginning of the siege, Melanie or no Melanie. There was fighting at Jonesboro. That much Atlanta knew. But how the battle went, no one could tell, and the most insane rumors tortured the town. Finally, a courier came up from Jonesboro with the reassuring news that the Yankees had been beaten back. But they had made a sortie into Jonesboro, burned the depot, cut the telegraph wires, and torn up 3 miles of track before they retreated. The engineering corps was working like mad, repairing the line. But it would take some time, because the Yankees had torn up the cross ties, made bonfires of them, laid the wrenched-up rails across them until they were red-hot, and then twisted them around telegraph poles until they looked like giant corkscrews. These days it was so hard to replace iron rails, to replace anything made of iron. No, the Yankees hadn't got to Tara. The same courier who brought the dispatches to General Hood assured Scarlet of that. He had met Gerald in Jonesboro after the battle, just as he was starting to Atlanta, and Gerald had begged him to bring a letter to her. But what was Pa doing in Jonesboro? The young courier looked ill at ease when he made answer. Gerald was hunting for an army doctor to go to Tara with him. As she stood in the sunshine on the front porch, thanking the young man for his trouble, Scarlet felt her knees go weak. Corinne must be dying if she was so far beyond Ellen's medical skill that Gerald was hunting a doctor. As the courier went off in a small whirlwind of red dust, Scarlet tore open Gerald's letter with fingers that trembled. So great was the shortage of paper in the Confederacy now that Gerald's note was written between the lines of her last letter to him, and reading it was difficult. "Dear daughter, your mother and both girls have the typhoid. They are very ill, but we must hope for the best. When your mother took to her bed, she bade me write you that under no condition were you to come home and expose yourself and wade to the disease. She sends her love and bids you pray for her." Pray for her? Scarlet flew up the stairs to her room and, dropping on her knees by the bed, prayed as she had never prayed before. No formal rosaries now, but the same words over and over. "Mother of God, don't let her die. I'll be so good if you don't let her die. Please, don't let her die." For the next week, Scarlet crept about the house like a stricken animal waiting for news, starting at every sound of horses' hooves, rushing down the dark stair at night when soldiers came tapping at the door. But no news came from Tara. The width of the continent might have spread between her and home instead of 25 miles of dusty road. The mails were still disrupted. No one knew where the Confederates were or what the Yankees were up to. No one knew anything except that thousands of soldiers, gray and blue, were somewhere between Atlanta and Jonesboro. Not a word from Tara in a week. Scarlet had seen enough typhoid in the Atlanta hospital to know what a week meant in that dread disease. Ellen was ill, perhaps dying, and here was Scarlet helpless in Atlanta, with a pregnant woman on her hands and 2 armies between her and home. Ellen was ill, perhaps dying. But Ellen couldn't be ill. She had never been ill. The very thought was incredible, and it struck at the very foundations of the security of Scarlet's life. Everyone else got sick, but never Ellen. Ellen looked after sick people and made them well again. She couldn't be sick.
Scarlett wanted to be home. She wanted Tara with the desperate desire of a frightened child, frantic for the only haven it had ever known. Home. The sprawling white house with fluttering white curtains at the windows, the thick clover on the lawn with the bees busy in it, the little black boy on the front steps shooing the ducks and turkeys from the flower beds, the serene red fields and the miles and miles of cotton turning white in the sun. Home. If she had only gone home at the beginning of the siege, when everyone else was refugeeing. She could have taken Melanie with her in safety with weeks to spare. Oh, damn Melanie, she thought 1,000 times. Why couldn't she have gone to Macon with Aunt Pitty? That's where she belongs, with her own kinfolks, not with me. I'm none of her blood. Why does she hang on to me so hard? If she'd only gone to Macon, then I could have gone home to Mother. Even now, I'd take a chance on getting home in spite of the Yankees if it wasn't for this baby. Maybe General Hood would give me an escort. He's a nice man, General Hood. And I know I could make him give me an escort and a flag of truce to get me through the lines. But I have to wait for this baby. Oh, Mother. Mother, don't die. Why don't this baby ever come? I'll see Dr. Meade today and ask him if there's any way to hurry babies up so I can go home, if I can get an escort. Dr. Meade said she'd have a bad time. Dear God. Suppose she should die. Melanie dead. And Ashley... No, I mustn't think about that. It isn't nice. But Ashley... No, I mustn't think about that because he's probably dead anyway. But he made me promise I'd take care of her. But if I didn't take care of her and she died and Ashley is still alive... No, I mustn't think about that. It's sinful. And I promised God I'd be good if he would just not let Mother die. Oh, if the baby would only come. If I could only get away from here, get home, get anywhere but here. Scarlett hated the sight of the ominously still town now. And once she had loved it. Atlanta was no longer the desperately gay place she had loved. It was a hideous place, like a plague-stricken city, so quiet, so dreadfully quiet, after the din of the siege. There had been stimulation in the noise and the danger of the shelling. There was only horror in the quiet that followed. The town seemed haunted with fear and uncertainty and memories. People's faces looked pinched, and the few soldiers Scarlett saw wore the exhausted look of racers forcing themselves on through the last lap of a race already lost. The last day of August came, and with it convincing rumors that the fiercest fighting since the Battle of Atlanta was taking place somewhere to the south. Atlanta, waiting for the news of the turn of battle, stopped even trying to laugh and joke. Everyone knew now what the soldiers had known 2 weeks before, that Atlanta was in the last ditch, that if the Macon Railroad fell, Atlanta would fall too. On the morning of the 1st of September, Scarlett awoke with a suffocating sense of dread upon her, a dread she had taken to her pillow the night before. She thought, dulled with sleep. What was it I was worrying about when I went to bed last night? Oh, yes, the fighting. There was a battle somewhere yesterday. Oh, who won? She sat up hastily, rubbing her eyes, and her worried heart took up yesterday's load again. The air was oppressive even in the early morning hour, hot with the scorching promise of a noon of glaring blue sky and pitiless bronze sun. The road outside lay silent. No wagons creaked by. No troops raised the red dust with their tramping feet. There were no sounds of Negroes' lazy voices in neighboring kitchens, no pleasant sounds of breakfasts being prepared. For all the near neighbors, except Mrs. Meade and Mrs. Merriweather, had refugeed to Macon. And she could hear nothing from their houses either. Farther down the street, the business section was quiet, and many of the stores and offices were locked and boarded up, while their occupants were somewhere about the countryside with rifles in their hands. The stillness that greeted her seemed even more sinister this morning than on any of the mornings of the queer, quiet week preceding it. She rose hastily, without her usual preliminary burrowings and stretchings, and went to the window, hoping to see some neighbor's face, some heartening sight. But the road was empty. She noted how the leaves on the trees were still dark green, but dry, and heavily coated with red dust, and how withered and sad the untended flowers in the front yard looked. As she stood, looking out of the window, there came to her ears a far-off sound, faint and sullen as the first distant thunder of an approaching storm. Rain, she thought in the first moment, and her country-bred mind added, "We certainly need it." But in a split instant, rain? No, not rain. Cannon. Her heart racing, she leaned from the window, her ear cocked to the far-off roaring, trying to discover from which direction it came. But the dim thundering was so distant that for a moment she couldn't tell. "Make it from Marietta Lord," she prayed, "or Decatur, or Peachtree Creek, but not from the south. Not from the south." She gripped the windowsill tighter, and strained her ears, and the far-away booming seemed louder. And it was coming from the south. Cannon to the south. And to the south lay Jonesboro and Tara. And Ellen. Yankees perhaps at Tara, now, this minute. She listened again, but the blood thudding in her ears all but blurred out the sound of far-off firing. No, they couldn't be at Jonesboro yet. If they were that far away, the sound would be fainter, more indistinct. But they must be at least 10 miles down the road toward Jonesboro, probably near the little settlement of Rough and Ready. But Jonesboro was scarcely more than 10 miles below Rough and Ready. Cannon to the south, and they might be tolling the knell of Atlanta's fall. But to Scarlett, sick for her mother's safety, fighting to the south only meant fighting near Tara. She walked the floor and wrung her hands, and for the first time the thought in all its implications came to her, that the Gray Army might be defeated. It was the thought of Sherman's thousands so close to Tara that brought it all home to her, brought the full horror of the war to her, as no sound of siege guns shattering window panes, no privations of food and clothing, and no endless rows of dying men had done. Sherman's army, within a few miles of Tara. And even if the Yankees should be defeated, they might fall back down the road to Tara. And Gerald couldn't possibly refugee out of their way with 3 sick women. Oh, if she were only there now, Yankees or not! She paced the floor in her bare feet, her nightgown clinging to her legs, and the more she walked, the stronger became her foreboding. She wanted to be at home. She wanted to be near Ellen. From the kitchen below, she heard the rattle of china as Prissy prepared breakfast, but no sound of Mrs. Meade's Betsy. The shrill, melancholy minor of Prissy was raised. "Just a few more days to tote the weary load." The song grated on Scarlett, its sad implications frightening her, and slipping on a wrapper, she pattered out into the hall and to the back stairs and shouted, "Shut up that singin', Prissy!" A sullen "Yes'm" drifted up to her, as she drew a deep breath, feeling suddenly ashamed of herself. "Where's Betsy?" "I don't know. She ain't came." Scarlett walked to Melanie's door and opened it a crack, peering into the sunny room. Melanie lay in bed in her nightgown, her eyes closed and circled with black, her heart-shaped face bloated, her slender body hideous and distorted. Scarlett wished viciously that Ashley could see her now. She looked worse than any pregnant woman she had ever seen. As she looked, Melanie's eyes opened, and a soft, warm smile lit her face.
come in," she invited, turning awkwardly on her side. "I've been awake since sunup, thinking, and Scarlet, there's something I want to ask you." She entered the room and sat down on the bed that was glaring with harsh sunshine. Melanie reached out and took Scarlet's hand in a gentle, confiding clasp. "Dear," she said, "I'm sorry about the cannon. It's toward Jonesboro, isn't it?" Scarlet said, her heart beginning to beat faster as the thought recurred. "I know how worried you are. I know you'd have gone home last week when you heard about your mother, if it hadn't been for me. Wouldn't you?" "Yes," said Scarlet ungraciously. "Scarlet, darling, you've been so good to me. No sister could have been sweeter or braver. And I love you for it. I'm so sorry I'm in the way." Scarlet stared. Loved her, did she? The fool! "And Scarlet, I've been lying here thinking, and I want to ask a very great favor of you." Her clasp tightened. "If I should die, will you take my baby?" Melanie's eyes were wide and bright with soft urgency. "Will you?" Scarlet jerked away her hand as fear swamped her. Fear roughened her voice as she spoke. "Oh, don't be a goose, Melly. You aren't going to die. Every woman thinks she's going to die with her first baby. I know I did." "No, you didn't. You've never been afraid of anything. You're just saying that to try to cheer me up. I'm not afraid to die, but I'm so afraid to leave the baby if Ashley is... Scarlet, promise me that you'll take my baby if I should die. Then I won't be afraid. Aunt Pitty Pat is too old to raise a child, and Honey and India are sweet, but I want you to have my baby. Promise me, Scarlet. And if it's a boy, bring him up like Ashley. And if it's a girl, dear, I'd like her to be like you." "God's nightgown!" cried Scarlet, leaping from the bed. "Aren't things bad enough without you talking about dying?" "I'm sorry, dear, but promise me. I think it'll be today. I'm sure it'll be today. Please promise me." "Oh, all right, I promise," said Scarlet, looking down at her in bewilderment. Was Melanie such a fool she really didn't know how she cared for Ashley? Or did she know everything and feel that because of that love, Scarlet would take good care of Ashley's child? Scarlet had a wild impulse to cry out questions, but they died on her lips as Melanie took her hand and held it for an instant against her cheek. Tranquility had come back into her eyes. "Why do you think it'll be today, Melly?" "I've been having pains since dawn, but not very bad ones." "You have? Well, why didn't you call me? I'll send Prissy for Dr. Meade." "No, don't do that yet, Scarlet. You know how busy he is, how busy they all are. Just send word to him that we'll need him sometime today. Send over to Mrs. Meade's and tell her and ask her to come over and sit with me. She'll know when to really send for him." "Oh, stop being so unselfish. You know you need a doctor as much as anybody in the hospital. I'll send for him right away." "No, please don't. Sometimes it takes all day having a baby, and I just couldn't let the doctor sit here for hours when all those poor boys need him so much. Just send for Mrs. Meade. She'll know." "Oh, all right," said Scarlet. Chapter 21. After sending up Melanie's breakfast tray, Scarlet dispatched Prissy for Mrs. Meade and sat down with Wade to eat her own breakfast. But for once she had no appetite. Between her nervous apprehension over the thought that Melanie's time was approaching and her unconscious straining to hear the sound of the cannon, she could hardly eat.
Her heart acted very queerly, beating regularly for several minutes, and then thumping so loudly and swiftly it almost made her sick at her stomach. The heavy hominy stuck in her throat like glue, and never before had the mixture of parched corn and ground-up yams that passed for coffee been so repulsive. Without sugar or cream, it was bitter as gall, for the sorghum used for long sweetening did little to improve the taste. After one swallow, she pushed her cup away. If for no other reason, she hated the Yankees because they kept her from having real coffee with sugar and thick cream in it. Wade was quieter than usual, and didn't set up his every morning complaint against the hominy that he so disliked. He ate silently the spoonfuls she pushed into his mouth, and washed them down with noisily gulped water. His soft brown eyes followed her every movement, large, round as dollars, a childish bewilderment in them, as though her own scarce-hidden fears had been communicated to him. When he had finished, she sent him off to the backyard to play, and watched him toddle across the straggling grass to his playhouse with great relief. She arose and stood irresolutely at the foot of the stairs. She should go up and sit with Melanie and distract her mind from her coming ordeal, but she didn't feel equal to it. Of all the days in the world, Melanie had to pick this day to have the baby. And of all days to talk about dying. She sat down on the bottom step of the stairs and tried to compose herself, wondering again how yesterday's battle had gone, wondering how today's fighting was going. How strange to have a big battle going on just a few miles away, and to know nothing of it. How strange the quiet of this deserted end of town in contrast with the day of the fighting at Peachtree Creek. At Pitty's house was one of the last on the north side of Atlanta, and with the fighting somewhere to the far south, there were no reinforcements going by at double quick, no ambulances and staggering lines of walking wounded coming back. She wondered if such scenes were being enacted on the south side of town, and thanked God she wasn't there. If only everyone except the Meads and the Merriweathers had not refugeed from this north end of Peachtree. It made her feel so forsaken and alone. She wished fervently that Uncle Peter were with her, so he could go down to the headquarters and learn the news. If it wasn't for Melanie, she'd go to town this very minute and learn for herself. But she couldn't leave until Mrs. Meade arrived. Mrs. Meade! Why didn't she come on? And where was Prissy? She rose and went out onto the front porch and looked for them impatiently. But the Meade house was around a shady bend in the street, and she could see no one. After a long while, Prissy came into view, alone, idling along as though she had the whole day before her, switching her skirts from side to side and looking over her shoulder to observe the effect. "You're as slow as molasses in January," snapped Scarlett as Prissy opened the gate. "What did Mrs. Meade say? How soon will she be over here?" "She warn't there," said Prissy. "Where is she? When will she be home?" "Well, answered Prissy, dragging out her words pleasurably to give more weight to her message. "Their cookie said Miss Meade done got word early this morning that young Mr. Phil done been shot, and Miss Meade, she took the carriage, and old Talbot, and Betsy, and they done gone to fetch him home. Cookie say he bad hurt, and Miss Meade ain't going to be studying about coming up here." Scarlett stared at her, and had an impulse to shake her. Negroes were always so proud of being the bearers of evil tidings. "Well, don't stand there like a ninny. Go down to Mrs. Merriweather's and ask her to come up, or send her Mammy. Now hurry." "They ain't there, Miss Scarlett. I dropped in to pass the time of day with Mammy on my way home. They's done gone. House all locked up. 'Spect they's at the hospital." "So that's where you were so long." "Whenever I send you somewhere, you go where I tell you, and don't stop to pass any time with anybody. Go." She stopped and racked her brain. Who was left in town among their friends who would be helpful? There was Mrs. Elsing. Of course, Mrs. Elsing didn't like her at all these days, but she had always been fond of Melanie. Go to Mrs. Elsing's and explain everything very carefully and tell her to please come up here. And, Prissy, listen to me. Miss Mellie's baby is due, and she may need you any minute now. Now you hurry right straight back, said Prissy, and turning, sauntered down the walk at Snail's gate. Hurry, you slow poke! Yes'm. Prissy quickened her gait infinitesimally, and Scarlet went back into the house. She hesitated again before going upstairs to Melanie. She would have to explain to her just why Mrs. Meade couldn't come, and the knowledge that Phil Meade was badly wounded might upset her. Well, she'd tell a lie about it. She entered Melanie's room and saw that the breakfast tray was untouched. Melanie lay on her side, her face white. Mrs. Meade's over at the hospital, said Scarlet, but Mrs. Elsing is coming. Do you feel bad? Not very, lied Melanie. Scarlet, how long did it take Wade to get born? Less than no time, answered Scarlet with a cheerfulness she was far from feeling. I was out in the yard, and I didn't hardly have time to get into the house. Mammy said it was scandalous, just like one of the darkies. I hope I'll be like one of the darkies, too, said Melanie, mustering a smile which suddenly disappeared as pain contorted her face. Scarlet looked down at Melanie's tiny hips with none too sanguine hopes, but said reassuringly, Oh, it's not really so bad. Oh, I know it isn't. I'm afraid I'm a little coward. Is Mrs. Elsing coming right away? Yes, right away, said Scarlet. I'll go down and get some fresh water and sponge you off. It's so hot today. She took as long a time as possible in getting the water, running to the front door every 2 minutes to see if Prissy were coming. There was no sign of Prissy, so she went back upstairs, sponged Melanie's perspiring body, and combed out her long dark hair. When an hour had passed, she heard scuffing Negro feet coming down the street, and looking out of the window, saw Prissy returning slowly, switching herself as before and tossing her head with as many airy affectations as if she had a large and interested audience. Some day I'm going to take a strap to that little wench, thought Scarlet savagely, hurrying down the stairs to meet her. Miss Elsing over at the hospital. Their cookie 'lows a whole lot of wounded soldiers come in on the early train. Cookie fixin' soup to take over there. She say—" "Never mind what she said," interrupted Scarlet, her heart sinking. "Put on a clean apron because I want you to go over to the hospital. I'm going to give you a note to Dr. Meade, and if he isn't there, give it to Dr. Jones, or any of the other doctors. And if you don't hurry back this time, I'll skin you alive." "Yes'm." "And ask any of the gentlemen for news of the fighting. If they don't know, go by the depot and ask the engineers who brought the wounded in. Ask if they're fighting at Jonesboro or near there. God almighty, Miss Scarlet!" And sudden fright was in Prissy's black face. "The Yankees ain't a terror, is they?" "I don't know. I'm telling you to ask for news." "God almighty, Miss Scarlet! What'll they do tomorrow?" Prissy began to bawl suddenly, loudly, the sound adding to Scarlet's own uneasiness. "Stop bawling. Miss Melanie will hear you. Now go change your apron quick." Spurred to speed, Prissy hurried toward the back of the house while Scarlet scratched a hasty note on the margin of Gerald's last letter to her, the only bit of paper in the house. As she folded it, so that her note was uppermost, she caught Gerald's words. "Your mother. Typhoid. Under no condition. To come home." She almost sobbed. If it wasn't for Melanie, she'd start home right this minute, if she had to walk every step of the way. Prissy went off at a trot, the letter gripped in her hand, and Scarlet went back upstairs, trying to think of some plausible lie to explain Mrs. Elsing's failure to appear. But Melanie asked no questions. She lay upon her back, her face tranquil and sweet, and the sight of her quieted Scarlet for a while.
She sat down and tried to talk of inconsequential things, but the thoughts of Tara and of possible defeat by the Yankees prodded cruelly. She thought of Ellen dying, and of the Yankees coming into Atlanta, burning everything, killing everybody. Through it all, the dull, far-off thundering persisted, rolling into her ears in waves of fear. Finally, she couldn't talk at all and only stared out of the window at the hot, still street and the dusty leaves hanging motionless on the trees. Melanie was silent, too, but at intervals her quiet face was wrenched with pain. She said, after each pain, "It wasn't very bad, really." And Scarlett knew she was lying. She would have preferred a loud scream to silent endurance. She knew she should feel sorry for Melanie, but somehow she could not muster a spark of sympathy. Her mind was too torn with her own anguish. Once she looked sharply at the pain-twisted face and wondered why it should be that she, of all people in the world, should be here with Melanie at this particular time. She who had nothing in common with her, who hated her, who would gladly have seen her dead. Well, maybe she'd have her wish, and before the day was over, too. A cold, superstitious fear swept her at this thought. It was bad luck to wish that someone were dead. Almost as bad luck as to curse someone. Curses came home to roost, Mammy said. She hastily prayed that Melanie wouldn't die, and broke into feverish small talk, hardly aware of what she said. At last, Melanie put a hot hand on her wrist. "Don't bother about talking, dear. I know how worried you are. I'm so sorry I am so much trouble." Scarlett relapsed into silence, but she could not sit still. What would she do if neither the doctor nor Prissy got there in time? She walked to the window and looked down the street and came back and sat down again. Then she rose and looked out of the window on the other side of the room. An hour went by, and then another. Noon came, and the sun was high and hot, and not a breath of air stirred the dusty leaves. Melanie's pains were harder now. Her long hair was drenched in sweat, and her gown stuck in wet spots to her body. Scarlett sponged her face in silence, but fear was gnawing at her. God in heaven! Suppose the baby came before the doctor arrived. What would she do? She knew less than nothing of midwifery. This was exactly the emergency she had been dreading for weeks. She had been counting on Prissy to handle the situation if no doctor should be available. Prissy knew all about midwifery. She'd said so time and again. But where was Prissy? Why didn't she come? Why didn't the doctor come? She went to the window and looked again. She listened hard, and suddenly she wondered if it were only her imagination or if the sound of cannon in the distance had died away. If it were farther away, it would mean that the fighting was nearer Jonesboro, and that would mean... At last she saw Prissy coming down the street at a quick trot, and she leaned out of the window. Prissy, looking up, saw her, and her mouth opened to yell. Seeing the panic written on the little black face, and fearing she might alarm Melanie by crying out evil tidings, Scarlett hastily put her finger to her lips and left the window. "I'll get some cooler water," she said, looking down into Melanie's dark, deep-circled eyes, and trying to smile. Then she hastily left the room, closing the door carefully behind her. Prissy was sitting on the bottom step in the hall, panting. "Dey's fighting at Jonesboro, Miss Scarlett. They say our gentlemans is getting beat. Oh, God, Miss Scarlett. What'll happen to Ma and Polk? Oh, God, Miss Scarlett. What'll happen to us if the Yankees get here? Oh, God." Scarlett clapped a hand over the blubbery mouth. "For God's sake, hush!" Yes. What would happen to them if the Yankees came? What would happen to Tara? She pushed the thought firmly back into her mind and grappled with the more pressing emergency. If she thought of these things, she'd begin to scream and bawl like Prissy. "Where's Dr. Meade? When's he coming?" "I ain't never seed him, Miss Scarlett." "What?" "No, he ain't at the hospital.
Miss Merriweather and Miss Elsing ain't there neither. A man, he told me the doctor down by the car shed with the wounded soldiers just come in from Jonesboro, but Miss Scarlett, I was scared to go down there to the shed. There's folks is dying down there. I scared of dead folkses. What about the other doctors? Miss Scarlett, for God, I couldn't scarcely get one of them to read your note. They walking in the hospital like they all done gone crazy. One doctor, he said to me, "Damn your hide, don't you come round here bothering me about babies when we got a mess of men dying here. Get some women to help you." And then I went around and about and asked the folks news like you done told me, and they all say fighting at Jonesboro, and I... You say Dr. Meade's at the depot? Yes'm, he... Now listen sharp to me. I'm going to get Dr. Meade, and I want you to sit by Miss Melanie and do anything she says. And if you so much as breathe to her where the fighting is, I'll sell you south as sure as guns iron. And don't you tell her that the other doctors wouldn't come either. Do you hear? Yes'm. Wipe your eyes. And get a fresh pitcher of water and go on up. Sponge her off. Tell her I've gone for Dr. Meade. Is it time now, Miss Scarlett? I don't know. Scarlett caught up her wide straw bonnet from the console table and jammed it on her head. She looked in the mirror and automatically pushed up loose strands of hair, but she didn't see her own reflection. Cold little ripples of fear that started in the pit of her stomach were radiating outward until the fingers that touched her cheeks were cold, though the rest of her body streamed perspiration. She hurried out of the house and into the heat of the sun. It was blindingly, glaringly hot, and as she hurried down Peachtree Street, her temples began to throb from the heat. From far down the street she could hear the rise and fall and roar of many voices. By the time she caught sight of the Layden house, she was beginning to pant, for her stays were tightly laced, but she didn't slow her gait. The roar of noise grew louder. From the Layden house down to 5 Points, the street seethed with activity, the activity of an ant-hill just destroyed. Negroes were running up and down the street, panic in their faces, and on porches white children sat crying untended. The street was crowded with army wagons and ambulances filled with wounded and carriages piled high with valises and pieces of furniture. Men on horseback dashed out of side streets pell-mell, down Peachtree Street toward Hood's headquarters. In front of the Bunnell house, old Amos stood holding the head of the carriage horse, and he greeted Scarlett with rolling eyes. "Ain't you gone yet, Miss Scarlett? We is going now. Old Miss packing a bag." "Going? Where?" "God knows, miss. Somewheres. The Yankees is coming." She hurried on, not even saying goodbye. The Yankees were coming. At Wesley Chapel, she paused to catch her breath and wait for her hammering heart to subside. If she didn't quiet herself, she would certainly faint. As she stood clutching a lamp-post for support, she saw an officer on horseback come charging up the street from 5 Points, and on an impulse she ran out into the street and waved at him. "Oh, stop! Please stop!" He reined in so suddenly the horse went back on its haunches, pawing the air. There were harsh lines of fatigue and urgency in his face, but his tattered gray hat was off with a sweep. "Madam?" "Tell me, is it true? Are the Yankees coming?" "I'm afraid so." "Do you know so?" "Yes, ma'am, I know so. A dispatch came into headquarters half an hour ago from the fighting at Jonesboro." "At Jonesboro? Are you sure?" "I'm sure. There's no use telling pretty lies, madam. The message was from General Hardee, and it said, 'I have lost the battle and am in full retreat.'" "Oh, my God!" The dark face of the tired man looked down without emotion. He gathered the reins again and put on his hat. "Oh, sir, please, just a minute. What shall we do?"
Madam, I can't say. The army is evacuating Atlanta soon.
Going off and leaving us to the Yankees?
I'm afraid so. The spurred horse went off as though on springs, and Scarlet was left standing in the middle of the street with the red dust thick upon her ankles. The Yankees were coming. The army was leaving. The Yankees were coming. What should she do? Where should she run? No, she couldn't run. There was Melanie back there in the bed expecting that baby. Oh, why did women have babies? If it wasn't for Melanie, she could take Wade and Prissy and hide in the woods where the Yankees could never find them. But she couldn't take Melanie to the woods. No, not now. Oh, if she'd only had the baby sooner, yesterday even. Perhaps they could get an ambulance and take her away and hide her somewhere. But now she must find Dr. Meade and make him come home with her. Perhaps he could hurry the baby. She gathered up her skirts and ran down the street, and the rhythm of her feet was, "The Yankees are coming! The Yankees are coming!" 5 Points was crowded with people who rushed here and there with unseeing eyes, jammed with wagons, ambulances, ox carts, carriages loaded with wounded. A roaring sound like the breaking of surf rose from the crowd. Then a strangely incongruous sight struck her eyes. Throngs of women were coming up from the direction of the railroad tracks carrying hams across their shoulders. Little children hurried by their sides, staggering under buckets of steaming molasses. Young boys dragged sacks of corn and potatoes. One old man struggled along with a small barrel of flour on a wheelbarrow. Men, women, and children, black and white, hurried with straining faces, lugging packages and sacks and boxes of food, more food than she had seen in a year. The crowd suddenly gave a lane for a careening carriage, and through the lane came the frail and elegant Mrs. Elsing, standing up in the front of her Victoria, reins in one hand, whip in the other. She was hatless and white-faced, and her long gray hair streamed down her back as she lashed the horse like a fury. Jouncing on the back seat of the carriage was her black mammy, Melissy, clutching a greasy side of bacon to her with one hand, while with the other and both feet she attempted to hold the boxes and bags piled all about her. One bag of dried peas had burst, and the peas strewed themselves into the street. Scarlet screamed to her, but the tumult of the crowd drowned her voice, and the carriage rocked madly by. For a moment she couldn't understand what it all meant, and then, remembering that the commissary warehouses were down by the railroad tracks, she realized that the army had thrown them open to the people to salvage what they could before the Yankees came. She pushed her way swiftly through the crowds, past the packed, hysterical mob surging in the open space of 5 Points, and hurried as fast as she could down the short block toward the depot. Through the tangle of ambulances and the clouds of dust, she could see doctors and stretcher-bearers bending, lifting, hurrying. Thank God, she'd find Dr. Meade soon. As she rounded the corner of the Atlanta Hotel and came in full view of the depot and the tracks, she halted, appalled. Lying in the pitiless sun, shoulder to shoulder, head to feet, were hundreds of wounded men, lining the tracks, the sidewalks, stretched out in endless rows under the car shed. Some lay stiff and still, but many writhed under the hot sun, moaning. Everywhere, swarms of flies hovered over the men, crawling and buzzing in their faces. Everywhere was blood, dirty bandages, groans, screamed curses of pain as stretcher-bearers lifted men. The smell of sweat, of blood, of unwashed bodies, of excrement rose up in waves of blistering heat until the fetid stench almost nauseated her. The ambulance men hurrying here and there among the prostrate forms frequently stepped on wounded men, so thickly packed were the rows, and those trodden upon stared stolidly up, waiting their turn. She shrank back, clapping her hand to her mouth, feeling that she was going to vomit. She couldn't go on. She had seen wounded men in the hospitals, wounded men on Aunt Pitty's lawn after the fighting at the creek. But never anything like this. Never anything like these stinking, bleeding bodies broiling under the glaring sun. This was an inferno of pain and smell and noise and hurry. Hurry! Hurry! The Yankees are coming! The Yankees are coming! She braced her shoulders and went down among them, straining her eyes among the upright figures to distinguish Dr. Meade. But she discovered she could not look for him, for if she didn't step carefully she would tread on some poor soldier. She raised her skirts and tried to pick her way among them toward a knot of men who were directing the stretcher-bearers. As she walked, feverish hands plucked at her skirt and voices croaked, "Lady, water! Please, lady, water! For Christ's sake, water!" Perspiration came down her face in streams as she pulled her skirts from clutching hands. If she stepped on one of these men, she'd scream and faint. She stepped over dead men, over men who lay dull-eyed with hands clutched to bellies where dried blood had glued torn uniforms to wounds, over men whose beards were stiff with blood and from whose broken jaws came sounds which must mean, "Water! Water!" If she didn't find Dr. Meade soon, she would begin screaming with hysteria. She looked toward the group of men under the car shed and cried as loudly as she could, "Dr. Meade! Is Dr. Meade there?" From the group, one man detached himself and looked toward her. It was the doctor. He was coatless, and his sleeves were rolled up to his shoulders. His shirt and trousers were as red as a butcher's, and even the end of his iron-gray beard was matted with blood. His face was the face of a man drunk with fatigue and impotent rage and burning pity. It was gray and dusty, and sweat had streaked long rivulets across his cheeks. But his voice was calm and decisive as he called to her. "Thank God you are here. I can use every pair of hands." For a moment she stared at him, bewildered, dropping her skirts in dismay. They fell over the dirty face of a wounded man who feebly tried to turn his head to escape from their smothering folds. What did the doctor mean? The dust from the ambulances came into her face with choking dryness, and the rotten smells were like a foul liquid in her nostrils. "Hurry, child, come here!" She picked up her skirts and went to him as fast as she could go across the rows of bodies. She put her hand on his arm and felt that it was trembling with weariness, but there was no weakness in his face. "Oh, doctor," she cried, "you must come. Melanie is having a baby." He looked at her as if the words did not register on his mind. A man who lay upon the ground at her feet, his head pillowed on his canteen, grinned up companionably at her words. "They will do it," he said cheerfully. She didn't even look down, but shook the doctor's arm. "It's Melanie, the baby. Doctor, you must come. This was no time for delicacy, but it was hard to bring out the words with the ears of hundreds of strange men listening. "The pains are getting hard. Please, doctor." "A baby? Great God!" thundered the doctor, and his face was suddenly contorted with hate and rage. A rage not directed at her or at anyone except a world wherein such things could happen. "Are you crazy? I can't leave these men. They are dying, hundreds of them. I can't leave them for a damn baby. Get some woman to help you. Get my wife." She opened her mouth to tell him why Mrs. Meade couldn't come, and then shut it abruptly. He didn't know his own son was wounded. She wondered if he would still be here if he did know. And something told her that even if Phil were dying, he would still be standing on this spot, giving aid to the many instead of the one. "No, you must come, doctor." You know you said she'd have a hard time. Was it really she, Scarlet, standing here saying these dreadful, indelicate things at the top of her voice in this hell of heat and groans? "She'll die if you don't come." He shook off her hand roughly and spoke as though he hardly heard her, hardly knew what she said. "Die? Yes, they'll all die, all these men. No bandages, no salves, no quinine, no chloroform. Oh, God, for some morphia. Just a little morphia for the worst ones. Just a little chloroform. God damn the Yankees! God damn the Yankees!" "Give 'em hell, Doctor," said the man on the ground, his teeth showing in his beard. Scarlet began to shake, and her eyes burned with tears of fright. The doctor wasn't coming with her. Melanie would die, and she had wished that she would die. The doctor wasn't coming. "Name of God, Doctor! Please!" Dr. Meade bit his lip, and his jaw hardened as his face went cool again. "Child, I'll try. I can't promise you, but I'll try. When we get these men tended to. The Yankees are coming and the troops are moving out of town. I don't know what they'll do with the wounded. There aren't any trains. The Macon line has been captured. But I'll try. Run along now. Don't bother me. There's nothing much to bring in a baby. Just tie up the cord." He turned as an orderly touched his arm, and began firing directions and pointing to this and that wounded man. The man at her feet looked up at Scarlet compassionately. She turned away, for the doctor had forgotten her. She picked her way rapidly through the wounded and back to Peachtree Street. The doctor wasn't coming. She would have to see it through herself. Thank God, Prissy knew all about midwifery. Her head ached from the heat, and she could feel her basque soaking wet from perspiration, sticking to her. Her mind felt numb, and so did her legs. Numb as in a nightmare when she tried to run and couldn't move them. She thought of the long walk back to the house, and it seemed interminable. Then, "The Yankees are coming," began to beat its refrain in her mind again. Her heart began to pound, and new life came into her limbs. She hurried into the crowd at 5 Points, now so thick there was no room on the narrow sidewalks, and she was forced to walk in the street. Long lines of soldiers were passing, dust-covered, sodden with weariness. There seemed thousands of them, bearded, dirty, their guns slung over their shoulders, swiftly passing at route step. Cannon rolled past, the drivers flaying the thin mules with lengths of rawhide. Commissary wagons with torn canvas covers rocked through the ruts. Cavalry raising clouds of choking dust went past endlessly. She had never seen so many soldiers together before. Retreat! Retreat! The army was moving out. The hurrying lines pushed her back onto the packed sidewalk, and she smelled the reek of cheap corn whiskey. There were women in the mob near Decatur Street. Garishly dressed women whose bright finery and painted faces gave a discordant note of holiday. Most of them were drunk, and the soldiers on whose arms they hung were drunker. She caught a fleeting glimpse of a head of red curls and saw that creature, Belle Watling, heard her shrill, drunken laughter as she clung for support to a one-armed soldier who reeled and staggered. When she had shoved and pushed her way through the mob for a block beyond 5 Points, the crowd thinned a little, and, gathering up her skirts, she began to run again. When she reached Wesley Chapel, she was breathless and dizzy and sick at her stomach. Her stays were cutting her ribs in two. She sank down on the steps of the church and buried her head in her hands until she could breathe more easily. If she could only get one deep breath way down in her abdomen. If her heart would only stop bumping and drumming and cavorting. If there were only someone in this mad place to whom she could turn. Why, she had never had to do a thing for herself in all her life. There had always been someone to do things for her, to look after her, shelter and protect her and spoil her. It was incredible that she could be in such a fix. Not a friend, not a neighbor to help her. There had always been friends, neighbors, the competent hands of willing slaves. And now, in this hour of greatest need, there was no one. It was incredible that she could be so completely alone and frightened and far from home. Home. If she were only home, Yankees or no Yankees, home even if Ellen was sick. She longed for the sight of Ellen's sweet face, for Mammy's strong arms around her. She rose dizzily to her feet and started walking again. When she came in sight of the house, she saw Wade swinging on the front gate. When he saw her, his face puckered and he began to cry, holding up a grubby, bruised finger. "Hurt," he sobbed. "Hurt." "Hush, hush, hush, or I'll spank you. Go out in the backyard and make mud pies and don't move from there." "Wade hungry," he sobbed, and put the hurt finger in his mouth. "I don't care. Go in the backyard and—" She looked up and saw Prissy leaning out of the upstairs window, fright and worry written on her face. But in an instant they were wiped away in relief as she saw her mistress. Scarlet beckoned to her to come down and went into the house. How cool it was in the hall. She untied her bonnet and flung it on the table, drawing her forearm across her wet forehead. She heard the upstairs door open, and a low, wailing moan, wrenched from the depths of agony, came to her ears. Prissy came down the stairs, 3 at a time. "Is the doctor come?" "No, he can't come." "God, Miss Scarlet, Miss Melly bad off." "The doctor can't come. Nobody can come. You've got to bring the baby, and I'll help you." Prissy's mouth fell open, and her tongue wagged wordlessly. She looked at Scarlet sideways, and scuffed her feet, and twisted her thin body. "Don't look so simple-minded," cried Scarlet, infuriated at her silly expression. "What's the matter?" Prissy edged back up the stairs. "Forgot, Miss Scarlet." Fright and shame were in her rolling eyes. "Well?" "Forgot, Miss Scarlet. Well, he's got to have a doctor. Miss Scarlet, I don't know nothing about bringing babies. Ma wouldn't ever let me be around folks as what was having them." All the breath went out of Scarlet's lungs in one gasp of horror before rage swept her. Prissy made a lunge past her, bent on flight, but Scarlet grabbed her. "You black liar! What do you mean? You've been saying you knew everything about birthing babies. What's the truth? Tell me." She shook her until the kinky head rocked drunkenly. "I's lying, Miss Scarlet. I don't know how come I tell such a lie. I just seen one baby birthed, and Ma, she liked to wore me out for watching." Scarlet glared at her, and Prissy shrank back, trying to pull loose. For a moment her mind refused to accept the truth. But when realization finally came to her that Prissy knew no more about midwifery than she did, anger went over her like a flame. She had never struck a slave in all her life, but now she slapped the black cheek with all the force in her tired arm. Prissy screamed at the top of her voice, more from fright than pain, and began to dance up and down, writhing to break Scarlet's grip. As she screamed, the moaning from the second floor ceased, and a moment later Melanie's voice, weak and trembling, called, "Scarlet, is it you? Please come. Please." Scarlet dropped Prissy's arm, and the wench sank whimpering to the steps. For a moment Scarlet stood still, looking up, listening to the low moaning which had begun again. As she stood there, it seemed as though a yoke descended heavily upon her neck, felt as though a heavy load were harnessed to it, a load she would feel as soon as she took a step. She tried to think of all the things Mammy and Ellen had done for her when Wade was born, but the merciful blurring of the childbirth pains obscured almost everything in mist. She did recall a few things, and she spoke to Prissy rapidly, authority in her voice. "Build a fire in the stove, and keep hot water boiling in the kettle. And bring up all the towels you can find and that ball of twine. And get me the scissors. Don't come telling me you can't find them. Get them, and get them quick. Now hurry." She jerked Prissy to her feet and sent her kitchenwards with a shove. Then she squared her shoulders and started up the stairs. It was going to be difficult, telling Melanie that she and Prissy were to deliver her baby. Chapter 22. There would never again be an afternoon as long as this one, or as hot, or as full of lazy, insolent flies. They swarmed on Melanie despite the fan Scarlet kept in constant motion. Her arms ached from swinging the wide palmetto leaf. All her efforts seemed futile, for while she brushed them from Melanie's moist face, they crawled on her clammy feet and legs and made her jerk them weakly and cry, "Please, on my feet." The room was in semi-gloom, for Scarlet had pulled down the shades to shut out the heat and brightness. Pinpoints of sunlight came in through minute holes in the shades and about the edges. The room was an oven, and Scarlet's sweat-drenched clothes never dried but became wetter and stickier as the hours went by. Prissy was crouched in a corner, sweating too, and smelled so abominably Scarlet would have sent her from the room had she not feared the girl would take to her heels if once out of sight. Melanie lay on the bed on a sheet dark with perspiration and splotched with dampness where Scarlet had spilled water. She twisted endlessly, to one side, to the other, to left, to right, and back again. Sometimes she tried to sit up and fell back and began twisting again. At first, she had tried to keep from crying out, biting her lips until they were raw, and Scarlet, whose nerves were as raw as the lips, said huskily, "Melly, for God's sake, don't try to be brave. Yell if you want to. There's nobody to hear you but us." As the afternoon wore on, Melanie moaned whether she wanted to be brave or not, and sometimes she screamed. When she did, Scarlet dropped her head into her hands and covered her ears and twisted her body and wished that she herself were dead. Anything was preferable to being a helpless witness to such pain. Anything was better than being tied here waiting for a baby that took such a long time to come. Waiting, when for all she knew the Yankees were actually at 5 points. She fervently wished she had paid more attention to the whispered conversations of matrons on the subject of childbirth. If only she had. If only she had been more interested in such matters, she'd know whether Melanie was taking a long time or not. She had a vague memory of one of Aunt Pitty's stories of a friend who was in labor for 2 days and died without ever having the baby. Suppose Melanie should go on like this for 2 days. But Melanie was so delicate. She couldn't stand 2 days of this pain. She'd die soon if the baby didn't hurry. And how could she ever face Ashley, if he were still alive, and tell him that Melanie had died after she had promised to take care of her? At first, Melanie wanted to hold Scarlet's hand when the pain was bad, but she clamped down on it so hard she nearly broke the bones. After an hour of this, Scarlet's hands were so swollen and bruised she could hardly flex them. She knotted 2 long towels together and tied them to the foot of the bed, and put the knotted end in Melanie's hands. Melanie hung on to it as though it were a lifeline, straining, pulling it taut, slackening it, tearing at it. Throughout the afternoon, her voice went on like an animal dying in a trap. Occasionally she dropped the towel and rubbed her hands feebly, and looked up at Scarlet with eyes enormous with pain. "Talk to me. "Please, talk to me," she whispered. And Scarlet would gabble something until Melanie again gripped the knot and again began writhing. The dim room swam with heat and pain and droning flies, and time went by on such dragging feet Scarlet could scarcely remember the morning.